Chapter 1521. Haim Myung-ko had encountered the fourth maleficent star of the Black Crow Empire and was fighting fiercely. The other warriors were also in a chaotic battle. In fact, if the warriors from Canopy Immortal Island and Tranquil Immortal Island had not scattered the warriors from Parameter Immortal Island, the Black Crow Empire, the Imperial Family, and the Phoenix Academy, the people from Qingshu College would have been in danger. Thus, it was very wise of Ling Xiao to ask them to finish the test quickly and leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield. ****, your master Ling Xiao is already dead. You'd better kneel down and surrender. You're lucky that my senior brother is interested in you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let you go. Zhong Yu's red spider Lily looked coldly at Leng Mai, suddenly revealing a mocking expression. Master won't die, Cold Plum said indifferently, but she did not stop what she was doing. Zhong Yu parameter was very strong. Tomohiko Kumar was also very strong. This put Cold Plum under a lot of pressure. After cultivating at the Blackwater Lake, her cultivation had reached the half-step yin-yang realm and she had 10% of yin-yang origin power. However, Tomohiko Kumar seemed to be even more terrifying than her. If not for her twin martial souls and the exquisite fighting skills she had honed from sparring with Ling Xiao, she would have been a corpse by now. Don't talk nonsense with her. Beat her until she's half dead and then tie her up. Tomohiko Kumar said coldly. Haha, well said. We'll do as you say. Zhong Yu parameter smiled like a flower. Ling Xiao, that guy, made her lose face in front of the disciples of the Qingshu Academy and even caused her mother to be injured. She could not kill Ling Xiao, but she could kill Ling Xiao's woman. At this moment, another figure came from afar. Phoenix Cry Wu Shan, Tomohiko Kumar, Zhong Yu, and Parameter both looked at that person warily. Don't worry, I have a grudge against Ling Xiao as well. Why don't I join your battle and join hands to deal with this girl? Feng Ming Wu Shan said with a smile. Agreed. Tomohiko Kumar nodded. He could feel that the murderous aura from Feng Ming Wu Shan was directed at Cold Plum. Although he didn't know what kind of enmity there was between Feng Ming Wu Shan and Ling Xiao, one more person was better than one less person. I agree. Zhong Yu and Hellflower knew that even though Cold Plum was at a disadvantage, it wouldn't be easy to kill her. One more person meant one more power. Only a fool would refuse. On the other side, Ling Xiao had already sensed that Cold Plum's aura was somewhat dangerous. Although the rest of the people were also fighting, they weren't in danger for the time being. Only Cold Plum was. Being besieged by 3 people, he had to hurry to Cold Plum's side to help. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. It seems that I have to end the battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The sword spirit's eye hung above his head, and a sword flew out from it. A sword of slaughter. This time, Ling Xiao didn't merge the sword of slaughter with the dark demon sword. He wanted to use the 2 swords to kill the enemy. This would be more efficient. Although he knew that there were many pairs of eyes staring at him, as long as he didn't release the complete martial soul of Tyrant or immemorial Golden Crow, there shouldn't be a problem. Anyway, the moves that he was using now had been used in previous battles. It wasn't anything new. Ji Tianming, the Silver Card Assassin, and the Oracle surrounded Ling Xiao. Meanwhile, Jiao Yongjun had disappeared. His unique martial soul allowed him to maintain absolute combat prowess even though his cultivation wasn't considered high. This was also the reason why the other 3 were willing to join forces with him. Of course, even so, the 4 of them didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. Out of the 20 warriors of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island, only Ji Tianming was left. This was all done by Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao had already completed the assessment and could choose to leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield. But he didn't. Because he still had companions in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, he couldn't leave easily. This also gave the others a chance to kill Ling Xiao. Why do I feel that Ling Xiao is using himself as bait to deliberately weaken the strength of those enemies? In the crowd, an old warrior stroked his beard and said, How is that possible? He can't be so terrifying. Next to him, a young warrior said in surprise. However, in his heart, he couldn't help but accept the old warrior's judgment. Could it be that Ling Xiao had long planned to wipe out all the enemies in one fell swoop in the Heavenly Devil battlefield? In fact, at this moment, the Black and White Elders had the same thought. They recalled what Ling Xiao said near fallen Phoenix City. The path of killing couldn't be stopped. Once it stopped, the opponent would have a chance to breathe. This kid was too ruthless. Do you know why I haven't left after completing the assessment? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. If I don't stay here, how can I catch you, stupid fish? Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly made a move. Despicable. Ji Tianming roared. Everyone, let's not hold back today. Otherwise, we might all die here. This bastard is too cunning and too strong. Yes. Understood. Okay. The other three didn't dare to hold back. Facing Ling Xiao, it was already a blessing to be able to win by using all their strength. Holding back. That was courting death. After Ji Tianming finished speaking, his entire body merged into the black sandstorm as if returning to nothingness. The silver assassin's body shook and split into two, then turned into two of himself. This shouldn't be a secret technique, nor some kind of martial art, but his martial spirit. Some creatures could split into two after their bodies were split. He should have this kind of martial spirit. The Water Temple Divine Envoy's martial spirit was even more domineering. His entire body was wrapped in terrifying ice crystals, making him look like a terrifying ice crystal warrior. He was 4 to 5 meters tall, and when he walked, there were banging sounds. As for Gao Yangjun, he still didn't show up. Ling Xiao was very interested in his martial spirit, but at the same time, he was somewhat puzzled. This guy was actually the most difficult one to deal with, so he had to be on guard. Kill him. Ji Tianming roared, bringing along a terrifying black sandstorm as he rushed towards Ling Xiao. His murderous aura soared, majestic and frightening. Bang bang bang. With every step the Water Temple Divine Envoy took, the ground would shake violently. His body, which was like a small mountain, really looked like a colossus. However, his movements were still very agile. I don't have time to deal with you now. Let's find you an opponent. Since it was a fight, Ling Xiao didn't need to fight 1 against 3. If he didn't use his ability, then he would be a fool. 3-leaf demonic pupils, summon bronze giant demon. Boom. The bronze giant demon fell from the sky, splashing a terrifying cloud of dust, and then stabbed the Water Temple Divine Envoy with its spear. Catcher. The sound of something shattering rang out. A piece of the ice crystals wrapped around the Divine Envoy's body was directly pierced. However, it was obviously not enough to kill him. The shattered part quickly healed. Chapter 1522. The bronze giant demon blocked the Water God Temple's Divine Envoy. At this time, Ji Tianming and the Dark God Temple's Silver Medallion Assassin had arrived. The Silver Medallion Assassin split into two and surrounded Ling Xiao from the left and right. The dagger in his hand carried a terrifying and gloomy aura as it pierced towards Ling Xiao's 2 vital points. Ji Tianming's terrifying black sandstorm had already arrived. It was not impossible for Ling Xiao to block their attacks at the same time. However, there was still the annoying Gao Yangjun waiting for an opportunity to attack. So at this time, Ling Xiao chose to dodge. Shadow body, dark shadow step. His body instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared in front of the enemy's eyes. Then, in an instant, he was several feet away. Not only was his speed extremely fast, but his movement technique was also strange and unpredictable. Didn't you want to kill us? Why did you dodge? Are you afraid? Ji Tianming laughed loudly. He was suddenly full of energy now. Ling Xiao chose to dodge, which meant that he was afraid of their attacks. Otherwise, with Ling Xiao's character, he would definitely not do this. It seemed that the 4 of them working together was really effective. However, in the next moment, Ji Tianming closed his mouth. Want to die? Isn't it easy? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a sneer. Amidst his laughter, Ling Xiao held 2 swords in his hands and directly charged towards Ji Tianming. The terrifying killing intent completely condensed on Ji Tianming's body, scaring him into hurriedly retreating, his whole body trembling. At this time, Ling Xiao had already used his eye technique in both eyes. The right eye's three-leaf demonic pupil constantly exerted pressure on the enemy's mind and bewitched their hearts. The left eye's Tai Chi eye controlled all the enemy's movements. Ji Tianming, you coward, why did you retreat? The Dark God Temple's silver medallion assassin shouted angrily, but he did not know how much pressure Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent brought to Ji Tianming through the three-leaf demonic pupil. It was impossible for Ji Tianming not to retreat. If you have time to scold others, protect yourself first. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded in the silver medallion assassin's ears. The figure that was originally pouncing towards Ji Tianming actually disappeared. Oh no, it's a diversion. The silver assassin was scared out of his wits. As an assassin, what he was most afraid of was letting the enemy get close to him. There's no need to panic. Just die quietly. You can't be thinking that you're the only one who knows the art of cloning, right? Ling Xiao's devilish voice rang in the ears of the silver assassin from the Dark God Palace. At this moment, the Gemini martial spirits were ingeniously used by Ling Xiao. He was really glad that he had once fought with the sixth bane of the Black Crow Empire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Gemini martial souls and three-leaf demonic eyes. Poochie. The silver assassin felt his body suddenly become weak and powerless, as if his soul was being sucked away. Then, his body was sent flying by a kick and landed on the ground. Although it was very painful, he didn't die. The silver assassin was overjoyed. He felt that he had luckily saved his life. However, he soon despaired. A broken sword cut off his head. Ling Luo, who was hiding in the dark, revealed a cold smile. Idiot, do you really think that your brother can't kill you? He's saving you for me. 7. 2 more and I'll pass the test. Ling Luo once again disappeared into the darkness. He, who was younger than Ling Xiao, knew that he wasn't strong enough, so he didn't plan to help. Because that would only cause trouble for his brother, Ling Xiao. That guy, he actually obtained the Gemini martial spirits of the sixth bane. Outside the ruins, the warriors from the Black Crow Empire gritted their teeth. Not only did he obtain it, but he used it better than the sixth bane. The first bane, He Yanbing, said coldly, "He's a talent, but it's a pity that he's an enemy of the Black Crow Empire. Even if he doesn't die in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, he can forget about escaping from my hands. Next, it's your turn." Ling Xiao looked at Ji Tianming with a cold smile and said, "Do you really think that you can kill me by calling a few good-for-nothings to surround me?" A mocking smile appeared on his face. In fact, the best way to deal with encirclement was to divide the battlefield. Let the one versus many fight become one versus one. Ling Xiao did this. He used the bronze giant demon to restrain the Water Divine Hall's divine envoy, then used the Gemini martial spirits to scare Ji Tianming away and lure Jiao Yongjun away. Then, he suddenly attacked the Dark Shrine's silver medal assassin. This silver medal assassin's attack was probably the strongest, but his defense was the weakest. It would be easy to kill him. Ji Tianming saw the cold smile on Ling Xiao's face, and the hope of victory that had just been ignited in his heart instantly disappeared. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would be suppressed by the four of them, and that he would be able to quickly avenge his fellow sect members. However, in the end, one of their people was killed, and Ling Xiao was still unharmed. Ling Xiao, you better resign yourself to death. Otherwise, I will kill your brother. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It turned out that when Ling Luo came out to kill the silver medal assassin, he was targeted by Jiao Yongjun. Jiao Yongjun knew that killing Ling Xiao was not easy, but dealing with Ling Luo, he was very confident. The cold blade was placed on Ling Luo's throat, and a trace of blood could even be seen flowing down. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, Ling Xiao, today I want to see what you will do. You keep saying that you are loyal and righteous, but now that your brother is a hostage, what will you do? Ji Tianming was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. Jiao Yongjun, well done. Shameless, too shameless. Outside the ruins, Dai Yaoling was so angry that she stomped her feet. Don't worry, your big brother Ling has dealt with this kind of shameless people many times. Nothing will happen. Lan Yue said with a smile. Look at his expression, is there even a trace of panic? Dai Yaoling looked at the huge screen and found that it was indeed so. Not only was Ling Xiao not panicked, but the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. If you can predict it, do you think that I can't? Hearing this, Jiao Yangjuan's expression changed greatly, and dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? Behind him, a shadow pierced his heart. Then, Ling Luo quickly slashed out, and the broken sword cut off Jiao Yangjuan's arm, then chopped off his head. The eighth one. Although his throat still hurt, Ling Luo was very excited. Big brother, you are too powerful. How did you know that he was going to deal with me? Ling Luo wiped the blood from his throat and asked with a smile. Because your big brother's enemies are all despicable and shameless. They can't beat me, so they naturally want to kill you. Therefore, I hid the shadow child beside you and lured him to take the bait. Ling Xiao chuckled. To be honest, Jiao Yangjuan's martial spirit is a little strange. I can't find his weakness in a short time, but this guy is a little stupid. After killing Jiao Yangjun, he took out the eye of the immortal pot and absorbed his martial spirit. Oh! So it is called the spatial gate. This martial spirit is quite strange. The moment he absorbed the martial spirit, Ling Xiao knew the name and effect of this martial spirit. Chapter 1523. The so-called martial spirit spatial door referred to the ability to open a spatial door within a certain range and directly travel from one place to another. If an assassin possessed such a martial spirit, it would really be too bizarre. I'll keep it first. It might be useful in the future. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, then looked at Ji Tianming. Very happy, right? 2 of your companions died, and the only ones left who killed me to share the credit are the 2 of you. Very proud, right? These words were full of ridicule. Ji Tianming's expression was somewhat ugly, and he said with a flattering smile, misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I originally didn't intend to be enemies with Brother Ling, but these 3 fellows insisted on pestering me. As soon as these words came out, outside the ruins, the martial artists of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island immediately lowered their heads. It was simply a loss of face. Saying such words was a bit too shameless. Ling Xiao smiled and said, in terms of shamelessness, you can also be considered a person who can be ranked at the top. Right at this time, the bronze giant suddenly burst out with a roar, and the long spear pierced through the chest of the Water Spirit Temple's divine envoy. This spear pierced from the outside to the inside, and the Water Spirit Temple's divine envoy's body was pierced through. Half of this credit was given to Ji Tianming. It was precisely Ji Tianming's shameless words, coupled with the tragic death of the other 2, that caused the Water Spirit Temple's divine envoy to panic. The bronze giant seized the opportunity and pierced through with a spear. Ling Luo, he's still breathing. Go and finish him off. Ling Xiao shouted. Actually, there was no need for him to shout. Ling Luo had already charged over and cut off the divine envoy's head. This kid had once suffered a loss. He killed the enemy without finishing him off, and in the end, he was sneak attacked. So from then on, if he wanted to kill the enemy, he would inevitably cut off the enemy's head in the end. Only then could he be at ease. Otherwise, he really couldn't be at ease. Hihi, many thanks, big brother. This is the 9th, there's still one left. Ling Luo licked his lips and looked at Ji Tianming with a smile. Cheating. This is cheating. Outside the ruins, many martial artists shouted indignantly. The rules don't seem to say that we can't deal the finishing blow. Why don't you change the rules now, Lord Alliance Master? The demon wine sword looked at the Alliance leader with a smile. His words were naturally filled with ridicule. This was not the first time the Alliance Master had targeted Ling Xiao. I've said it before. As long as you kill 10 of them, you'll pass the test, regardless of how you do it. She didn't seem to care if Ling Xiao passed or not. She only cared about how Ling Xiao died. On the heavenly demon battlefield, Ji Tianming stood there in horror. He was clearly in his own sandstorm domain, but he didn't have any confidence facing Ling Xiao. Right now, he couldn't even figure out what cultivation level Ling Xiao was at. Was this guy really at the 7th Grotto Heaven stage? If that was the case, how could he have killed so many cultivators who were much stronger than him so easily? Furthermore, he clearly had a feeling that Ling Xiao was not going all out. Because of the battle in the dragon-slaying forest, although he didn't witness it with his own eyes, he heard people mention it. Today's Ling Xiao didn't use many of the moves he used at that time. It was obvious that he was being lenient. But even so, even if Ling Xiao held back, the four of them actually couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Instead, three of them were eliminated in a row. Once again, he was all alone. Just like before when he led the 17 martial artists from the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island to besiege Ling Xiao and finally fled for his life. Another tragedy had happened. What are you thinking about? Regret? Or thinking about how to escape? Ling Xiao's voice startled Ji Tianming out of his panicked imagination. Plop. Ji Tianming actually knelt down. Let me go. I'm willing to be your slave, just like those people from the Peacock clan and the Rock clan. No matter what you want me to do, I'm willing. He would rather be a slave than die. Because it wasn't easy for him to cultivate to his current realm. If he died like this, everything would be over. And if he became Ling Xiao's slave, he would have a chance to turn the tables in the future. It was said that the people from the Peacock clan and the Rock clan lived very comfortably in Ling Xiao's place. Including betraying your sect. Betraying your island master? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with a strong sense of sarcasm. He looked down on Ji Tianming. This was completely different from Peng Nantian and Kong Hao. Those two people endured humiliation and swore to be slaves for the sake of the other clansmen's lives. But why did Ji Tianming do it? It was purely for himself. Yes, as long as I don't die, I'm willing to betray whoever you want me to. Ji Tianming said. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the sky. He believed that many people were watching this scene. Ji Ruolong, this is the so-called genius you nurtured. Hehe, what a joke. In order to survive, he can even betray you. Do you think I should have such a slave? What? Ji Tianming was stunned. He didn't know that everything here could be seen from the outside. At this moment, his face was filled with extreme horror. Outside the door of the ruins, everyone was dumbfounded. Ji Tianming, a dignified 10th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, actually didn't think of how to win when facing Ling Xiao. Instead, he used the condition of betraying his sect to beg Ling Xiao to make him a slave. What kind of F***CK was this? What kind of shamelessness was this? It was too ironic. Ji Ruolong had already spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was bad enough that he was humiliated by Ling Xiao, but in front of so many people, the genius he had painstakingly nurtured chose to betray him. Just to be a slave for someone else. This was simply trampling on his old face. However, Ji Huangtian's expression seemed to be cold. What he saw was not only Ji Tianming's humiliation, but also Ling Xiao's terror. Even he felt that this kind of strength was a little troublesome. Although he could still deal with it now, if this guy was allowed to continue growing, then there would likely be no way to contain this crazy guy in the future. There were many people who had the same thoughts as Ji Huangtian. What was a genius? In the eyes of the majority, Ji Tianming and Jiao Yangjun were all geniuses. They were unusually talented, and their cultivation surpassed others at a young age. Furthermore, when facing ordinary martial artists, challenging someone one level higher was a breeze. These people were the idols in the hearts of many young martial artists in the past. Even many senior experts also praised them. However, these so-called geniuses were now killed, and one was kneeling there begging Ling Xiao to take him in as a slave. What an ironic scene this was. I think we should give Ling Xiao a title, Genius Terminator. Genius Hunter is also not bad. Yeah, facing these geniuses, Ling Xiao is always a level higher than them. This kind of existence should really be called the Genius Terminator. I wonder what those geniuses who are usually so proud that their tails are wagging, think? The crowd was discussing animatedly, talking and laughing. They didn't care who was killed. It was more important to watch a show. Chapter 1524. Apart from watching the show, the spectators also hoped that a major force like the Five Immortal Island would be defeated. After all, the Five Immortal Island was usually so arrogant and thought highly of themselves. Now that they were so cowardly in front of Ling Xiao, it was really embarrassing. Ling Luo, kill him. Ling Xiao no longer had time to waste with Ji Tianming. He could sense that Cold Plum was in danger. He had to settle the matter here and then find Cold Plum. Got it, brother. Ling Luo chuckled, pulled out the broken sword, and walked towards Ji Tianming. You want to kill me too? I'm afraid of your brother, but I'm not afraid of you. Ji Tianming knew that there was no way he would be let off by Ling Xiao today. He stood up and roared at Ling Luo ferociously. However, the moment he stood up, Ji Tianming realized in horror that he had been tricked by Ling Xiao. His hands and legs were bound by the black shadow and he couldn't break free at all. Goodbye, expert. Those were the last words Ji Tianming heard before he died. He was beheaded by a brat whose cultivation was much lower than his. Good death. That voice actually came from Ji Ruolong's mouth. Almost all the warriors from the sacred dynasty's immortal island couldn't wait for the disgraceful Ji Tianming to die. However, the only one who truly shouted was Ji Ruolong. That was because he was too angry. His anger had reached its peak. At this point, the 4 people who had besieged Ling Xiao had all died in Ling Luo's hands. Ling Luo had also successfully completed the assessment and chose to leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield. He knew that he wasn't strong enough. If he stayed, he would only cause trouble for Ling Xiao. To have such a sensible brother was really a blessing for Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Luo come out, an elder from the Blackwater Immortal Island suddenly rushed out and grabbed at Ling Luo with his huge hand, trying to kill him on the spot. However, what welcomed him was a sword. A sword filled with murderous intent. The demon wine sword made its move. Seeing that Ling Xiao was so outstanding, and that he wanted to achieve his goal, the wine demon sword naturally wanted to help Ling Xiao do more things. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fun if Ling Xiao refused to help in the future. Boom! In the sky, an explosive sound rang out. The old man from the Blackwater Immortal Island was sent flying into the dragon-slaying forest. His mouth was full of blood. If you don't have the ability to kill, don't provoke others. Although I don't know what relationship you have with Jiao Yangjun, he deserved to die. The demon wine sword floats in the air, coldly looking at the old man, its expression cold and emotionless. That's right. Killing is normal in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. You're not allowed to cause trouble here. Otherwise, you people from the Blackwater Immortal Island can scram. The Alliance Master's cold voice rang out. Although she didn't like Ling Xiao and had even devised all kinds of methods to try to kill Ling Xiao. However, if someone were to cause trouble here because someone had died in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, that would be disrespecting her. She couldn't accept that. Thank you, Uncle Demon Wine Sword. Ling Luo cupped his hands at the Demon Wine Sword, then happily returned to Qingshu College's formation. The old man got up from the ground and looked at Ling Xiao, who was in the door of the ruins, with a vicious gaze. Jiao Yangjun was a disciple that he had focused on nurturing. Moreover, he was his biological grandson. Jiao Yangjun was extremely talented and was definitely a strong contender for the future successor of the Blackwater Immortal Island. However, he was killed by Ling Xiao and Ling Luo just like that. Ling Xiao had gone too far. He had gone too far. At this moment, the old man might have forgotten that if Jiao Yangjun hadn't attacked Ling Xiao first and even used Ling Xiao as a hostage to threaten Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have died. Wouldn't it have been fine if he had chosen to leave after completing the mission like Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxia? It was a pity that this old man would never consider his own mistakes and would instead direct all his anger onto Ling Xiao. At this moment, the killing in the Heavenly Devil battlefield had not stopped. The number of people continued to decrease. Of course, there were those who were killed and also those who successfully completed the mission. However, some people harbored evil intentions and refused to leave the Heavenly Devil battlefield even after completing the mission. Because they were confident and were not afraid of encountering any enemy. These people's goal was to kill everyone related to Ling Xiao. Of course, the final goal was to kill Ling Xiao. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain, Mount Fengming, Zhongyu, Red Spider Lilies, and so on were all such people. The chaotic battle still continued and the killings also happened continuously. Some were killed by the martial artists who entered together, while some died at the hands of the Heavenly Devils. The faces of the various major factions' leaders were all ugly because the martial artists who entered the Heavenly Devil battlefield seemed to have been schemed against. The number of deaths was too high and already exceeded their acceptable range. However, this kind of death still continued. They did not understand what the Alliance chief wanted to do. Even if these people were still unable to resist the martial artists of the White Tiger continent, they could still grow up in the future. Wouldn't it be too much of a pity to die just like that? However, whether they understood or not did not mean much. Anyway, they did not dare to go and defy the Alliance chief's will. Ah! A scream sounded. It was the cry of the heavenly devils. Ling Xiao felt a little strange. It was as if someone was deliberately obstructing him from rescuing Cold Plum. The number of heavenly devils he encountered just now was still in the single digits, but when he was heading towards Cold Plum's location, the number of heavenly devils actually increased greatly. Although he was fearless in the face of these heavenly devils and destroyed them when he encountered them. However, even for him, there was a limit to his endurance. Such frequent killings would also exhaust him. Looks like someone is really deliberately messing with me. Ling Xiao thought of the Alliance chief. When he was surrounded and killed previously, he had already guessed this point. And now, this fact was even more confirmed. Looks like even if Ling Xiao finds his woman, he probably won't have the strength to fight. Someone is deliberately tricking him. Even an idiot could see that there was a problem in this. Cold Plum could only fight and retreat in the face of Tomohiko Kumar, Zhongyu, Red Spider Lilies, and Phoenix Cry Wushan. She could not gain the slightest advantage at all. Her body was already covered in wounds. Fortunately, she was skilled and was not killed. However, as time passed, no one knew what would happen. Boom! Suddenly, a moonlight blade flew towards the fire phoenix in the sky. Then, sparks flew all over the sky. The fire phoenix let out a sorrowful cry and swayed as if it was about to fall. Moon Maiden, what are you trying to do? The Alliance chief asked coldly. You're asking me what I'm trying to do? I want to ask you, don't you feel shameless for targeting Ling Xiao time and time again? The Moon Maiden asked coldly. Targeting him? You're wrong. I'm just training him because I have high hopes for him. I feel that he will definitely become a new force to fight against the White Tiger mainland. Since that's the case, he should train more so that he can grow faster and better. Speaking of this, the Alliance chief suddenly smiled and said, love is the easiest way to erase a person's fighting spirit. Therefore, that Cold Plum must die. Only with her death can Ling Xiao truly become a talent. Chapter 1525. It's all a bunch of nonsense. The Moon Maiden said coldly. Since you won't stop, don't blame me for taking action. She rose into the air and floated in the air like a fairy from the Moon Palace, dazzling everyone's eyes. Then, she charged toward the Alliance leader at an extremely fast speed. The two female warriors beside the Alliance leader tried to stop her, but they couldn't even withstand a single blow from the enraged Moon Lady. They were instantly killed. Your Highness Moon Maiden is indeed powerful, but I'm not afraid of you. The Alliance leader put away his fire phoenix mount and fought the Moon Maiden in the sky above the killing dragon forest. No one intervened. Because some wanted to, but they were powerless, while others were too lazy to interfere. With the Moon Maiden restraining the Alliance leader, Ling Xiao immediately felt the pressure on him decrease. At least the heavenly demons that swarmed toward him had decreased again. However, because he had exhausted too much energy, he had to find a place to recover first. Otherwise, if he went to save Cold Plum in his current state, he might drag Cold Plum down instead. There were some special towers in the heavenly demon battlefield. These towers were very strange. There were strange secret technique cannons at the top of the towers that would shoot heavenly demons as long as they approached. There were also strange light screens around the towers that could prevent heavenly demons from entering the towers. This should be a ruin left behind by the ancestors. Back then, when the myriad races fought against the heavenly demons, they relied on this secret technique tower to have a chance to breathe. Bastards, wait until I've rested enough, then I'll settle the score with you guys. Ling Xiao saw a warrior from the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island enter the secret technique tower with his own eyes. The three heavenly demons that were chasing him did not dare to approach. The secret technique tower's secret technique cannons were powerful. Heavenly demons below the 5th Grotto Heaven realm were basically instantly killed. Those above the 5th Grotto Heaven realm could only resist for a while, but it was still very dangerous. Although that person was in a sorry state, no matter what, he managed to preserve his life. This secret technique tower was really amazing. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao also walked toward the secret technique tower. He also wanted to find a place to rest first before looking for Cold Plum. He had already used his soul power to contact his other companions and had them come closer to him. Previously, due to his soul energy being blocked, he could only sense it but not communicate with it. For some reason, the connection was now unobstructed. Could it be that the person outside who has been targeting me is in trouble? Ling Xiao couldn't help but grin as he thought of the Moon Maiden. His Moon Maiden sister wouldn't just stand by and watch him suffer. Faced with such a situation, she would definitely attack in anger. There was no doubt about that. Just as he was thinking, several beams of demonic light suddenly shot over from afar. Ling Xiao didn't even look at him as he ignited his scarlet sun feather coat. Any heavenly demon that got close to him, as long as they were slightly weaker, would be instantly ignited by the scorching heat. He didn't turn back and continued walking into the secret arts tower. The Skyfians also chose to stop attacking. They could still judge how terrifying Ling Xiao was. The moment he passed through the light curtain, Ling Xiao could feel a warm current flowing smoothly through his blood. It was very comfortable. "Ah, isn't this young Master Ling? Why are you here as well?" The one who spoke was the disciple from the Last Joy Celestial Island. "I was chased by heavenly demons, so I came here to hide." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There was no need to explain too much about such things. "Hihi, it's great that you're here. Those guys from the Black Crow Empire and the Parameter Celestial Island won't be able to be arrogant anymore." The disciple from the Last Joy Celestial Island was excited. "What's going on?" Ling Xiao asked. This secret arts tower usually has 3 levels. The first level only provides shelter and doesn't help with healing and recovery. The second level will release special light energy to assist in healing, but that's all. The third level is more powerful. Not only does it increase the healing speed, but it can also restore physical strength and inner energy. Therefore, the third level is a place that martial artists must fight for. The disciple from the Last Joy Celestial Island replied. Speaking of this, he suddenly sighed helplessly and said, "It's a pity that the third level is now occupied by the Black Crow Empire's third maleficent star. The second level is occupied by a few martial artists from the Parameter Celestial Island. I was just healing in there, but I can't do it this time." Boom. At this moment, a figure was blasted out of the third level and fell to the ground, covered in blood. The person who was blasted out was a disciple from the Canopy Celestial Island. At the same time, a voice came from above. "Since the Canopy Celestial Island is in cahoots with Ling Xiao, don't even think about taking advantage of this place. We're already being merciful by not killing you." Ling Xiao frowned. It turned out that the disciples from the Canopy Celestial Island were affected because of him. In that case, he had to do something. There are disciples from the Canopy Celestial Island and the Last Joy Celestial Island here. Follow me. Ling Xiao stood up. He needed a good place to recover his physical strength. It was also good to help the people from the Last Joy Celestial Island and the Canopy Celestial Island. Although others had given him a drop of water, he had to repay them with a spring. "Young Master Ling, don't blame me for praising others and belittling ourselves. The martial artists here are a little weak. The strongest one is the one who was injured. His cultivation is at the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. The few martial artists from the Parameter Celestial Island on the second level are at the 8th and 7th Grotto Heaven realm. As for the third malefic star of the Black Crow Empire, his strength is even more terrifying. You have to think carefully." The disciple from the Last Joy Celestial Island said worriedly. Because he was inside, he did not see the scene where Ling Xiao killed Ji Tianming and the others. He did not understand how terrifying Ling Xiao was now. This kind of worry was reasonable. "That's right. If you're not strong enough, you'll end up like me," the severely injured martial artist from the Canopy Celestial Island said helplessly. Ling Xiao did not explain anything. Since he could not explain it clearly, he decided to go up alone. He wanted to show these people his strength and be confident. Young Master Ling, you have to be careful. Let's go. The few of us who are not injured will follow you. If young Master Ling is in danger, we can still fight. Perhaps the disciples of the Lastest Joy Celestial Island were influenced by the Lastest Joy Celestial Island. They treated Ling Xiao well. Seeing that Ling Xiao was going to take the risk, they hurriedly called out to the crowd and followed him. In the second level, a few martial artists from the Parameter Celestial Island were sitting cross-legged to recover. They had an intense battle with the heavenly demons and even met Long Chen in the process. They originally wanted to kill Long Chen, but they did not expect to be lured into the heavenly demon's nest and almost died. When we recover, we'll go and kill Long Chen. That guy isn't strong, but he's pretty smart. He actually dared to trick us. A martial artist said fiercely. After killing Long Chen, aren't you afraid of Ling Xiao? What's there to be afraid of? He's just trash with more fame than strength. Do you really think he's a top expert? Wait, who are you? The martial artist from the Parameter Celestial Island casually replied. However, he felt that something was wrong. Chapter 1526. The martial artist from the Parameter Immortal Island suddenly felt that something was amiss. Because the person who asked the question was not his companion, but the martial artist who walked in from outside. This bunch of rookies really didn't know what was good for them. They actually dared to come here. He looked at the person at the door with murderous intent. In the next moment, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. However, that fear soon disappeared. This was because Ling Xiao had sent him to the boundless hell with a single sword strike. The people from the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island here have all been wiped out. The Dark God Hall and the Water God Hall each sent one person here, and they were all killed by me. Next, it's your turn. Ling Xiao wasn't that angry at first. However, the words of the person from the Parameter Immortal Island just now made him want to kill. These people were really targeting him. Not only did they want to kill him, but they also wanted to kill his friends. Since that was the case, why couldn't he make the first move? A few more sword lights flew out, and the 10 martial artists from the Parameter Immortal Island here were all killed. These people didn't even have time to react before they died mysteriously. Ling Xiao's sword was too fast. It was so fast that no one could react. The disciple from the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island peeked inside. He wanted to see what was going on, but he was so scared that his whole body trembled. Oh my God, he's too strong. Young Master Ling really lives up to his reputation. No wonder the Patriarch told us to treat him better. The disciple was very glad that he didn't take too many detours with the 2 Vice Island Masters. Otherwise, he would be in trouble today. Alright, you guys stay here and heal your injuries first. Especially you, your injuries aren't light. I'll go up and meet the 3rd Jinx. Ling Xiao turned around and said. Then, he walked out of the 2nd floor and headed to the 3rd floor. The martial artists on the 2nd floor were still cleaning up the corpses inside. It didn't feel like much time had passed when they heard something fall outside. They rushed out and looked at the ground. They saw a corpse on the ground of the 1st floor. Who else could it be but the 3rd Jinx? How long did it take? Probably less than a minute. This is too terrifying. The 3rd Malefic Star of the Black Crow Empire should be a 9th Paradise Realm martial artist. How could he be killed so easily? Ling Xiao is too terrifying. Everyone discussed for a long time and finally came to this conclusion. Less than a minute, perhaps only a few dozen seconds, or even a dozen seconds. Such frightening strength really made people feel dread. Just how strong is that guy? Outside the entrance of the ruins, the martial artists could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ling Xiao's performance was simply too stunning. This fellow should not be inferior to the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. Ling Xiao only stayed on the 3rd floor of the Secret Arts Tower for a quarter of an hour. After he had fully recovered, he quickly left to look for Cold Plum. Along the way, he encountered Long Chen, who was being pursued by 3 martial artists from the Parameter Celestial Island and 7 martial artists from the Blackwater Celestial Island. Although Long Chen was a little disheveled, He had already relied on his terrifying bloodline talent to kill 3 people. Otherwise, there would be 13 people chasing after him. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He slashed the air with his sword, and a huge Daotai ruled the entire space. The 10 martial artists who were chasing after Long Chen died on the spot. They did not even know who had attacked. This guy is crazy. The martial artists from the Blackwater Celestial Island stood up. How dare he do this? How dare he say that? You're allowed to chase after our Qingshu College's disciples, but I, Brother Ling, am not allowed to kill your people. What kind of logic is this? Dai Yaoling said sarcastically. That's right. I said you're shameless, and you're not holding back. Ling Luo also chimed in. He had been hunted down and nearly lost his life. Thus, he did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for these people. After a while, Long Chen broke through the air. With Ling Xiao's help, he completed the assessment and left the Heavenly Devil battlefield. After that, Ling Xiao continued forward and met Shang Guanhong again. This guy had just killed the 5th Maleficent of the Black Crow Empire, but he was also seriously injured. It could be said that both sides suffered losses. Ling Xiao gave him a healing pill and lured a few Heavenly Devils over to help Shang Guanhong complete his mission. If the rules were fair, Shang Guanhong and Long Chen would not need Ling Xiao's help. However, this test was unfair to begin with. Thus, Ling Xiao did not hesitate to help. Shang Guanhong completed his mission and left the Heavenly Devil battlefield. At this time, there were only 3 martial artists from Qingshu College left in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Haim Myung Ko. Haim Myung Ko was still fighting fiercely with the 4th Maleficent of the Black Crow Empire. It seemed that it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time, but her life was not in danger. Cold Plum was the only one in danger. Somewhere in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, Cold Plum dodged Zhong Yu's Red Spider Lily's killing move again, but her expression was even worse. Facing 3 experts, she could not win even if she used all her strength. I can't die yet. Master still needs me. Lung Mai gritted her teeth. Her figure flickered, like a ghost that was hard to track. Her gaze was fixed on Phoenix Cry Wu Shan. This person's cultivation was the weakest of the 3. During the battle, she had been observing him and finally found his weakness. She had to kill one of them first. This way, she still had a chance of winning against 2. What a proud girl. No wonder my senior brother was tempted by you. But you're too stupid. What's so good about that Ling Xiao? He's just a lowly commoner. How can he compare to my senior brother? He's an expert ranked 4th on the Dragon Phoenix list, and Ling Xiao is worthless in front of him. Zhong Yu's parameter flower was also secretly shocked. She really did not hold back. Or it could be said that the 3 of them did not hold back. But this Cold Plum was like a natural killer, with an extremely tenacious vitality, an extremely terrifying sense of smell, and combat skills. Every time danger came, she could avoid it. Although she was injured, she was not seriously injured. Dragon Phoenix list? That's only because Master did not participate in the ranking, otherwise, she would definitely be first. Cold Plum looked at Zhong Yu with disdain and said, "This era belongs to my master. If he doesn't die, I can't die either." Her aura suddenly became more terrifying, as if she had a breakthrough in the battle. Kill. A ghostly figure dashed out. Her target was Phoenix Cry Wu Shan. Haha, she's coming for me, how stupid. Phoenix Cry Wu Shan sneered. He admitted that he was the weakest of the 3, but in terms of intelligence, he was stronger than the other 2. Since he guessed that Cold Plum would come for him, how could he not be prepared? Poochie. Cold Plum's sword pierced into Phoenix Cry Wu Shan's body, but it did not feel like it pierced into the skin, but as if it had pierced into wood. That's the substitute scroll of the ninja clan. Want to kill me? Is it possible? Phoenix Cry Wu Shan's voice came from another place, full of pride. Chapter 1527. Be careful. Tomohiko Kumar suddenly shouted. Feng Ming Wu Shan was stunned for a moment. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his back. A sharp dagger had already pierced his body. He looked at the other Cold Plum, only to find that it was just a bright plum blossom. You're the one who's too smart for his own good. After killing Feng Ming Wushan, Cold Plum quickly retreated. Her figure disappeared into the darkness again. Damn it, this girl still has this trick up her sleeve. She hasn't used it yet. Zhong Yu by Lilia was shocked. The three of them couldn't kill Cold Plum. Could two of them do it? Don't worry about others. Take care of yourself. A cold voice suddenly came from the side. Then, Zhong Yu by Lilia felt a terrifying coldness, as if the world was about to freeze. Feng Ming Piaro Shui, what are you doing? This was the last sentence Zhong Yu by Lilia said before she died. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that she would be killed by someone else after besieging Lung Mai all this while. What am I doing? Killing you. Feng Ming Piaro Shui lazily brushed the hair on her forehead. Then, she said indifferently, you just killed someone from Changal Celestial Island, right? At this time, Tomohiko Kumar was already nowhere to be found. That guy was smart. When he saw that the situation was not right, he hurriedly chose to escape. Thank you. Cold Plum's figure appeared. She was obviously a little weak. No need. If you want to thank someone, thank your man, Ling Xiao. I owe him. Goodbye. Feng Ming Piaro Shui smiled and disappeared. Her mission had been completed long ago. The reason why she stayed was purely to repay the favor. She originally planned to help Ling Xiao, but Cold Plum happened to be in trouble, so she conveniently helped. Changal ancestor, what's going on? To be inconsolable of the parameter Immortal Island roared furiously. What else could it be? The disciples of your parameter Immortal Island bullied my everlasting joy Immortal Island. Ling Xiao helped them. My granddaughter helped Ling Xiao's woman in order to repay him. This is very normal. Ancestor Changal said with a faint smile. Others to be inconsolable, but he didn't care at all. Ling Xiao, who was hurrying on his way, suddenly froze for a moment before he relaxed and smiled. Who would have thought that Cold Plum would be saved by Phoenix Cry's fluttering snow? It seemed like there was no need for him to be anxious. He used his soul to tell Cold Plum to leave immediately after completing the test. He then turned around and headed for another secret art tower. Haim Myung Ko and the fourth Malefic Star were both in the secret arts tower. Both of them were severely injured during the battle. They were chased by the heavenly demons and had no choice but to hide in the tower to recuperate. Among the people of Qingshu College, only Haim Myung Ko hadn't left. Ling Xiao naturally wanted to find her. At the same time, the fourth Malefic Star also contacted Tomohiko Kumar and the second Malefic Star to go there and use Haim Myung Ko to kill Ling Xiao. At the same time, the disciples of Phoenix Cry Mountain and Mount Fengming also left the battle and headed there. The Python Phoenix Boa Sheng and the Dark Phoenix Dark Current from the Phoenix Academy also received the same news. The remaining disciples of the Parameter Immortal Island and the Blackwater Immortal Island also headed there. It seemed like they were going to carry out a perfect annihilation of Ling Xiao. In addition to them, the remaining martial artists of the Martial Arts Master Island also received orders from their superiors to head to the Secret Arts Tower. Ling Xiao will definitely die there. This was what all the opposing forces were looking forward to. Without these people harassing them, the martial artists of the Celestial Island of Last Joy and the Celestial Island of Canopy had an easier time completing the mission. In addition to the martial artists killed by the heavenly demons, there were more than 10 people from the 2 immortal islands who completed the assessment and finally left the heavenly demon battlefield. However, there were also some who didn't leave. One was Piaro Shui, another was Feng Minglian, and the last was Ji Luoyu and Yu Tianya. Among the 4 of them, only Yu Tianya was there to kill Ling Xiao, although he was a martial artist of the Celestial Island of Last Joy. Once in the Divine Phoenix capital, he asked Ling Xiao to let Mo Tsong go, but Ling Xiao didn't give him face. As a result, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and tried to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, he was defeated by Ling Xiao and lost face. However, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's at that time. It was only because he was frightened by Ling Xiao's powerful soul power that he chose to escape. This time, he was determined to kill Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know all of this. Right now, he only wanted to save Haim Myung Ko and leave this place himself. Anyway, He had already passed the assessment, so there was no need to waste any more time. Big brother, did you hear the voice transmission? Who is it that wants us to go there? On the way, Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain met Mount Fengming. Mount Fengming asked in confusion, "It can't be a trap, right?" Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain sneered. "I know who that voice is. Don't worry, she won't harm us. Ling Xiao has offended the person he shouldn't have offended the most this time. He won't be able to escape this calamity. I must let him suffer the pain of being cut into pieces." Mount Fengming laughed. "Big brother, you're too kind. Just cutting him into pieces is too easy for him. Why don't you just cripple him and throw him into the heavenly demon battlefield and let those heavenly demons enjoy themselves? In this way, that kid's soul will be destroyed." That's right. Only in this way can we dispel the hatred in our hearts and avenge Father. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain nodded with a smile. TSK, how terrifying. This Ling Xiao offended your royal family. He's really unlucky. Otherwise, in the future, he would probably be able to shine and shock those cultivators of the White Tiger continent. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Yu Tianya flew over from the horizon. "Gentleman Sword, are you going to help Ling Xiao?" Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain frowned. "How can that be? Ling Xiao and I have a deep grudge. Why would I help him? Right now, I can't wait to devour his bones and soul and completely destroy him." Yu Tianya suddenly revealed a sinister expression. Outside the ruins, Patriarch Chang'el's expression was very ugly. Although Yu Tianya was once a subordinate of the two Vice Island Masters, he was still a member of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. If he were to make a move against Ling Xiao, it would probably provoke Ling Xiao's revenge on the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. "Island Master, there's no need to worry. Piaro Shui will take care of him." On the side, Dan Feng said with a lazy look while eating peanuts with a smile on his face. This young cultivator, who was ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix list, actually looked so slovenly. This was somewhat similar to the Liquor Demon Sword. However, behind his lazy style, there was a terror that no one dared to look directly at. "That's true." Patriarch Chang'el immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He naturally wanted to form an alliance with Ling Xiao, so opposing Ling Xiao was definitely not his wish. "Why hasn't Cold Plum come out yet?" In the square formation of Qingshu College, Lan Yue suddenly asked. "There's no need to look for her. Don't you know that girl's character? If Ling Xiao hasn't left the Heavenly Devil battlefield, she will definitely not leave. However, this is also good. With her strength, she can definitely help Ling Xiao." The Dean of Qingshu College, Feng Qingyang, said as he looked at the ruins. Chapter 1528. Ling Xiao is still inside. How can Cold Plum come out? Feng Qingyang, the leader of the Qingshu College team, had been silent the whole time. Now that the Moon Lady and the Alliance Master were fighting in the sky, he became the backbone and had to say what needed to be said. "That's right. Cold Plum won't abandon Ling Xiao." Lan Yue smiled bitterly. Hua Liuying, Hua Fuguang, Long Chen, and Shong Guanhong lowered their heads, feeling a little embarrassed. "All right, don't think too much. Cold Plum's strength is different from yours. She will help you if she stays, but you will only cause trouble if you stay. It's the wisest choice for you to come out." Feng Qingyang sighed and said. This Ling Xiao is really lucky to have so many talented friends to help him. It's really hard to come by. Young Master Ling, I finally found you. You can't go to the Secret Arts Tower. On the way, Ling Xiao met a disciple of Canopy Island. He seemed to have been waiting for Ling Xiao. "Why?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. Almost everyone just received a message from a mysterious voice. "They want to kill you in the Secret Arts Tower." The disciple of Canopy Island answered. "I heard it too," Ling Xiao said with a smile. That voice was a calm female voice, which was exactly the same as the Alliance Master's voice outside. Ling Xiao believed that it was done by that person. After all, she was the one who opened the door to the ruins. Only she could do this. "No way. You heard it and still want to go?" The disciple of Canopy Island looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. He was completely stunned. "It's not up to me. I believe that person has calculated that I will go even if I know it's a dangerous place. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, "Thank you for your reminder. I'm fine. No matter how good the plan is, it's useless in front of strength. You should leave this place quickly. Be careful." After he finished speaking, he didn't turn back. Instead, he sped up and flew toward the Secret Arts Tower. This battle was unavoidable. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to watch his own people get trapped in the Secret Arts Tower and do nothing about it. What's more, it was actually a good thing for him to gather all his enemies together. It saved him a lot of time and he didn't have to search everywhere. They're here. Ling Xiao has appeared. The first to arrive at the Secret Arts Tower were the martial artists from the Parameter Celestial Island and the Blackwater Celestial Island. There were a total of 12 people. These 12 people were all at the 5th Paradise Realm or above. The strongest among them should be the second-in-command of the Blackwater Immortal Island, a 10th Grotto Heaven Realm expert. As for his name, Ling Xiao was too lazy to ask. In any case, he would soon become a corpse. These people didn't know what Ling Xiao had done before, so in their opinion, the 12 of them should be able to kill Ling Xiao. Kill him. Ling Xiao's life is mine. These 12 people actually treated Ling Xiao as a piece of meat that could be sliced up at will. At the same time, they pounced on him and howled. They were even more evil than the heavenly demons. Dark Sword Realm, Black Dragon roars and swallows the heavens. Ling Xiao had no intention of retreating. With a shake of the dark demonic sword in his hand, the Dark Sword Realm suddenly appeared. Then, countless black dragons began to circle around him like tentacles. It was a horrifying sight. Kill. Pu. The terrifying black dragon sword chi pierced through the air. In the heavenly demon battlefield, it was infused with the heavenly demon fighting will and its power increased exponentially. As the ear-piercing sound rang out, only 3 of the 12 people were left. The rest were all killed. Even in death, they didn't know how they had offended such a terrifying martial artist. What's going on? How can this Ling Xiao be so strong? His sword moves are even more powerful in the heavenly demon battlefield than outside. Is this guy a heavenly demon? We were too careless. If we knew this would happen, we would have waited for the others to arrive before attacking together. What should we do now, Gao Yang? The other 2 knew that the martial artist from the Blackwater Fairy Island was the strongest. Naturally, they followed his lead. Retreat. Enter the Secret Arts Tower first and rendezvous with the 4th Jinx of the Black Crow Empire. Our people should be here soon. I don't believe that we can't kill Ling Xiao with so many people joining forces. The Blackwater Fairy Island expert was frightened by Ling Xiao's shocking Black Dragon Sword Realm. He had no intention of fighting at all. To put it nicely, they were retreating. In fact, they were just running away in a sorry state. He knew that the 4th Jinx was still in the Secret Arts Tower. One more person meant one more combat power. However, would Ling Xiao give him such a chance? Roar. The dark demonic sword in his hand suddenly turned into a long dragon and pounced at an extremely fast speed. The long black dragon was hundreds of meters long and seemed to be able to tear the space in half. The terrifying sword essence was unstoppable. In just a moment, the remaining 3 martial artists, including the guy from the Blackwater Fairy Island, were swallowed by the long black dragon. Even their corpses disappeared. This guy is too cruel. It seems that using the Heavenly Devil battlefield to trap him was a wrong choice. The Blackwater Fairy Island master looked coldly at Ling Xiao, who was in the door of the ruins. For the first time, he doubted the Alliance Master's actions. However, the pitiful him did not know the Alliance Master's true intentions. On the surface, it was to kill Ling Xiao. What was the real reason? Perhaps only the Alliance Master himself knew the answer. The Blackwater Fairy Island, the Sacred Dynasty Fairy Island, and the Parameter Fairy Island have all been annihilated. In order to kill Ling Xiao, they all died in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. No one passed the assessment. The Dark God Palace only sent one person, and he was annihilated. The Water Fairy Temple also sent one person, and he was annihilated. The Black Crow Empire only has Tomohiko Kumar, the 2nd Malignant Star, and the 4th Malignant Star left. It seems that all the forces that are enemies with Ling Xiao have been dealt a devastating blow. Yeah, I really don't know if they're trying to kill Ling Xiao or if they're being hunted down by Ling Xiao. Who else can kill Ling Xiao? Many people who liked to watch the show began to look forward to the appearance of an expert who could fight against Ling Xiao. Who is that? Everyone saw a person standing at the entrance of the Secret Arts Tower. It was a burly man. That must be the Python Phoenix, Boa Sheng. He's ranked 4th among the 10 great phoenixes. He might be able to kill Ling Xiao. Many people's eyes lit up. Boa Sheng was born in the city of Sin. He also had a blood feud with Ling Xiao. This was because the first time Ling Xiao went to the city of Sin, he directly annihilated Boa Sheng's family. Although it could be said that his family was courting death by attacking Ling Xiao first. But he didn't care about that. Anyway, it was Ling Xiao's fault. Who is Python 5 to you? Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Boa Sheng. My biological father. Boa Sheng said through gritted teeth. Then I advise you not to do anything. Otherwise, I'm afraid your family will have no descendants. Sometimes, Ling Xiao felt that these people were pitiful. They were obviously weak, but they kept coming to seek death. It made him a little embarrassed to kill them. Chapter 1529. Of course, Ling Xiao was only joking when he said he was embarrassed. He would never show mercy to those who dared to attack him. Hee, are you afraid? But since you're here, don't even think about living. Boa Sheng didn't seem to understand the meaning of Ling Xiao's words. Behind his muscular body, a huge black python lifted its ferocious head and stared at Ling Xiao with its huge eyes. A terrifying power was released continuously. So scary. Is this the strength of the 4th Phoenix? Ling Xiao is in trouble this time. This guy is a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist with yin-yang essence energy. Many astute martial artists could tell Boa Sheng's cultivation when the power was released. I hope Ling Xiao doesn't die too quickly. Otherwise, it won't be interesting. The surrounding martial artists felt excited. What they wanted to see was a dialogue between two strong martial artists. It was a fight to the death. The more exciting it was, the better. But would Ling Xiao let them do as they wished? What Ling Xiao hated the most was being treated like a monkey watching a show. Therefore, in the battles here, he would basically use the fastest way to resolve them. Ha, are you afraid, Ling Xiao? Do you really think you're invincible under the age of 30? I'm 10 years older than you and have 10 more years of cultivation experience. Do you really think it doesn't matter? Boa Sheng laughed heartily. The huge black python flicked its venomous tongue as if it was showing off its strength to Ling Xiao. I'm not afraid. In fact, I'm excited. Roar tilde. Behind Ling Xiao, a huge mystical dragon flew out. It was even more terrifying than the black python and had an even more terrifying aura. It roared at the black python. The black python actually shrank back in fear. Martial souls. Mine is definitely stronger than yours. The ancient hell dragon was the ancestor of the dark attribute. With it as a combat martial soul, coupled with the dark demon sword, the power would naturally increase. Ling Xiao could be considered to be a judge of character. This was the best way to deal with Boa Sheng. He wanted the ancient hell dragon to intimidate the black python martial soul. How dare a small snake fight against a mystical dragon? Hehe, interesting. I didn't expect your martial soul to be the legendary ancient hell dragon soul. However, from today onwards, it belongs to me. Boa Sheng stared at the ancient hell dragon with glowing eyes, a strong sense of greed in them. If you like it, come and snatch it yourself. Let's see if you have the ability. Ling Xiao said coldly. Black python blood spear. Die. Boa Sheng didn't waste any more words. A ball of black light appeared in his hand. Then, the light turned into a long spear. It looked like a black python was coiled on the spear, and it was filled with an evil power. Whoosh. The black spear pierced through the air, forcibly piercing a crack in the space and shooting rapidly towards Ling Xiao. Dark demon sword, heart destruction. The sword essence exploded to the extreme. The dark demon sword in Ling Xiao's hand, wrapped in a terrifying fighting spirit, hit the black spear heavily. Boom. With a loud bang, Ling Xiao was sent flying. The power of the black spear was simply terrifying. However, Ling Xiao, who was sent flying, had a cold smile on his face. People were surprised to find that the black spear that Boa Sheng had condensed by burning his blood essence and infusing the black python martial soul was being corroded by the black energy. It was constantly rotting. Its power was also rapidly decreasing. Damn it, how could this be? My martial soul. Boa Sheng could feel his black python martial soul wailing. However, the black flame on the black spear was burning more vigorously. Is this the Hell Dragon fire? Finally, Boa Sheng understood what was going on. One of the 12 sacred flames, the ancestor of the Dark Death Flame, was the Hell Dragon fire. Although this flame was not as difficult to extinguish as the Dark Death Flame, its instantaneous destructive power was even more terrifying. Ling Xiao, just you wait. One day, I will destroy you. Boa Sheng's martial soul was damaged and he did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately chose to leave the heavenly demon battlefield. Although he had to achieve his goal of killing Ling Xiao, he had to deal with the matter of his martial soul first. Hey, are we really going to be enemies with such a guy? Even Boa Sheng is not his match. Not far away, a group of martial artists was hiding. There were about 15 of them. They were martial artists born in Martial Zone Island and there were many of them who were stronger. They had originally received orders to kill Ling Xiao. However, when they arrived, they saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Boa Sheng. Hence, they were terrified. Yeah, what a joke. Aren't we courting death by being enemies with such a person? But we can't ignore the orders from above. Then what should we do? Looks like we can only wait for the other experts to arrive before we fish in troubled waters. No matter how strong Ling Xiao is, it's still difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. He definitely won't be a match for so many people. As long as we seize the opportunity, we can still eliminate him. In the end, one of the stronger martial artists spoke. That's right, we should do that. Everyone agreed. You should have chosen to leave instead of plotting to kill me. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Suddenly, a cold voice resounded above them. Everyone hurriedly looked up. What he saw was a huge golden crow. Then, a terrifying radiance exploded among the crowd. In just one move, more than half of them were killed or injured. The martial artists of Martial Zone Island were not as strong as the 5 Immortal Island and the 2 Empires. After Ling Xiao's attack, only 3 or 4 of them were left. However, the fear did not end there. Just as the few martial artists who were glad that they were not killed were thinking about how to escape, the cold sword intent had already pierced their throats. What a cruel guy. What a domineering guy. This is called taking the initiative to gain the upper hand. He is simply a role model for our generation. Yeah, what's so cruel about it? Do we have to wait for the other party to arrive before we counterattack? Who would do such a stupid thing? Outside the door of the ruins, the crowd was excited. Originally, they had not recovered from the battle between Ling Xiao and Boa Sheng. That battle was too disappointing. They thought that it would be a battle of equal strength. Who knew that Boa Sheng would be so weak and escape after one move? However, Ling Xiao's fighting style was to their liking. However, Ling Xiao is really not afraid of offending people. He offended the remaining 5 islands of Martial Zone Island. There were also people who were worried for Ling Xiao. You should think about it the other way around. The people of Martial Zone Island should be careful not to offend Ling Xiao with the previous 2 islands as examples. But what about them? They really did not take Ling Xiao seriously. They deserved to be killed. I think Martial Zone Island has to hold it in even if they are not convinced. Otherwise, they will be destroyed. Ling Xiao is not even afraid of the 5 Immortal Island. Why would he be afraid of them? That was a sensible person. What he said was the real truth. Chapter 1530. Ling Xiao did not intend to provoke others, but others wanted to kill him. What could he do? Stretch his neck and let them chop him off? He did not have that kind of masochism. Ling Xiao stepped into the secret arts tower and saw Haim Myung Ko, who was recuperating. He also harvested the head of the Black Crow Empire's 4th malefic star. When he was about to bring Haim Myung-ko out to hunt a few heavenly demons and then leave the heavenly demon battlefield, 3 people came to the Secret Arts Tower. They were Phoenix Cry Mountain, Mount Fengming, and Yu Tianya. Ling Xiao, I know you're in there. Come out and die. Phoenix Cry Mountain roared furiously at the Secret Arts Tower. What should come will come in the end. Ling Xiao knew it would be like this. It was impossible to hide. He told Haim Myung-ko to continue recuperating in the Secret Arts Tower and then walked out. You guys came in the end. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Beggar, die. When Yu Tianya saw Ling Xiao, he was like a hungry wolf that saw delicious food. He unsheathed the noble sword in his hand. Sword light flashed, and there was a faint electric light. A jumping electric snake circled around the noble sword. The terrifying lightning sword Qi was like a ferocious lightning dragon, shooting towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Tianya's sword with an indifferent expression. A black evil aura slowly rose from his body. The dark demonic sword in his hand, wrapped in a terrifying killing sword intent, stabbed out just like that. He did not even use any moves. However, the heavenly demon fighting will around the Secret Arts Tower was stirred up because of this. It felt as if the world was spinning. You don't have to be in such a hurry to die. Ling Xiao's lips finally curled into a mocking smile. Yu Tianya's strength was not even on par with the Blackwater Immortal Island martial artist that he killed earlier. He was even worse than Boa Sheng. Even Boa Sheng was forced back by him with a single move, and this person actually dared to attack so rashly. It seemed like this Yu Tianya did not know about the things that had happened recently. Perhaps in his eyes, Ling Xiao was still an ordinary 4th or even 3rd level Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Crack! A crisp and clear sound rang out. The instant the 2 swords came into contact, Yu Tianya's lightning sword Qi immediately disintegrated. That arrogant lightning dragon was swallowed by the terrifying aura of darkness. After that, Ling Xiao's evil sword Qi ruthlessly pierced through Yu Tianya's protective elemental energy. Poochie. The sound of a body being pierced rang out in the air. When Yu Tianya's figure explosively retreated, he discovered that there was a hole in his chest. If it was just an ordinary injury, it wouldn't be fatal. However, this sword was infused with the terrifying immemorial hellfire, and it started burning within Yu Tianya's heart. A tilde shrill screams continued to ring out. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming frowned. The 2 of them attempted to save Yu Tianya, but they realized that they had no way of doing so. That terrifying flame made them not even dare to approach. Finally, after struggling for a moment, Yu Tianya stopped breathing. Sigh, in the end, we still ended up provoking Ling Xiao. Looking at this scene, old ancestor Chang'e sighed. He wondered if this matter would affect the relationship between their Chang'e Immortal Island and Ling Xiao. Don't worry, Island Master. If Ling Xiao was such a narrow-minded person, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. He should know that Yu Tianya has nothing to do with us. Dan Feng said lazily while eating fruits. Furthermore, if Ling Xiao really finds fault with us, I'll kill him personally. A hint of worry flashed across old ancestor Chang'e's eyes. Dan Feng's arrogance was not inferior to Ling Xiao's. His cultivation was even much stronger than Ling Xiao's. He was probably the person who was closest to the yin-yang realm among the martial artists under the age of 30. Although this child admired Ling Xiao, he was definitely not afraid of Ling Xiao. However, this was also good. If a martial artist didn't have his arrogance, the path of martial arts wouldn't be so smooth. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain, Mount Fengming, do the 2 of you also want to follow in Yu Tianya's footsteps? Ling Xiao shook off the blood on his sword, then looked at the 2 young masters and said, Isn't it better to live well? Cut the crap. The hatred of killing our father is irreconcilable. If you don't die, how can we face our dead father? Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain said angrily. Since that's the case, then the 2 of you can go accompany your father. I'll fulfill your filial piety. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Although he didn't want to kill them, if the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be merciful. Before his voice died away, Ling Xiao shook the dark demonic sword in his hand. In an instant, evil sword essence filled the sky. A terrifying sword chi tore through the void and pierced toward Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming. He actually planned to fight the two of them alone and solve the problem directly. Go! Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming looked at each other and then attacked together. The power of the two long spears condensed together and pierced toward the terrifying sword chi. Boom! Crack! The terrifying power collided in the air. The next moment, Ling Xiao took 3 steps back. However, Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming took 4 or 5 steps back. 2 against 1, Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and Mount Fengming were actually at a disadvantage. It's not over yet. What are you waiting for? Ling Xiao took 3 steps back, and his figure suddenly disappeared. He shot out at an even faster speed, and his entire body turned into a terrifying giant sword. Tai Chi sword body. Light and shadow escape. The two fused moves were used together, and a white light suddenly appeared in front of Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain. Damn it, I can't dodge it. Second brother, help. While Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain tried his best to resist, he roared at Mount Fengming. Big brother, I won't let you die in vain. However, what Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain heard was a cold and heartless voice. At that moment, Mount Fengming did not join forces to block Ling Xiao's attack. Instead, he hid behind Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain and pushed him out with his hand, hitting the Tai Chi sword body. Mount Fengming knew very well how terrifying Ling Xiao's sword was. If the two of them joined forces, both of them would be injured. However, if he let his brother block this attack, he would not be injured. Although Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain might die if he did so. Poochie. The sound of the sword chi piercing through the body was heard. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain turned back to look at his second brother before he died. He probably did not expect that he would be killed by his brother's plot in the end. Damn it, the people from the royal family are ruthless. And shameless. Outside the door of the ruins, many warriors were stunned for a moment. Soon after, intense discussions rang out. Using his family as a shield. How could he do such a thing? Since ancient times, the royal family has been heartless. Phoenix Cry Sky Mountain's corpse fell to the ground. Mount Fengming did not take the opportunity to attack Ling Xiao. Instead, he chose to run away. After a few hundred meters, he stood still. Ling Xiao, you killed my brother and officially offended the morality court. You're finished. That person from the morality court loves my brother the most. This time, you're dead. Let alone you, even your heavenly empire will be razed to the ground. Chapter 1531. Oh, I forgot to tell you. People outside can see what's happening inside. Ling Xiao scratched his head and smiled. What? Mount Fengming was dumbfounded. People outside can see inside. Didn't that mean that the fact that he had used his brother as a shield had been seen by others? Impossible. This is the heavenly devil battlefield. That door to the ruins is just a portal. How can people outside see inside? Mount Fengming felt that Ling Xiao was fooling him. That idiot. Outside the ruins, Fengming Xiao's face was dark and uncertain. Mount Fengming's actions were really too stupid. I, Ling Xiao, hate people who stab people in the back the most. I originally thought that I didn't have any enmity with you two brothers. It was only because of the grudge with your father that I got involved. I didn't hate to kill you. But after seeing your actions, I feel that it's better for you to die, lest you stay behind and harm others. I believe that many people still remember the Battle of the Dragon Forest. It's not over yet. Destroy my heavenly empire? I'd like to see who dares to touch my people. I'll make them disappear first. The dark demon sword emitted a black sword light that pierced through the air. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of something shattering came from the void. Mount Fengming had actually trapped himself in a tortoise shell at some point in time. That was a real tortoise shell. It looked like the hard shell of a tortoise. Mount Fengming's entire body was curled up inside. The dark demon sword only left a shallow mark on the tortoise shell. It didn't even crack. That tortoise shell was clearly some kind of special treasure. However, although the tortoise shell was hard, the terrifying impact of the dark demon sword could not be completely cushioned. Mount Fengming was still bleeding from his nose, looking a little hideous. It was just that he was hiding in the tortoise shell and many people couldn't see him. At this time, Mount Fengming was very clear that he was absolutely no match for Ling Xiao. In addition, his elder brother was already dead, so there was no shield that he could use. At this time, he actually shouted without caring about his face, "No matter who it is, as long as you can help me kill Ling Xiao, our Divine Phoenix Empire can give you a promotion, reward you with 10,000 gold, and all kinds of classic martial arts. Whatever you want, I can get it for you." At this time, in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, although there were no warriors from the big forces, there were still many scattered warriors who didn't belong to any sect, and there were also some warriors from small sects and small forces. Furthermore, there were close to 30 of them. Did you hear that? Anyone who kills Ling Xiao will be rewarded handsomely. What do you think? If we're able to become a prince in Divine Phoenix Empire, then wouldn't we be able to eat and drink well in the future? Aren't we fucking cultivating like this for the sake of standing out? That's right, there's also endless medicinal pills and martial arts manuals. Glory, splendor, wealth, and rank can be obtained with a single thought. There are close to 30 of us, and Ling Xiao is just one person. Are we afraid that we can't kill him? The bold ones are stuffed to death, the cowardly ones starve to death. Go. Humans were all greedy, especially these small sects and forces, as well as scattered warriors. They were originally lacking in resources, and usually didn't have any backing. This time, they finally had the chance to establish a relationship with the Divine Phoenix Empire's royal family, so how could they easily give it up? Close to 30 people, 27 or 28 of them were tempted. Of course, there were also people who chose to leave quietly. No matter how many benefits there were, they were afraid that they wouldn't have the life to take them. Not to mention Ling Xiao's terrifying strength, just that tortoise Mount Fengming, that guy could even push his own elder brother to his death. These people probably wouldn't have a good ending either. Thus, 27 killing intents pounced towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao's face was as calm as an ancient well. There was no smile, nor was there any fear. It was as if the ones rushing over weren't 27 people, but 27 moths. He took a deep breath, and the dark devil sword in his hand gripped even tighter. However, before he could make a move, 3 figures rapidly dashed over from afar. Kill. Ice-cold voices came from the mouths of those 3 people. Snowflakes danced in the air. Plum blossoms scattered. Ice Phoenix cried. The Emperor's sword moved unhindered in the air. 27 warriors, in an instant, became 27 corpses. The ones who attacked were precisely Feng Ming Piaro Shui, Cold Plum, Feng Ming Lian, and Haim Myung Ko. Master, Benefactor, Big Brother Ling, Ling Xiao, are you alright? The 4 proud daughters of heaven rushed towards Ling Xiao at the same time, and didn't even look at the corpses on the ground. This scene made the gazes of many people outside the ruins stiffen. After a long time, someone cursed with jealousy, "This Ling Xiao is 2F** king popular with women. If any of these 4 women were given to me, I would wake up laughing for the rest of my life. Come on, Ling Xiao has done these 4 women a favor. What kind of thing did you do?" But then again, these 4 girls are really terrifying. Those 27 warriors weren't weak, but they were actually destroyed by them in an instant. Anyway, I won't provoke them. Ling Xiao turned back to look at the 4 girls, revealing a happy smile. What could make a person feel happier than being saved by 4 such outstanding women? Thank you. There wasn't much to say, and there was no need to say so much. Everything was in these 3 words. On the other side, Mount Fengming abandoned the tortoise shell and sped up to escape into the distance. You guys just wait. After I get out, Mount Fengming will definitely make you die a horrible death. In the distance, the roar of Mount Fengming could be heard. Unfortunately, you don't have that chance anymore. Ling Xiao's figure flashed and turned into a flash of light. In an instant, he had already caught up with Mount Fengming, who had been escaping for a long time. Kill. Ling Xiao's sword stabbed out. Since Mount Fengming dared to threaten him, he definitely couldn't let this guy leave alive. Otherwise, there would really be endless trouble. However, at this moment, a phoenix cry was heard, followed by a cold flame that shattered Ling Xiao's sword chi. Then, a young man in black who looked full of a gloomy aura appeared there. It's not a man to kill all of them. Ling Xiao, you've already killed Mount Fengming. Why don't you spare his life? Hai Liu, help me. When Mount Fengming saw the person who came, it was as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. He was no match for Ling Xiao alone, but with the help of Dark Current, the result would naturally be different. You're also here to kill me, right? Ling Xiao asked. Dark Current was stunned for a moment, then immediately revealed a hideous smile and said, "Yes, you can die now." Before his voice died away, he suddenly pointed out a finger. The terrifying black flame condensed into a line, piercing the void and shooting towards Ling Xiao, who was close at hand. In that case, why are you still talking nonsense? Let's die together. Ling Xiao's figure flashed and easily avoided Dark Current's attack. Then, the dark demon sword in his hand once again attacked Mount Fengming. Chapter 1532. Bang! Dark Current suddenly attacked from the side and slapped Ling Xiao's right rib. However, Ling Xiao's body did not move at all. His body suddenly flickered, and a pitch-black flame rushed to Dark Current's arm along the crimson sun feather jacket. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Ling Xiao glanced at Dark Current coldly and said, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish first." Flames rose, and Dark Current's right arm instantly burned. However, Dark Phoenix's son was also ruthless. As soon as he saw that the situation was bad, he directly chopped off his burning right arm with a hand chop. Although the pain made him sweat profusely, the terrifying Hell Dragon fire was no longer a threat to him. Are you happy? Unfortunately, it's too early. Ling Xiao actually abandoned Mount Fengming and launched a series of attacks on Dark Current. He stabbed out with the Dark Demon sword in his hand, and a shadow all pierced through the air. Dark Current had just lost his arm and was injured. He didn't dare to take it head-on and could only dodge. While dodging, he shouted at Mount Fengming, "Come and help." However, he found that Mount Fengming not only didn't come to help, but also fled into the distance. Seeing that Dark Current had lost his arm, Mount Fengming didn't dare to stay. It killed 2 heavenly demons on the way and chose to leave the heavenly demon battlefield. Dark Current was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Don't worry, after I kill you and leave the heavenly demon battlefield, I'll kill him too. Your grudges can be settled in hell. Ling Xiao kept attacking with his giant sword, forcing Dark Current to flee in panic. Ling Xiao, I was just bewitched by Mount Fengming. Now that I've lost an arm, why do you have to force me? The Nether Ocean Current shouted as it fled. I gave you a chance just now. It was you who didn't take your life seriously. You can't blame me. How could Ling Xiao possibly listen to Dark Current? He abruptly accelerated, instantly closing in on the Dark Current. The huge dark magic sword slashed down from above, directly splitting the Dark Current in two. Those who kill me, die. His words were directed at the sky. In fact, he was speaking to the many warriors outside the door of the ruins. Not far away, Tomohiko Kumar and the second Bane, who had been hiding and observing the situation this entire time, knew that the situation was hopeless. They very wisely gave up on attacking Ling Xiao and quietly withdrew from the heavenly demon battlefield. They had already completed the test long ago, and they were only here to hunt down Ling Xiao. Since he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, there was no need for him to stay any longer. It seems that no one will come. Let's go. Haim Myung-ko killed a few heavenly demons and completed the test. During this period, no new enemies appeared. Ling Xiao knew that this test was probably over, so he spoke up. The 5 of them left the heavenly demon battlefield at the same time and appeared above the killing dragon forest. The sun was high in the sky. It seemed to be noon, around 12 o'clock in the mystic world time. The door of the ruins finally disappeared, and the warriors who had passed the first round of the test stood on a high platform in the center that had been prepared long ago. The high platform seemed to be formed by the gathering of energy. It was clearly not a physical object, but it was harder than a physical object. The sacred dynasty island was completely destroyed. The parameter island was completely destroyed. The 5 martial ancestor islands were completely destroyed. The imperial family, Mount Fengming and Fengminglian, 2 remaining. The Phoenix Academy, Boa Sheng, Feng Mingpiao Shui, Zhu Wen, and Ying Tianxia, 4 remaining. The Black Crow Empire, Tomohiko Kumar and the Second Bane, 2 remaining. The Canopy Island, 10 people passed. The Changle Island, 12 people passed. The Qingshu College, 8 people all passed. As for the remaining warriors, 4 remained, including the heavily injured Ji Luoyu. There were more than 200 participants, but only 34 people passed in the end. Luoyu, what happened to you? Ling Xiao looked at Ji Luoyu in surprise. She was the disciple of the Medicine King Sun Sa and a member of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Who would dare to injure her like this? Hehe, I did it. This girl refused to cooperate with me to deal with you, so I attacked her. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to kill her. Boa Sheng laughed. It turned out that Ji Luoyu had also received the notice to surround and kill Ling Xiao. She wanted to rescue Ling Xiao, but on the way, she encountered Boa Sheng, who was defeated by Ling Xiao, and they fought. Although her strength was not bad, it was still difficult for her to win against Boa Sheng. In the end, she was heavily injured. Fortunately, she was the disciple of the Medicine King Sun Sa and was good at some strange pills. That was how she managed to survive. However, it was impossible for her to continue participating in the next battle. It seems like I really should kill you. At this moment, Ling Xiao's hatred surged. Regardless of whether he had feelings for Ji Luoyu was still very kind to him. What's more, this time, it was to help him that he encountered the python on the way. If he did not kill Boa Sheng, his hatred would not disappear. Feeling the murderous intent released by Ling Xiao, Boa Sheng sneered. You dare to attack me here? Sword, come. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and Ice of Fury instantly appeared in his right hand. Then, a divine light sword quickly appeared above his head. Merge. The divine light sword merged with Ice of Fury, and its power suddenly increased greatly. In the Heavenly Devil battlefield, he used the Dark Demon Sword because of the Heavenly Devil fighting spirit. At this time, it was noon outside, and the Scarlet Sun was releasing a blazing light. It was naturally better to use the Divine Light Sword. Sword Chi whistled, and a strong wind blew. With Ling Xiao as the center, the surrounding air seemed to have become hot in an instant. Boa Sheng frowned, then snorted coldly. A terrifying aura was released from his body. The huge shadow of the black python appeared behind him. The two auras collided in the air, exploding and tumbling. It was terrifying. It is indeed the yin and yang yuan energy of the half-step yin-yang realm. No wonder the giant python phoenix is ranked 4th among the 10 phoenix sons. Previously in the Heavenly Devil battlefield, people could not feel Boa Sheng's aura and could only see his performance. Therefore, they did not have a thorough understanding of him. Some of their judgments were just guesses. But now, Boa Sheng was right in front of them. They could clearly see how strong this guy was. Too powerful. This was Boa Sheng's true strength. He had not shown it in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. It seems that Ling Xiao did not kill Boa Sheng in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. It was a mistake. That's right. I knew it. How could Ling Xiao be so strong? This guy must have cultivated some kind of martial art that can make use of the Heavenly Devil fighting spirit. Therefore, while others were suppressed, he was not affected at all. His combat strength naturally increased. I suddenly feel that those warriors who were killed by Ling Xiao died unjustly. Perhaps they were killed by Ling Xiao, who was weaker than them. Boa Sheng's words answered the doubts in many people's hearts. In fact, Ling Xiao also knew about this point. In the Heavenly Devil battlefield, one's strength decreased while another's strength increased. But so what? He didn't think that Mang Sheng would be a match for him outside. Chapter 1533. This battle, many people were not optimistic about Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's performance previously was outstanding, that was because he was stained with the light of geographical advantage. It was not that his own strength was strong at all. There were even many people who thought that Boa Sheng was the best candidate who was most qualified to contend with the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. Ling Xiao probably really could not do it. All stop. This is the Dragon Phoenix selection. If you guys continue to make a move, Then this seat will expel you guys from the Dragon Phoenix selection in the name of breaking the rules. Just as Ling Xiao and Boa Sheng were at daggers drawn, that alliance chief spoke up. The Moon Lady and that alliance chief fought for a long time. The moment before Ling Xiao came out, they were still fighting fiercely. But in the end, the victor was not decided. This alliance chief's strength also obtained many martial artists' recognition. After all, to be able to take so many moves under the Moon Lady's hands, this was still the first. Which, how awe-inspiring of you. Isn't the one who broke the rules you? Right after that alliance chief spoke, the enraged Ling Xiao directly aimed the spearhead at her. If not for you, I wouldn't have encountered so many dangers in the Heavenly Fiend battlefield. If not for you, so many geniuses on the Divine Phoenix continent also wouldn't have died tragically. I'm very suspicious of your identity now, whether or not you're a spy from the White Tiger continent. The speaker had intentions, the listener also had intentions. Actually, many people expressed puzzlement over some of this alliance chief's actions. This first assessment was clearly to make the Divine Phoenix continent and Heavenly Dragon continent's martial artists kill each other. Doing so, the only one who benefited was the White Tiger continent. It was just that many people dared to think so, but did not dare to say so. Only Ling Xiao said it out loud. Furthermore, he actually called that exalted alliance chief a witch. This guts was really big enough. Insolence. That alliance chief shouted coldly. Am I being insolent or are you being insolent? A spy from the White Tiger continent ran to the Divine Phoenix continent to abuse your power and caused so many genius martial artists to die. Shouldn't you be responsible? Ling Xiao did not wait for the other party to finish speaking and directly retorted. Damn it, nearly caused to die by people, he was furious right now. Alliance chief. Whose alliance master are you? Who recommended you to be the alliance leader? What right do you have to give orders here? This series of angry shouts caused the alliance master's anger to soar to the sky. But she couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. The Moon Maiden couldn't kill her. She couldn't kill the Moon Lady either. If she couldn't kill the Moon Lady, she couldn't touch Ling Xiao. She gritted her teeth in hatred, but there was nothing she could do. I announce that Ling Xiao has insulted me and has been eliminated from the Dragon Phoenix selection. He will leave immediately. The alliance master suddenly sneered and said, Hehe, do you think that after using me to kill those geniuses, I'm useless now and you can throw me away as a pawn? Unfortunately, you seem to have forgotten one thing. I killed them because they wanted to kill me, and I am not your chess piece. Between the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, I am the one who controls the game of chess. Who do you think you are to have the right to make me leave? Ling Xiao sneered and said, Tell me, should I withdraw? You shouldn't. Deafening shouts sounded in the sky above the killing dragon forest. Regardless of whether they liked Ling Xiao or disliked Ling Xiao, they didn't want Ling Xiao to withdraw at this time. Warriors who liked Ling Xiao wanted to see Ling Xiao take the lead. Warriors who didn't like Ling Xiao wanted to see Ling Xiao be killed. Therefore, Ling Xiao couldn't withdraw. This was the consensus of everyone. Only the stupid alliance master didn't understand this at all. To be inconsolable, Ji Ruolong, Raven Queen, what do you mean? Even you want to go against my orders? The alliance master looked at the three people coldly and questioned, Don't forget that Ling Xiao killed many disciples on your island. The three people who were questioned didn't say anything. No matter what the alliance master said, they couldn't let Ling Xiao withdraw. Once Ling Xiao withdrew, how could they take revenge? Furthermore, Ling Xiao's words had truly awakened him from his stupor. Although the Alliance Master was elected by the 5 island masters of the 5 immortal islands, to be honest, they were only shocked by this person's cultivation. At that time, they needed someone to mediate the conflict between the 5 immortal islands. Because of this, they had this Alliance Master. Although they feared and respected this person, they didn't need to listen to him. Alliance Master, now you see, who is going to get lost? Ling Xiao looked at the Alliance Master mockingly and said coldly, I want to kill Boa Sheng, can you stop me? Kid, we don't want you to withdraw not because we support you, but because we want to kill you, so don't be too proud. To be inconsolable suddenly stood up and said. She believed that even if she said that, Ling Xiao wouldn't withdraw. In fact, the more she said that, the more Ling Xiao wanted to participate. Ling Xiao's character was like that. He would never be threatened by anyone. The more he was threatened, the more motivated he would be. Haha, you really dare to say that? Ling Xiao said with a smile. No matter who the Alliance Master is, you are the main culprit who killed so many geniuses of the opposite Bank Island. If I don't kill you, I'm not human. To be inconsolable said coldly, I believe you want to continue participating. Why don't you wait? There's no need to make the second assessment so troublesome. Let's have a real duel. Whoever wants to fight, just invite them. There's no need to talk nonsense. This way, you don't have any objections, right? I agree. Ji Ruolong said. I agree too. Raven Queen said. I agree. The Island Master of the Blackwater Immortal Island nodded. Although this suggestion is good, if there are many people inviting the same person to fight, wouldn't it become a tag team battle? Old Ancestor Changle said with a frown. It's simple. After the battle, you can rest for up to 2 hours before accepting the challenge again. Ji Ruolong added. Alright, since that's the case, I agree too. This is much more straightforward. Anyway, the Dragon Phoenix selection is to select the participants of the White Tiger meet. The Dragon Phoenix Mountain has already sent experts to participate in the selection. The young experts participating in the White Tiger meet will be able to see your battles. The 12 people with the best battle results will be qualified to head to the White Tiger continent and enter the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Zhu Tianlin, the Island Master of the Sky Canopy Immortal Island, nodded. What's the background of this Dragon Phoenix Mountain? Why is there such a force? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. I don't have any objections to your rules, but you have to make things clear. The Dragon Phoenix Mountain is a sect jointly established by the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. It's located in a small country in the White Tiger continent. It's a mid-lower sect, but it's stronger than any of the sects in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. Zhu Tianlin explained, actually, the island masters of the 5 Immortal Island are all outer sect elders of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. If you want to inherit the position of Island Master, you have to obtain the consent of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. There's such a thing. I didn't know about it. Ling Xiao was very surprised. He didn't expect the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent to be so hardworking in order to enter the White Tiger continent to cultivate. They even established their sects in the White Tiger continent. However, it sounded a little weak. Chapter 1534. Do you agree, Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor? Senior He looked at Ling Xiao and asked. I agree. Ling Xiao looked at Boa Sheng. Wash your neck and wait. I'll take your life first. Some people are really in a hurry to die. That leader hated Ling Xiao to the core. She also had an indescribable fear of Ling Xiao. Therefore, she really wanted to seize every opportunity to mock and make sarcastic remarks about Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's strength was far inferior to hers, this kid's eyesight was too terrifying. He actually saw through her intentions with a glance. That's right, she wanted the martial artists of Divine Phoenix Continent and Sky Dragon Continent to kill each other. However, she wasn't a spy of White Tiger Continent, but an inner sect elder of Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Dragon Phoenix Mountain was divided into the White Tiger and Divine Phoenix factions. White Tiger faction's martial artists wholeheartedly wanted Dragon Phoenix Mountain to completely integrate into White Tiger Continent. They even wanted to recruit disciples from White Tiger Continent and despised Divine Phoenix Continent and Sky Dragon Continent's martial artists. Divine Phoenix faction's martial artists hoped that Divine Phoenix Continent could produce more geniuses to join Dragon Phoenix Mountain. They wanted Dragon Phoenix Mountain to become an exit for Divine Phoenix Continent's genius martial artists to go to White Tiger Continent. The two factions fought endlessly, and both had their wins and losses. Of course, Sky Dragon Continent was directly ignored because other than Ji Funning and his wife back then, there wasn't any other martial artist that could be brought out. As a martial artist of White Tiger faction, this leader naturally didn't want to see Divine Phoenix Continent gain the upper hand. Therefore, she tried her best to become the leader of 5 Immortal Island and used this Dragon Phoenix selection as an opportunity to greatly weaken the strength of Divine Phoenix Continent's martial artists. This method was actually no different from a spy. She wholeheartedly wanted to become a complete citizen of White Tiger Continent. She didn't even want her ancestors. It was fine if she didn't want them, but she actually schemed against her own kind. Her intentions were punishable. This time's challenge is still a matter of life and death. Those who are afraid, just give up. The leader said coldly. Although she couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to die, using this second stage of the assessment to kill Ling Xiao could be considered as helping her vent her hatred. This is inappropriate. Ancestor Chang'e said slowly, the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard, in addition to the 34 people who passed the first round, are all our elites. No matter who dies, it will be a loss for the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Sky Dragon Continent. That's right. I think we should add another rule. If you can't win, you can admit defeat. It'll be considered a failure. If you refuse to admit defeat, you'll have to fight until you kill your opponent. Raven Queen pondered for a moment before replying. Many people agreed with this idea. All right, so be it. That Alliance Master knew very well that he no longer had much authority. If he insisted on refusing, then he might not even be able to host the Dragon Phoenix selection today. Moreover, such a rule would not affect his plan. That was because he knew that at the very least, Ling Xiao would definitely not admit defeat. Hehe, if that's the case, then I won't hold back. I want to challenge Ling Luo from Qingshu College. As soon as the rules were set and the challenge was about to begin, Boa Sheng revealed a sinister smile and looked at the people from Qingshu College. He was not in a hurry to kill Ling Xiao. He wanted to let Ling Xiao watch him kill the martial artists from Qingshu College one by one. That way, Ling Xiao would suffer even more. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. Hehe, you're shameless. You're a half-step yin-yang realm expert, and I'm just a 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. You actually dare to challenge me? Phoenix Academy and the Divine Phoenix Empire's reputation have been completely disgraced by you. Ling Luo really took after Ling Xiao. He could poke his opponent's sore spot with just one sentence. I admit defeat. I won't fight, okay? He was straightforward. If he could not win, then he could not win. He did not want to court death. This was what a person with self-awareness should do. He knew very well that Boa Sheng would not give him the chance to admit defeat during the battle. Boa Sheng gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He challenged everyone, including Haim Myung Ko, Hua Liuying, and Shangguan Hong, but they all chose to avoid the challenge. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. The difference in cultivation level was too big, and it was a life-and-death battle. Only idiots would accept the challenge. However, avoiding the battle meant that he would have one more defeat in his battle record. When the time came to evaluate the results, they would naturally be at a disadvantage. Even so, risking one's life was just asking for trouble. It was not worth it at all. Boa Sheng's gloomy expression only blossomed when Long Chen was invited. Long Chen had agreed to the challenge. Ha ha ha, I have to say that your companions are very smart, but you are really an idiot. You actually dared to accept my challenge. You're dead meat today. Boa Sheng was very excited. He could finally vent the anger in his heart and torture the martial artists of Qingshu College. Ling Xiao, I'm not in a hurry to deal with you. I want to let you see how your companions die in my hands. Don't cry when the time comes. You talk too much. Long Chen stepped out and floated above the killing dragon forest. He released a domineering aura that was not weak at all. Ling Xiao knew that this guy was the same as him. He had been suppressing his own strength. For example, he had only used his complete golden dragon form once in the Divine Phoenix continent, and it caused the martial artists of the Black Crow Empire to pay a heavy price. This time, it was related to whether he could go to the White Tiger continent. It should not matter if Long Chen exposed his identity as a dragon. After all, there were many different races in the White Tiger continent. Unlike the Divine Phoenix continent, the dragon race was considered a rare species. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not stop Long Chen from challenging him. Come on, kid, You've got guts. You're stronger than your cowardly peers, but you're just foolishly bold. Boa Sheng was also floating in the air. The huge black python behind him was spitting out its venomous tongue. Its huge eyes stared at Long Chen as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Ling Xiao looked on indifferently. This was Long Chen's choice. He would not stop him. However, he would not let Long Chen die. He would not hesitate even if it meant breaking the rules. At most, he would not participate in the white tiger meet. Compared to fame, what he valued more was still his good brothers and good friends. Die. Boa Sheng looked at Long Chen. His eyes were filled with Ling Xiao, who had beaten him up and forced him to escape. He was instantly furious. With a roar, he waved his fists and smashed them toward Long Chen. The black python behind him seemed to have merged with his fists, causing the space to distort and deform. It was clear that he wanted to kill Long Chen with a single punch. He wanted to use the most direct method to kill Long Chen. Long Chen looked at Boa Sheng coldly. Strange cracking sounds came from his body. Then, his entire body began to change. The original pure human form entered the human dragon form. Whether it was strength or aura, it became much stronger. This kid actually has the bloodline of the dragon race. Such a martial artist is rare. No wonder he dared to accept Boa Sheng's challenge. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. P.S. There's a power outage. The later updates may be a little late. However, the 5 updates a day will not change. Chapter 1535. The crowd was shocked by Long Chen's dragon bloodline, but they did not know that. The dragon bloodline was different from the true dragon. The bloodline could be inherited or obtained through a fortuitous encounter. For example, Ling Xiao obtained the immemorial golden dragon bloodline. However, the true dragon was a pure-blooded dragon clan. The difference between the two was too great. Interesting. No wonder you're as arrogant as Ling Xiao. So you have something to rely on. But so what? You're still no match for me. Mang Sheng's terrifying punch finally came crashing over. The space in front of Long Chen had almost completely collapsed. At this moment, Long Chen swung his fists to meet the punch. This kind of collision between strength and strength, a contest between flesh and blood, was what he loved the most. Boom. After the two fists collided, the space around them began to collapse continuously, with the two of them as the center. What a terrifying collision. This Long Chen doesn't look simple. We've underestimated him. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Even if we've underestimated him, his current cultivation is only at the 5th or 6th Grotto Heaven realm. It's impossible for him to be a match for Boa Sheng. That's true. Unless he has more powerful means. Hehe, what means? Unless he's a true divine dragon or a colossal dragon, it's impossible for him to bridge the gap in cultivation. That's true. The dragon clan has been extinct for a long time. I've never heard of them appearing in the mystic world. Another person laughed as well. He seemed to think that what he was talking about was a little too bizarre. Right at that moment, Long Chen was sent flying from the high platform. The huge gap in strength was not something that the human dragon form could make up for. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. You're quite durable. I was afraid that I'd kill you with one punch. That wouldn't be fun. I'll torture you slowly and let Ling Xiao see how you die in despair. When Mang Sheng saw that Long Chen had been blasted away, he stood up again. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged forward again. This made him a little surprised, but also a little excited. What he loved the most was to trample on these stubborn fellows. As he spoke, the terrifying shadow of the black python behind him became more and more solid. Moreover, it continued to twist and turn, as if it could pounce at any time. That kind of terrifying deterrence was really too strong. Many martial artists rejoiced that they did not encounter this fellow in the heavenly devil battlefield. Otherwise, they would definitely be dead. Many warriors who saw this scene despised Ling Xiao's victory even more. They felt that Ling Xiao had only defeated Boa Sheng in the heavenly demon battlefield because he was more adapted to the environment there. It wasn't that he was stronger than Boa Sheng. If you like to play, I'll accompany you. Human dragon form, complete form. Naturally, Long Chen had not fully released his power. Up until now, he was still restraining himself. He wanted to know how well he could fight Boa Sheng before using the power of the giant dragon. Roar tilde tilde. Long Chen's roar came out of his mouth. His entire body was almost in the form of a giant dragon, but his body was still relatively small. This state was the complete form of the human dragon form. It was not as strong as the giant dragon form, but it was Long Chen's strongest strength. Interesting. Black Python strangulation. Boa Sheng's eyes shone with excitement. The black python behind him finally pounced out. His entire body merged with it and slammed into Long Chen's body. This time, Long Chen was sent flying again. He crashed into the boundary of the killing dragon forest and was sent flying back again. Blood kept coming out of his mouth as he gasped for breath. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, see that, Ling Xiao? See that? Hehehe, this is the result of going against me. Boa Sheng laughed maniacally as if he was enjoying the most intense joy in the world. However, Ling Xiao was still expressionless. Ling Xiao can't be afraid, right? With his character, he would go up to save Long Chen even if he had to break the rules, right? Yes, he must be afraid. Otherwise, with his character, he would definitely not be like this. Looks like Ling Xiao is only afraid at times. He is not as powerful as the rumors say. The crowd started to discuss. They were disappointed that Ling Xiao did not go to save Long Chen. They did not like to see such a one-sided battle. They wanted to see a battle that was truly evenly matched. Roar tilde tilde. Suddenly, Long Chen, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, let out a terrifying roar. Then, the aura on his body kept rising crazily as if it was going to burst the surrounding space. What's going on? The crowd looked at the scene in shock. They were all stunned by the situation in front of them. However, Long Chen's transformation did not end there. Originally, he was only 1.67 meters tall, but now, he suddenly became bigger and bigger. Like a small mountain, he stood there and his huge dragon mouth was spitting out golden flames. Oh my, it's a giant dragon. A golden giant dragon. He's from the dragon race? Oh my god, the dragon race still exists. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. The demonic liquor sword looked at Ling Xiao with interest as he muttered to himself, "Just who are you? You even have a member of the dragon clan by your side." His admiration for Ling Xiao was even stronger than before. Boa Sheng was also shocked by the scene in front of him. He had thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect Long Chen to be a genuine golden giant dragon. Not only did the mountain and river martial spirit appear in the heavenly dragon continent, even the dragon race appeared. Could it be that they were really going to rise? No, so what if he's a giant dragon? I'm not afraid. Boa Sheng roared and pounced towards the golden giant dragon. A hissing sound came from the mouth of the black python behind him as if it was demonstrating its power. Roar. Long Chen's roar rang out once again. He took a huge step forward, and the entire high platform trembled. A terrifying dragon's extinction was brewing in his mouth. It seemed to have the power to destroy heaven and earth. The auras of the two people blended between heaven and earth and stirred up the surrounding space. Many warriors who were not very strong were trembling in fear because of this. How terrifying. This is a real battle between the top. Long Chen is too surprising. He might be the strongest person in Qingshu College. He's even stronger than Ling Xiao. People looked at Long Chen, who had completely transformed into a giant dragon, and had such a thought for the first time. There was more than one person. It seemed that Ling Xiao's title as the strongest person in Qingshu College would be taken away by Long Chen. Of course. Ling Xiao would not have such a shocking effect when facing Boa Sheng. After all, Long Chen's aura was not inferior to that of Boa Sheng, who was in the half-step yin-yang realm. Could Ling Xiao do it? Obviously not. Perhaps Ling Xiao would be instantly killed by Boa Sheng. Chapter 1536. Everyone was secretly surprised. Even in the face of a giant dragon, Boa Sheng's aura was not weak at all. How could Ling Xiao be compared to him? Hiss. Roar. The giant python's roar and the giant dragon's roar rolled like strange thunder. The loud noise exploded in the sky above the killing dragon forest. Everyone felt their hearts palpitate. At that moment, many people even had the illusion that the sky had cracked open. The giant dragon spat out a golden dragon's extinguish from its mouth. It turned into a ball of terrifying energy that burned the space. A fierce wind suddenly raged. Leaves flew everywhere. Many people's line of sight was blocked. This terrifying battle had already exceeded many people's expectations. The impact it brought was simply enough to make countless people tremble. Who would win? Everyone was asking questions. The terrifying roar gradually disappeared. The fierce wind also gradually stopped. The broken branches and withered leaves finally fell to the ground. The giant dragon and Boa Shung's figures appeared clearly in front of everyone again. The giant dragon lay on the ground, panting heavily. On the other side, Boa Shung was not in a good state either. His clothes were torn and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be in a worse state than Long Chen. After all, once Long Chen entered his giant dragon form, he would be a real golden dragon. His defense and strength were incomparable to other races. Dragons, even if they were only second to the divine dragons, were still existences that stood proudly at the top of all living beings. Humans were called the wisest of all things because they were good at learning and improving. However, dragons were born with incredible and terrifying strength. Today, Long Chen had completely unleashed his power and showed everyone what a noble giant dragon was. Of course, Boa Shung was actually able to fight the giant dragon to a draw. This was something to be proud of. This guy is indeed powerful. I'm not his match. With my current 6th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation, even with the help of the golden dragon's body, I still can't defeat him. Long Chen's huge eyes stared at Boa Shung. He was unwilling to accept this. He originally wanted to defeat Boa Shung on behalf of his benefactor. Unfortunately, he failed to do so. Dragon. What a terrifying dragon. How tough is this guy's body? How terrifying was that power? If my cultivation was slightly weaker, I would have been either melted by long extinguishing or trampled flat by the giant dragon. I didn't expect that the most powerful person in Qingshu College is not Ling Xiao, but this guy. Looking at Long Chen, Mang Sheng was shocked as well. He wanted to kill Long Chen and torture him to make Ling Xiao suffer. But now, it seemed that he had been too complacent. I think this match should be considered a draw, lest the divine Phoenix continent lose two outstanding geniuses. At this point in the battle, Ming Huang suddenly spoke. Boa Shung was a student of the Phoenix Academy. Naturally, he did not want anything to happen to Boa Shung. After all, Long Chen was from the Dragon Clan. The fighting strength and endurance of the Dragon Clan were extremely terrifying. If this continued, the one who would suffer in the end would be Boa Shung. He didn't want to take any chances. Agreed. Feng Qingyang nodded and said. As the current dean of Qingshu College, Feng Qingyang did not want anything to happen to Long Chen. Long Chen's performance was enough to shock him. This child had to be nurtured well. The Alliance Master also nodded in agreement. Her eyes were fixed on Long Chen. A dragon clan. It was her first time seeing one. She could not bear to see such a rare species die just like that. Since someone suggested a draw, then she might as well go with the flow. I need to remind all the martial artists who passed the first round of assessment, as well as the top 10 on the Dragon Phoenix list, that in the second round of assessment, only those who have fought will have their results calculated. If you do not participate in the battle, then you have no results and will be disqualified. Do you understand? She added. This rule was naturally to weaken the strength of the Divine Phoenix Continent's martial artists as much as possible. To be honest, he was a little surprised. He had also been there to watch the last 5 Immortals Grand meet. It could not be compared to this Dragon Phoenix selection. How many years had it been? The current Sky Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent were simply full of talents. On Dragon Phoenix Mountain, their White Tiger series martial artists would not have an easy time. If they could do more, then they should do more. Ling Xiao, it's your turn. Boa Sheng did not challenge Cold Plum and Hua Fuguang. Because he did not have the confidence to win against these two women, he did not want to waste time. Cold Plum and Hua Fuguang's cultivation levels seemed to have reached the half-step yin-yang realm. He might not be afraid, but it was not worth it to lose too much energy. You should rest for a while first. Otherwise, others will say that I, Ling Xiao, took advantage of others. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. He was clearly mocking those martial artists who said that he took advantage of others in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Excuses were not so easy to come up with. Hee, you're afraid, aren't you? Boa Sheng laughed. He must be afraid. Ling Xiao must have been shocked by the battle just now. The spectators naturally thought that Ling Xiao refused to fight because he was afraid of Boa Sheng. That's enough, Boa Sheng. Come back and rest for a while. There's no hurry to kill him. That kid is full of tricks. Don't fall into his trap. Ming Huang looked at Boa Sheng and said, TSK. Boa Sheng looked at Ling Xiao unwillingly and said, You'd better not die in the hands of others. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Don't worry. I won't die before you. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Boa Sheng. This person's strength was indeed unexpectedly strong. But so what? When had he, Ling Xiao, ever unleashed his true strength? Even when he had used the complete Tyrant martial soul when facing the 6th Malefic Star, he still had a trump card. This was him. He would never use all his trump cards. No one was qualified to make him use all his trump cards. Who will fight with me, Ling Xiao? He didn't take the initiative to ask for a fight. Because he knew it wasn't necessary. There were many people here who wanted to kill him. As long as he stood out, there would definitely be people who wanted to kill him. Outside of the top 10, there was Tomohiko Kumar, the 2nd Malefic Star, and Mount Fengming. There were even more people in the top 10 who wanted to kill him. Ji Huangtian, Zhongyu Huangquan, Jiao Yang Wu Qing, the 1st Malefic Star, He Yanbing, and Fengming Qi Shan. These people all wanted him dead. Ling Xiao stood there and waited. But the strange thing was that no one spoke. He suddenly understood. How could the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix continent think highly of him? It was unlikely that they would take the initiative to ask for a fight. He would have to challenge them or force them into a corner. As for Tomohiko Kumar, the 2nd Malefic Star, and Mount Fengming, after seeing how powerful he was, they were a little cautious and didn't want to be the first to fight. They wanted others to lead the way. Why don't the three of you come together? Ling Xiao pointed at Tomohiko Kumar, the 2nd Malefic Star, and Mount Fengming. His cold eyes were full of strong confidence. Is this guy crazy? Does he think this is the Heavenly Devil battlefield? Chapter 1537. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a madman. Did he think that this was the Heavenly Devil battlefield? Did he think that he could still fight 1 against 3 here? That was ridiculous. Can I? Tomohiko Kumar looked at the Alliance Master and asked. Of course, since this is the request of the challenger, then there's no problem. If he wants to die, then you can help him. The Alliance Master's tone was full of mockery towards Ling Xiao. It was definitely not a wise move to fight 1 against 3 in such an occasion. However, how could he understand Ling Xiao's feelings? Those 3 people were afraid of him and were unwilling to fight. If he wanted to kill these 3 people, the most straightforward way was to give them hope. Then, he would cruelly crush this hope. Tomohiko Kumar, Mount Fengming, and the 2nd Malefic Star were not as strong as Boa Sheng, so they were unwilling to face Ling Xiao alone. However, if there were 3 of them, it would be different. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Then, the 3 of them walked out coldly and stood opposite Ling Xiao, full of murderous intent. Kai Yong rose even higher. Under Kai Yang, in the Killing Dragon Forest, it was a battle between the most outstanding geniuses of the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. However, Kai Yang would eventually witness the end of an era and the rise of another. Some people would become stronger and stronger. Some people would be miserably eliminated. The mystic world was like that. In the world of martial artists, the way to be completely eliminated was death. However, this time, the entire Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent were watching. Whoever could stand out in the Dragon Phoenix selection would become the true top of the 2 continents. It was too difficult to guess. Ling Xiao, his battle record was once brilliant and his name was known throughout the world. He was also the one who single-handedly created the Heavenly Empire. However, if he were to lose today, then everything he had obtained in the past would be for naught. Even if he did not die, his prestige would drop to a freezing point. How could the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire be a loser? This was absolutely not allowed. Similarly, Tomohiko Kumar had no way out. He had already succeeded the throne of the Black Crow Empire, and there were many who were unconvinced. If he were to fail today, he would completely fall. To the second malefic, failure meant death. He was one of the 2 remaining members of the Black Crow Empire's 7 malefic stars. The other was one of the Dragon Emperor's strongest. As for him, he had to defend his dignity. Mount Fengming had no way out. In front of so many people, he had tricked his big brother Qin and the Dark Phoenix child, the Dark Current. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then he would definitely become the target of everyone's disdain. Once he killed Ling Xiao, he would be a hero, and no one would be able to do anything to him. Everything he had done before had become a necessity, and even a smart thing to do. None of the 4 of them could lose. However, someone had to lose. Reality was cruel. The 3 of you didn't have to die, but unfortunately, you did something you shouldn't have done in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 people in front of him, like an emperor on a domineering throne, and said coldly and mercilessly, "There's nothing we shouldn't have done. Perhaps we did something wrong, but as long as we kill you, all our mistakes will become right." Tomohiko Kumar said indifferently, "That's right. Blood for blood." Mount Fengming said, "5 of my 6 friends died because of you. This battle is unavoidable." The second malefic star's voice was cold. "In that case, let's do it." It didn't matter what grudges they had. This battle could be resolved. Kill. A fearful shadow appeared behind Tomohiko Kumar. It looked like a human, but also like a crow. Those pitch-black feathers wrapped around the human's body. Isn't that the founding king of the Black Crow Empire? Someone in the crowd recognized Tomohiko Kumar's martial soul. Good fellow, Tomohiko Kumar's martial soul is actually his own ancestor. No wonder it looks much stronger than his cultivation. But even so, he's still weaker than the other 2. Wait. While the crowd was discussing, a pitch-black long sword appeared behind Tomohiko Kumar's back. That sword was suffused with a black-red light, like the transformation of a crow. What was even more terrifying was that there was an extremely strong evil sword intent on the sword. It was filled with endless resentment and anger. Demonic sword. The legendary demonic sword of the Black Crow Empire. Tomohiko Kumar is really going all out. In order to kill Ling Xiao, he didn't hesitate to unseal the demonic sword. Isn't he afraid of being devoured? The demonic sword floated out. Tomohiko Kumar's eyes suddenly became hollow, as if he had lost his consciousness and handed everything over to the demonic sword. "Ha ha ha, little kid, you did well. You should have left it to me. Leave it to me. This battle will be very simple." Tomohiko Kumar spat out a crazy laughter that made one's scalp tingle. "You too, why aren't you attacking? If you can't finish off that kid in 10 minutes, just wait to become my nourishment." Tomohiko Kumar's strange laughter was extremely strange. "Bullshit, why should I listen to you?" Mount Fengming said angrily. "Die." Tomohiko Kumar suddenly pounced on Mount Fengming. His body turned into a black crow, and he grabbed Mount Fengming's neck with his sharp beak. In just an instant, Mount Fengming became a bag of skin. It was as if the blood in his body had been completely sucked dry. Terrifying. This unexpected situation left Ling Xiao a little dumbfounded. The martial artists watching the show were even more dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? It was supposed to be 3 against 1. How did it turn into an internal conflict? However, it was clear that Tomohiko Kumar's aura had become stronger. Although it was not as strong as Boa Sheng's, it was very close. Trash, this body is too weak. His cultivation is only at the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. If only he was stronger. The demonic sword seemed to be very dissatisfied with Tomohiko Kumar's body. Even if it was stronger, It could not display its full power because it was too weak. Why aren't you attacking? Do you want to be the same as him? Tomohiko Kumar turned his head to look at the second maleficent star and coldly said. The second maleficent star gritted his teeth and could only brace himself. This was simply an unexpected disaster. When it was 3 against 1, he still had some hope. But now, it was 1 against 1. How could he possibly defeat Ling Xiao? The battle unfolded between Ling Xiao and the second maleficent star. Tomohiko Kumar licked his lips and watched nearby, as if looking for an opportunity. Leave the Black Crow Empire, and I can spare your life. In the middle of the battle, Ling Xiao suddenly said mentally, You've seen the Black Crow Empire's attitude. Do you really plan on dying for them? Impossible. My life was given to me by Her Majesty. I can only be loyal to her. The second maleficent star painfully said. Fine, then I'll give you a clean death, lest that monster sucks your blood dry. Chapter 1538. After 10 moves, Ling Xiao could clearly sense that Tomohiko Kumar was staring at the second fiend. He knew what that guy was trying to do. He couldn't let that guy get any stronger. Therefore, it was better for the second fiend to die a clean death. Divine Sword of Light, True Yang Change. The blazing sword light finally pierced the second fiend's body, and the terrifying light instantly burned him to ashes. This made the monster's face turn ashen with anger. It's your turn, demon. After killing the second fiend, Ling Xiao's only opponent was Tomohiko Kumar. However, the situation didn't get any easier. The demon sword was even more terrifying than the 3 of them combined. This was what everyone thought. Cake, since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish. How many years has it been? I didn't expect the younger generation to be so useless. The demon sword laughed eerily again. Then, Tomohiko Kumar's hand grasped the black sword. The terrifying aura caused his entire body to be enveloped by a blood-red light. Your era has long passed. Now, it's my era. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. Ling Xiao's hand gripped the divine sword of light tightly. He knew that this opponent wouldn't be easy to deal with, but he was even more confident in his own strength. Terrifying destructive sword intent gathered around him. Sword chi tore through the void like a wild gale. Behind him, the ancient infernal dragon soul kept roaring. HMPH, hateful light power. But you're too weak. Your light power is too weak. In front of me, it will be blown out like a candle. Tomohiko Kumar snorted. The demon sword in his hand trembled, and he charged at Ling Xiao with terrifying killing intent. The desolation in the air grew stronger. Everywhere he passed, many trees began to wither and deteriorate. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Haven't you learned that before? Ling Xiao laughed coldly. Then he took a step forward. The divine sword of light in his hand had become one with him. One with the sword. He had finally achieved this. The sword was him. He was the sword. This feeling was too mysterious. TSK, this Ling Xiao seems to have been underestimated by us. Can his divine sword of light defeat Tomohiko Kumar's demon sword? The aura of darkness and light collided in the air. As if they were natural enemies, neither willing to give way to the other. The sharp sword chi revealed a sharp killing intent. A duel between swordsmen was really different. That sharp feeling was enough to make people feel as if their skin was about to be cut open. It was not a pleasant feeling. Terrifying, one with the power of light and destruction, one with the other with the dark power and death sword. Is he trying to make everything wither away? Sigh. The 2 swords had yet to come into contact, but the sword wills had already begun a fierce battle. A piercing sound was piercing through the air after a moment's. Jian had a surprised look on his face. But in the blink of an eye, he was to Chiu. Little doll, your sword is not bad. You used the power of light well and reached the realm of one with the sword at the critical moment. It's a pity that this old man has reached the same realm 1,000 years ago, and I'm more experienced than you. Why don't you lend your body to this old man? This old man can help you conquer the world and let you become the top powerhouse in the mystic world. This person spoke as if letting you die was giving you face. That feeling of charity was too strong. Forget it. You haven't even conquered the divine Phoenix continent, yet you want to conquer the mystic world. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. I've already said that your era is over. This is my era. What a stubborn little doll. To tell you the truth, this old man only used less than 30% of my power in that exchange, but you had to use all your strength to receive it. Do you want to live or die? Choose for yourself. Otherwise, you'll be dead in the next attack. Tomohiko Kumar spat out a disdainful voice. It seemed that not being able to kill Ling Xiao was not because Ling Xiao was strong enough. It was because he had shown mercy. Hearing this, everyone felt a strong shock. That sword just now was already strong enough. It was almost close to Boa Sheng's strength. And he said that he only used 30% of his power. Even if he was bragging, he probably used 60 to 70% of his power at most. Ling Xiao was really in danger. Ha ha ha, my ears are about to grow calluses from hearing such words. Everyone says that they didn't use their full strength, then show me. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Facing the threat and disdain of the demon sword, Ling Xiao's words were full of ridicule and ridicule. Interesting. Little doll, you probably don't know that sometimes bravery and recklessness are not the same thing. Since you want to die, then this old man will fulfill your wish. Tomohiko Kumar's face turned cold. The demon sword in his hand suddenly became incomparably huge. The terrifying aura of death also became denser. It was as if it was a giant sword used by devils after being tempered in the depths of hell. The black and red light on the giant sword swallowed and spat out. Many of the surrounding warriors were trembling because of it. Some people were so frightened that they turned around and fled, causing chaos among the spectators. This old man's sword is a sword that I comprehended after cultivating the power of shadow for many years. It's called the Sword of Extinction. Annihilate everything and leave not even a blade of grass alive. To be able to die under this old man's sword, you have not lived in vain. Tomohiko Kumar looked coldly at Ling Xiao. The giant demon sword in his hand revealed boundless desolation and the intent of extinction. Some warriors with weak wills actually committed suicide. And that terrifying intent of extinction was still rising. It's indeed very strong. But I still say the same thing. You're old and can't keep up with the times. You actually dare to take out such a vaudeville sword move to disgrace yourself. Ling Xiao sneered. Vaudeville? Ling Xiao actually said that the terrifying sword move was a vaudeville? A backward move that could not keep up with the times? Then what sword move did he have that could be stronger than this one? Little doll, you really talk big. Then let this old man see what method you have to deal with this move. Tomohiko Kumar said with a gloomy face. No one had ever dared to say that his sword move was a vaudeville. This was an extreme insult to him. If you want to see, then I'll let you see. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, a towering aura of a king suddenly burst out from his body. This aura was many times stronger than those kings of the divine Phoenix continent. It actually made many warriors subconsciously kneel on the ground in fear. The majestic aura of a king was pure and powerful. Behind Ling Xiao, the phantom of the ancient hell dragon had already disappeared. In its place was a human figure. There was no crown on his head. There was no throne under his body. There was also no king character engraved on his forehead. Dressed in white, his long hair fluttering, he looked so simple and unadorned. However, it was this human figure that possessed an incomparably strong aura of a king that shook the world. Chapter 1539. In Ling Xiao's hand, there was an additional sword. A purple sword. On the blade of the sword, there was a purple aura of a king. Why does that sword look so familiar? In the crowd, many people muttered to themselves. Right. That's the treasured sword that the human king carried in the ancient book. Later generations call it the king's sword. Many people came back to their senses and searched their minds for the knowledge that they had read in books before. Each and every one of them was exclaiming in admiration. How did Ling Xiao obtain the king's sword? Could it be that he was really the successor of the human king? But Ling Xiao would not answer them. He only slowly pointed the sword tip at Tomohiko Kumar and said coldly, "This is called the human king's sword. To be able to die under its blade, you should be able to feel at ease. No killing intent. No intent of destruction. The pure to the extreme king's aura landed on every part of the killing dragon forest. Not only did those martial artists kneeling on the ground not stand up, they became even more pious instead. Old senior, after living for so long, you should have never seen the human king's sword before. In order to let you die in peace, I'll use this sword to send you away. By the way, only a frog at the bottom of a well would think that they have a trump card. Others are all idiots. The mystic world is very big and there are many powerhouses. It's just a pity that you won't have the chance to see it again. Ling Xiao's voice was not loud, but every word exuded a strong king's aura, making people have no choice but to listen. Amidst the worship of countless people, Ling Xiao moved. Holding the human king's sword in his hand, he charged towards Tomohiko Kumar with a vast king's aura. The aura of the devil's sword actually trembled a little. Impossible, how can this old man's devil sword be afraid of a little child like you? Tomohiko Kumar muttered to himself, following which his expression became even crazier. That enormous devil sword also chopped down towards Ling Xiao. Since he was unable to suppress Ling Xiao in terms of aura, then he might as well use strength to completely destroy Ling Xiao. That terrifying devil sword was like a ray of devil light that cut apart heaven and earth. However, at this moment, it no longer gave off the same feeling as before. That was because the king's qi was too powerful. That kind of overwhelming righteousness suppressed the evil qi. Lose. Ling Xiao's majestic voice came out of his mouth. Between heaven and earth, there was only a brilliant righteousness and the might of a king. It was as if the king of men had come back to life and wanted to rule the mystic world once again. Boom. Crack. The huge demonic sword was blocked by the human king's sword, and then a terrifying explosion exploded in the sky. The overwhelming righteousness of the human king's sword, the might of a king, actually began to constantly suppress and consume the demonic aura and deathly sword intent on the demonic sword. The demonic sword trembled as if it was about to submit. What? Tomohiko Kumar looked at this scene in astonishment. The old ancestor of the Black Crow Empire in his body could not understand how his demonic sword could lose to the sword in the hands of this brat. Could it really be the resurrection of the human king? Otherwise, how could such a dense emperor qi be unleashed? An expression of disbelief and unbearable fear appeared on his face. He used the demonic sword to revive and control the body of his descendant. He thought that he could use this body to return to the mystic world and dominate it. But now, it seemed that everything had turned into nothing. He could not even kill this arrogant brat in front of him. His demonic sword should have been unstoppable. It should have advanced courageously. It should have made Ling Xiao tremble and completely lose the ability to fight. But at this moment, the person who was frightened was not Ling Xiao, but him. Such a sword full of overwhelming righteousness, boundless king's qi, and terrifying might should not appear on a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Even a Yin-Yang realm martial artist should not have such an aura. He did not understand what was going on with Ling Xiao. Of course, he did not understand because he did not know that Ling Xiao possessed the tyrannical martial spirit. He also did not understand that the tyrannical fighting spirit of the tyrannical martial spirit was even more tyrannical and powerful than the will of mountains and rivers of the human king. Retreat. This was the thought that came to him in an instant. He wanted to leave Tomohiko Kumar's body and protect his soul. This way, even if Tomohiko Kumar died, he could still preserve his life. But in the next moment, something even more terrifying happened. He realized that it was as if he was trapped in this body, unable to escape. What is that? He saw that there was a strange red three-leaf-shaped pattern in Ling Xiao's right eye. It was like a demonic power that imprisoned his soul, preventing him from escaping. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Since you want to fight to the death with me, how can you escape without determining a victor? Ling Xiao knew very well that this demonic sword was very harmful to his soul. Once he found a stronger body, he would be able to fully unleash his strength. At that time, Ling Xiao would definitely not be able to suppress him. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him completely and prevent future troubles. Wait. Facing Ling Xiao's terrifying sword that was sure to kill, Tomohiko Kumar actually roared. Ling Xiao's sword was already aimed at Tomohiko Kumar's heart. The terrifying sword chi sealed off all directions that Tomohiko Kumar could escape in. It could be said that the current him could tear the person in front of him into pieces at any time if he wanted to. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. He wanted to hear what the other party wanted to say. I am now the king of the Black Crow Empire. I can lead the entire Black Crow Empire to submit to your celestial empire. I only beg you not to kill me. These words came out of Jian's mouth. Raven Queen suddenly stood up from her seat and looked at her son in disbelief. You're crazy. That's impossible. How can the Black Crow Empire bow to the Celestial Empire? Raven Queen roared. What does a woman like you know? His Majesty the Celestial Emperor has the Human King's sword. It's only a matter of time before he takes over the mystic world. If you submit to him now, you can still get some benefits. There won't be such a good opportunity in the future. Tomohiko Kumar roared. There's no need to quarrel. If you had such thoughts from the very beginning, I could have spared your life. But now, you no longer have that chance. Ling Xiao spat out a bone-chilling voice. He must destroy the Black Crow Empire. It was impossible to make the people of the Black Crow Empire completely submit by relying on this method. After all, an empire was not a family. It would not be so easy for all of them to submit. Only by killing and uprooting all the sprouts of rebellion in the Black Crow Empire could he truly control the Black Crow Empire in his own hands. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and felt fear. Ling Xiao, who was draped in the aura of a king, had the decisiveness and coldness of a tyrant. Ling Xiao once again made everyone look at him in a new light. This guy's strength was much stronger than they had imagined. No. A mournful scream sounded in the sky. In that instant, many images of expectations flashed through old ancestor Demon Sword's mind. In those images, there were scenes of him holding the power of the world and lying drunk on the knees of beauties. There were scenes of him conquering the world and destroying his former enemies. There were scenes of him recovering his strength and trampling on the White Tiger continent. In short, every scene was so exciting and beautiful. However, reality tore his dreams apart. Chapter 1540. Great Ancestor Demonic Sword thought that his beautiful wishes were about to fall apart at this moment. He regretted it. He thoroughly regretted it. Why did he offend Ling Xiao? He thought that Ling Xiao was just a small stumbling block on his path to resurrection, but he realized that Ling Xiao was not just a stumbling block. How was this a stumbling block? This was simply a fiend. Finally, Great Ancestor Demonic Sword's soul was annihilated. This world, along with the demonic sword, was buried in the swordlight of the Human King's sword. Tomohiko Kumar's body also began to fall apart. At this moment, he regained his consciousness, but he saw his own end. He felt extremely terrified. But there was nothing he could do. Jian, you managed to keep your life. You should have lived a good life. However, you've chosen the path of death. Since that's the case, go to the underworld and accompany your master. He might be happy. The sword light finally disappeared. Tomohiko Kumar's body was also completely torn apart, turning into specks of light and completely disappearing from the killing dragon forest. Everything was over, and nothing was left. Ling Xiao looked back at the crowd below and sneered, "What do you think?" The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people felt that their hearts were beating faster and faster. This Ling Xiao was so terrifying. Tomohiko Kumar, who was controlled by the demonic sword, was close to Boa Sheng in strength, but he was destroyed by Ling Xiao so easily. He vanished into thin air, and not even his bones were left. Although the king's chi had been withdrawn, it left the crowd with endless fear and shock. Ling Xiao might be more powerful than they had imagined. Seeing that many people had lowered their heads, Ling Xiao put away the Human King's sword with satisfaction. Then, he crooked his finger at Boa Sheng and said, "Come out and die. You've rested enough." He looked at Boa Sheng with a cold gaze. He did not want to rest and wanted to directly challenge Boa Sheng. Was this arrogance? Or was it confidence? No one dared to make any assertions because Ling Xiao had already given them a tight slap in the face. Was Boa Sheng stronger, or was Ling Xiao more terrifying? No one could make a judgment. After the battle just now, no one dared to underestimate Ling Xiao anymore. The saying that Ling Xiao was the strongest in the heavenly devil battlefield was simply a joke. Boa Sheng sat there without moving. He was a little hesitant. Originally, he thought that Ling Xiao was only powerful in the heavenly devil battlefield. However, after seeing the battle between Ling Xiao and Tomohiko Kumar, he didn't dare to think that way anymore. He originally thought that only the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list had the qualifications to make him pay attention. But now, Ling Xiao's strength made him have no choice but to take him seriously. Indeed, he was at the half-step yin-yang realm and possessed yin-yang essence energy. However, that 10% yin-yang essence energy was very precious. If he used it, he wouldn't be able to recover it for a long time. A half-step yin-yang realm martial artist wasn't a yin-yang realm martial artist and couldn't automatically recover yin-yang essence energy. To him, that was his trump card. He originally wanted to rely on this to counterattack the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list. But now, it seemed that he had to use it against Ling Xiao. Are you afraid? It's fine if you don't want to fight. You just have to admit defeat. However, if I don't kill you today, you'll die sooner or later. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and determined. His words were very clear. If he couldn't kill Boa Sheng today, he would kill him in the future. Even if Boa Sheng hid in the Phoenix Academy forever, he would flatten the Phoenix Academy and drag this guy out to destroy him. Because what Boa Sheng had done had completely angered Ling Xiao. Boa Sheng's expression was very ugly. He actually had no choice now. Other than going up to kill Ling Xiao, there was really no other way. Now, he still had a chance to kill Ling Xiao. In the future, Ling Xiao would become even stronger, and he would have even less of a chance. Come out and fight. Or surrender. Choose for yourself. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with contempt. Coward. Someone in the crowd shouted, but it attracted the response of a group of people. Coward. Coward. Their voices were like rolling thunder, echoing in the killing dragon forest. Everyone from Divine Phoenix Academy had ugly expressions on their faces, especially Mang Sheng, whose face was ashen to the extreme. He hated these people. If he had the chance, he would kill all of them. However, could he not fight today? If he didn't take this step, he would become a laughingstock and be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Finally, Boa Sheng stepped onto the high platform and stood in front of Ling Xiao. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, the huge black python floated behind him, its terrifying head raised high. Its triangular eyes stared at Ling Xiao. A terrifying aura began to spread on the high platform. Boa Sheng was afraid of Ling Xiao, so he had to be prepared. He couldn't let Ling Xiao take advantage of the opportunity to sneak up on him. Boa Sheng, you just said that you wanted to kill my people to torture me and make me suffer, right? Ling Xiao didn't release any aura. He just stood there calmly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. His voice was so indifferent that it was as if he was chatting with someone. That's right. So what? Boa Sheng said coldly. I heard that you have a younger brother who's also in the Phoenix Academy. His voice was still calm, without the slightest hint of emotion. However, when he heard this, Boa Sheng felt a chill all over his body. His whole body trembled violently. You. How did you know? Damn you, I won't let you touch a single hair on my younger brother. Boa Sheng was terrified. Only then did he realize that the person standing in front of him wasn't a gentleman, let alone a great hero. This was a terrifying martial artist who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. He was willful and did things according to his heart. He was capable of doing anything. Are you afraid? Ling Xiao chuckled and said, if you knew this day would come, why did you have to be so ruthless? If you were only targeting me, I would only kill you and not implicate your family. But now, you asked for it. You can't blame me. No. I'm going to kill you. Boa Sheng's heart was in a mess. At this moment, he was completely enraged. Humans were pitiful, but they were also hateful. This Mang Sheng was also considered someone who valued relationships. It was a pity that he offended a fiend. He did something that he shouldn't have done. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in horror. This person, who did not seem to have any killing intent, had only said a few words in such a casual manner, yet all of them felt terrified. I won't provoke this Ling Xiao even if you beat me to death. Devil, a pure devil. TSK, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. How ruthless. His success doesn't seem to be without reason. No wonder those people are willing to serve him wholeheartedly. This guy is really willing to become a devil for his own people. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. People once again recognized Ling Xiao. This proud young man used his actions to protect his family and friends. Chapter 1541. Since you've said such harsh words, I'll kill you even more. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also make your woman wail on my bed. Boa Sheng roared angrily, and the power in his body began to rise. However, before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying destructive intent had already attacked him. Ling Xiao didn't use the king's sword. Instead, he used the sword of light, which was a combination of the sword of destruction and the sword of light. Destruction was his will. He wanted to completely destroy Boa Sheng and make him disappear from the world. The terrifying sword slashed open a terrifying gully in the air. The ferocious destructive sword intent was wrapped in Ling Xiao's anger, and it was extremely fast. Boa Sheng didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly attack, and this made him feel very passive. He began to retreat continuously, and at the same time, he hurriedly channeled the origin energy of his domain and combined it with the Black Python martial soul, intending to block this terrifying attack first. People looked at Ling Xiao's sword and seemed to feel the anger in the sword intent. Ling Xiao truly loves his woman. Whoever dares to insult her must die. That's his reverse scale. It seems to be even more terrifying than hurting himself. Boa Sheng had already retreated very quickly, and his reaction was also very fast. However, Ling Xiao's sword was even faster. As a result, Mang Sheng had no choice but to attack before he could fully condense his defensive technique. This was because if he didn't block it, he would have to bear the brunt of Ling Xiao's sword. Hiss tilde tilde, a terrifying hissing sound was heard, and the black python flew out from Boa Sheng's back, as if it wanted to devour Ling Xiao's sword intent completely. The evil and terrifying aura was even stronger than when Tomohiko Kumar had released the demonic sword. Roar tilde tilde at this moment, the shadow of a divine dragon rose from Ling Xiao's back, and it actually merged into Ling Xiao's sword. The ancient hell dragon represented destruction. When it merged into the sword, the destructive aura became even more terrifying. If it was just his aura, it would have been fine. The terrifying power released by this sword strike actually caused Boa Sheng's black python to feel a strong sense of fear. This is the same as the scene in the Heavenly Devil battlefield. Is Boa Sheng going to lose again? Surprised voices could be heard from the crowd. Similarly, the Black Anaconda faced the Divine Dragon. That time, the Black Anaconda lost miserably. Perhaps not. After all, Boa Sheng still has the yin-yang essence energy. This is something that Ling Xiao cannot compare to. The person next to him said. But isn't Ling Xiao's sword a little too powerful? It doesn't seem like a sword move that a 7th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator can release. Is he hiding his cultivation? Not to mention the confusion in the crowd, even the Alliance Master's expression became extremely interesting. Shock, regret, and confusion. All kinds of expressions appeared on her face, but she was wearing a veil, so others couldn't see it clearly. She had really underestimated Ling Xiao. She originally thought that he was at most a genius who could barely enter the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list, but now it seemed that the situation wasn't so. Zhongyu Huangquan's face was gloomy. Ji Huangtian's face was solemn. One of them was ranked 2nd on the Dragon Phoenix list, while the other was ranked 4th on the Dragon Phoenix list. Although this was only the ranking 3 years ago, there was no doubt about their strength. These two people had never really taken Ling Xiao seriously. Their opponents should have only been the top 10 on the Dragon Phoenix list. But now, the situation seemed to have changed. The shocking power that erupted from Ling Xiao's sword strike could no longer be underestimated. Ling Xiao must be eliminated as soon as possible. This kid is growing too fast. This was almost the same thought that came to Zhongyu Huangquan and Ji Huangtian's minds at the same time. They had lived for so long, But they had never seen a guy with such a fast cultivation speed and such a ferocious cultivation advancement. They still remembered that when Ling Xiao faced the 7th malefic star on the Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island, it shouldn't have been so easy. At that time, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only around the 5th Grotto Heaven realm. They did not take it to heart at all. But how long had it been? This kid's strength was actually already able to fight with a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist. In fact, this sword strike was clearly suppressing. Those who hated Ling Xiao and hoped that Ling Xiao would die all had ugly expressions at this time. Sacred Dynasty's Fairy Island, Parameter Immortal Island, Blackwater Fairy Island, Black Crow Empire, Divine Phoenix Empire, Phoenix Academy, and so on. These people had all read Ling Xiao's information before. They were very clear that just 2 years ago, Ling Xiao was still just a martial vein realm martial artist, and was still just a trash that was mocked by people. But more than 2 years had passed, and the current him was already able to contend with the most outstanding geniuses in the Heavenly Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent. What terrifying talent and potential was this? With such terrifying talent, if he was given another 1 or 2 years, who in the Divine Phoenix continent would be able to suppress him? At that time, even if the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon Sword did not make a move, Ling Xiao would be able to crush everyone. Thinking of this, they could not help but tremble. It was too terrifying. Back then, we joined forces to destroy Ji Lingyu, which allowed Divine Phoenix Empire to have more than 10 years of peace. It seems that Ling Xiao must also be destroyed. The Divine Phoenix continent will not allow such a powerful person to exist. The Black and White Elders, who had once dealt with Ji Lingyu, looked at each other and made up their minds. But they seemed to have forgotten. Back then, Ji Lingyu did not have experts like the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon Sword to protect her. Although Ji Fuling and Yu Shenyu were also very powerful, these two people were too kind and had a strong sense of justice. That was why they were deceived and blinded. In the end, they could not even protect their own daughter. As a result, Ji Lingyu's fate was unknown. Boom. Just as everyone was shocked by Ling Xiao's strength, Ling Xiao's sword had already slashed down. The black python that Boa Sheng had painstakingly condensed was instantly destroyed upon contact. The terrifying power hit Boa Sheng's body. This half-step yin-yang realm martial artist was sent flying like trash. He crashed heavily into the killing dragon forest, causing smoke and dust to fill the sky. Don't play dead. Get up here and continue fighting. Ling Xiao believed that a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist could not be so weak. He could feel that Boa Sheng's aura was still very strong. After all, he did not expect to kill Boa Sheng with one strike. This guy was a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist. He was different from any of the geniuses he had faced before. Cough cough. Mang Sheng crawled out of the rubble. His wretched appearance was inconceivable to the onlookers. That's a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist. Although he only has 10% of yin-yang yuan power, he is still in such a sorry state when facing Ling Xiao. Our previous estimation was very wrong. Yes, Ling Xiao's strength is not as simple as it seems. At this moment, the martial artists finally understood that they had underestimated Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao's body contained a terrifying power that they could not imagine. It seemed that every time, there would be a surprise. Chapter 1542. Boa Sheng crawled up from the ruins, looking battered and exhausted. However, his face was filled with malevolence and fury. You're the one who asked for it. Don't blame me. Boa Sheng looked coldly at Ling Xiao as the yin-yang force in his body was released. He was going to use the precious yin-yang force to deal with the top 10 Dragon Phoenix. Now, he had no choice but to use it to deal with Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao's strength had already exceeded his expectations. If he didn't use it now, he might not have the chance in the future. Hiss tilde tilde roar. Following the release of the yin-yang force, the huge black python behind Boa Sheng began to shed its skin. A pitch-black demonic dragon drilled out from the shell. Although its size wasn't much different from before, its domineering aura and strength far exceeded the black python from before. Martial soul evolution? There were naturally people in the crowd who knew what was going on. What's martial soul evolution? Why haven't I seen it before? Someone asked. You're making a fuss out of nothing. Actually, in the White Tiger continent, the development of martial souls is much more outstanding than in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. Evolution, fusion, strengthening, sacrifice. These are the 4 special operations of martial souls. They can only be done with special materials. It seems that Boa Sheng has mastered the method of martial soul evolution. Although these 4 operations are only temporary and can be maintained for a limited time, in a battle, one evolution might be able to end the battle. A capable person in the crowd said proudly, I reckon that Boa Sheng's method of martial soul evolution is to combine the yin-yang force with another martial soul. However, I really don't know how it's done. It should be very strong, right? Of course it's strong. Isn't that nonsense? If it's not strong, who would pay the price to choose martial soul evolution? It requires a lot of resources. The ferocious demonic dragon stared at Ling Xiao. The demonic dragon's eyes were filled with killing intent and its aura was much stronger than the black python from before. Martial soul evolution? I really don't know about that. Ling Xiao was taken aback for a moment. Soon after, he revealed a cold smile. So what if you've evolved? You're still inferior to me. Destroy. He didn't care about the evolved demonic dragon martial soul. Cold light flashed in his hand, and the sword of light of destruction cut through the void. Bright light bloomed again. Another sword thrust towards Boa Sheng. Boa Sheng's expression did not look too good. He had used up all of his yin-yang origin energy and the flood dragon martial soul that he had luckily obtained to evolve into a demonic dragon martial soul. If they still couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then this battle would really be hopeless. A gloomy and violent aura surged from Boa Sheng's body. The demonic dragon pounced forward with bared fangs and brandished claws. Boom! The demonic dragon collided with the sword of light of destruction. In the sky, the 2 dragon silhouettes were particularly eye-catching. On one side was a pitch-black devil dragon, while on the other side was a primordial hell dragon wrapped in flames. After the 2 collided, the storm of chi produced once again sent sand and pebbles flying in the dragon-killing forest. For a time, the place became completely dark. A pitch-black light enveloped everything. The figures of Ling Xiao and Boa Sheng had been completely covered. The terrifying power produced by this attack was even stronger than when Boa Sheng and Long Chen fought before. And it was much stronger. Everyone looked at this scene with trembling hearts and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. This terrifying power, was it really just a battle between Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists? Boa Sheng, that trash, looks like he's going to lose. In the Phoenix Academy's array, a person laughed sinisterly and said disdainfully, Yuan Peng. Ming Huang glanced at this person. Yuan Peng, the flying phoenix son who was ranked 8th on the Dragon Phoenix list, had a very mysterious origin. He appeared out of nowhere in the Divine Phoenix Empire and firmly became the number 1 existence among the 10 great Phoenix sons. He even squeezed into the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list in one fell swoop, even higher than Feng Yinshan who was ranked 10th. Although the ranking of the 10 Phoenix sons wasn't too reasonable, after all, Yuan Peng and Feng Ming had never fought before, and neither had Feng Yinshan. It didn't make sense for Yuan Peng to suppress these 2 people. However, the ranking on the Dragon Phoenix list was still reasonable. His strength might really be stronger than Feng Yinshan, although he might not be able to compare to Feng Ming Qi Shan. Dean, why don't you let me kill this Ling Xiao? I believe that the Alliance Master won't object. Yuan Peng said with a smile. You think that Boa Sheng isn't a match for Ling Xiao? Ming Huang frowned and asked. Dean, why are you pretending to be stupid? With your eyesight, I don't believe that you can't see that Boa Sheng is already an arrow at the end of its flight, and Ling Xiao clearly still has strength left. Yuan Peng curled his lips and said, Why are you doing this? Did Ling Xiao offend you? Ming Huang asked, puzzled. Nope. Yuan Peng said indifferently, I just took a fancy to the few women by his side. Each of them is an outstanding woman. TSK, as long as I kill Ling Xiao, they will be mine. Yuan Peng, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to go up now. Why don't you wait until after Ling Xiao defeats Boa Sheng? Feng Ming Piaro Shui, who was listening at the side, was very unhappy and said coldly, "He, are you also Ling Xiao's woman? This brat's luck with women is not bad." Yuan Peng chuckled and said, "To be honest, it's very difficult to judge the depth of this fellow Ling Xiao. I'm just worried that if he finishes off Mang Sheng, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to finish him off one-on-one. Now is the best opportunity. A real man doesn't care about trifles. To be able to treat despicable as not caring about trifles, you are truly shameless. However, if you dare to deal with him, then you will have to pass through me first." Feng Ming Piaro Shui said coldly, "Your strength is not bad, but you can't stop me." Yuan Peng glanced at Feng Ming Piaro Shui and smiled. Then, he looked at Ming Huang. "Dean, your son, Dark Current, was killed by Ling Xiao. Aren't you angry?" "Of course I'm angry, and I want him dead. However, if I make a move now, I will be breaking the rules. Don't you plan to continue participating in the Dragon Phoenix selection?" Ming Huang asked doubtfully. "Me? Actually, I don't need to participate in this *T Dragon Phoenix selection. I have to participate in the White Tiger meet because I am from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain." Yuan Peng's words were really shocking. Ming Huang was about to be shocked. Suddenly, there was a roar from the other side. Once again, Boa Sheng's body was sent flying. Moreover, this time, he was even more miserable than the previous time. Not only were his clothes tattered, but he was also covered in blood. He looked like a bloody man. Even the extra bones were broken. One had to know that this time, he had used the yin and yang yuan qi. Facing Ling Xiao, such an outcome was unexpected. He had really lost completely. Ling Xiao must die. Ming Huang glanced at Yuan Peng and said, "I will help you stop Feng Ming Piaro Shui. You go and kill him." "He, I knew we would reach an agreement." Yuan Peng chuckled. His body suddenly flickered and he was on the high platform in an instant. This scene made countless spectators who were still in a daze from the battle between Ling Xiao and Boa Sheng a little confused. They were a little confused. Chapter 1543. The crowd was dumbfounded when they saw Yuan Peng rush out. They did not understand what was going on. They only understood when Yuan Peng smashed the giant rod in his hand. This guy attacked Ling Xiao. Yuan Peng, who was ranked 8th in the Dragon Phoenix top 10, attacked when Ling Xiao had just defeated Boa Sheng. He did not even greet Yuan Peng. This was a sneak attack. Although Ling Xiao had defeated Boa Sheng again, he did not kill him. This battle was not over yet. Yuan Peng attacked at this time. He was despicable and shameless. F***CK, why are all the martial artists of the Divine Phoenix Academy so shameless? They can even do such a thing, isn't that against the rules? Many people looked at the leader in the sky, but he did not say anything. It seemed that even if Yuan Peng killed Ling Xiao, he was willing to sit back and watch. He did not care at all. "Your Highness Moon Maiden, what should we do?" Ling Luo looked at the Moon Maiden and shouted in panic. It was impossible for any of them to save Ling Xiao at this moment because there was no time to do so. The only ones who could save Ling Xiao were the Moon Maiden and the demonic liquor sword. "Don't worry, your brother Ling Xiao is fine." Although the Moon Maiden was furious, she gave up the idea of attacking when she saw Ling Xiao's calm face. Of course, she could kill Yuan Peng. However, that was not what Ling Xiao wanted. The satisfaction of killing an enemy with one's own hands was completely different. Yuan Peng was extremely fast. He was above Ling Xiao's head in an instant. The Qingshu College students below the stage exclaimed in surprise. However, Ling Xiao did not turn his head from the beginning to the end. He did not even look at Yuan Peng. His gaze was fixed on Boa Sheng. "I got him." Yuan Peng sneered. He did not care what method he used to kill Ling Xiao. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, he could do anything. Boom! A terrifying roar resounded from the high platform. The explosion caused smoke to fill the air. They could not even see Ling Xiao's figure clearly. Many people were worried for this young man. It was not easy to force Mang Sheng to such an extent. Who would have thought that such a shameless fellow would sneak up on him at this time? Would he die just like that? It was a pity. The smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Ling Xiao's figure had yet to appear, but his voice had already sounded. If you want to die, you can do it one by one. The smoke and dust finally completely. Everyone's gaze froze as if they had been struck dumb. What did they see? There was a huge skeleton stood there. Cold, ghostly flames flickered in his eyes. A blood-red cloak fluttered behind him. And a silver-grey armor was apiece. Yuan Peng's body was skewered on a rusty long spear. Yuan Peng was no longer breathing. This is impossible. Ming Huang was the first to stand up. He could not believe what he had seen. Yuan Peng, the first of the 10 Phoenix Sons, who attacked Ling Xiao, was killed by Ling Xiao? What happened in the smoke and dust just now? Where did that skeleton come from? Nothing is impossible. Yuan Peng is just a trash from Dragon Phoenix Mountain. He could not stay there anymore, so he was brought to Phoenix Academy by the Alliance Master. He was even crowned as the first Phoenix Son by that blind Fengming Wuliang. What a joke! Is he really stronger than Fengming Chishan and Fengming Wushan? In my opinion, he is not even as good as Boa Sheng. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. The moment he killed Yuan Peng, some of Yuan Peng's memories were also grasped by him. He finally knew the identity of the Alliance Master and Yuan Peng's origin. Ha 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 ha, it seems that I, Yuan Peng, have underestimated you. Another Yuan Peng descended from the sky. His face was full of smiles. That puppet of mine was also at the half-step yin-yang realm. Although it didn't even have 10% yin-yang Yuan Li, it was still killed by you in one move. Amazing, amazing. This must be your trump card. Not bad, it should be close to 20% yin-yang Yuan Li. You are much stronger than my puppet. Why don't you give it to me? Yuan Peng landed on the high platform with a smile on his face. However, one could see the killing intent in his eyes. The puppet that was destroyed by Ling Xiao was not easy to come by. It was gone just like that. What a waste. Are you a dog? Do you want everything you see? Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Peng calmly. Haha, I don't necessarily want everything. However, your life and those women of yours are all coveted by me. Therefore, you must die today. No one can save you. Suddenly, Yuan Peng threw out a refining array stone. Then, the entire platform was wrapped up by the refining array stone's spirit formation boundary. Not good. This array refining stone must have been set up by an expert. If you don't understand its secrets, even I can't break it. This time, the Moon Maiden was finally anxious. She did not expect that Yuan Peng would be willing to spend so much to deal with Ling Xiao. A array refining stone of this level was worth 10 years of the Divine Phoenix Empire's revenue. Sister Moon Maiden, don't be afraid. He can't kill me. Ling Xiao looked at the Moon Maiden and smiled like the sun. If this was enough to kill him, then he would have died many times over. Array refining stone? Perfect. Haha, you are quite confident, aren't you? Unfortunately, you don't know the power of this array refining stone. Just as Yuan Peng finished speaking, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly flashed. However, even though his reaction was so fast, his protective energy was still pierced through. A piece of his clothes was also pierced. Although he was not injured, this strange attack was indeed terrifying. What was that just now? It seemed a little similar to Gao Yangjuan's spatial door. Exclamations came from the crowd. This array refining stone is even more powerful than the spatial door. However, the principle should be similar. It was developed based on the spatial door martial soul. It is called the 10,000 gate array. The person controlling the array refining stone can suddenly attack from any angle and from any place. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, how fast he is, and how fast his reaction is, I'm afraid he will be in trouble. Then what should we do? That Yuan Peng is just a puppet, and his strength is close to that of Boa Sheng's. Doesn't that mean that his own cultivation has reached 20% of the half-step yin-yang realm's yin-yang origin energy? In addition to this terrifying 10,000 gate array, won't it be easy for him to kill Ling Xiao? Who knows? Unless the people outside can go in and save him, Ling Xiao will be in danger. Even the neutral practitioners started to worry for Ling Xiao. After all, what Yuan Peng did was truly shameless. Ha ha, ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, didn't you want to kill me? Now, Can you still kill me? Bo Sheng was also in the 10,000 gate array. However, with Yuan Peng standing beside him, his confidence instantly increased. Chapter 1544. Are you very proud of yourself? Ling Xiao looked at Bo Sheng with disdain and said, I've said it before. Those who insult my woman and hurt my friends, even if you go to heaven or hell, I will still kill you. Right now, you are just a dog wagging its tail and begging in front of Yuan Peng. Are you worthy of being proud of yourself? Hearing Ling Xiao's words and looking at Ling Xiao's calm and composed manner, many female warriors in the crowd revealed expressions of longing and envy. Sigh, if only I could have such a boyfriend. He would do anything for me and kill those who bully me. That's right. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao lives or dies today, he has already proven his strength and his loyalty. He is definitely not just talking about it. The eyes of the crowd were bright. They could tell who was more popular from the discussions. Originally, Yuan Peng's reputation was still very high. First among the 10 Phoenix Sons and 8th on the Dragon Phoenix list. No matter how one looked at it, he was more powerful than Ling Xiao. However, what he did was really shameful. Yuan Peng, the Flying Phoenix Son? 8th on the Dragon Phoenix list? Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Peng mockingly, his eyes full of ridicule. I was originally wondering why Feng Ming Wu Liang would choose you to be the head of the 10 Phoenix Sons. How can someone who has never heard of be worthy? After thinking about it, perhaps you really have the ability. However, today, I finally understand. As the saying goes, wolves and villains are in cahoots. The shameless Feng Ming Wu Liang chose you to be the head of the 10 Phoenix Sons probably because you are as shameless as him. To be honest, I was really surprised that you would sneak attack. Although you have embarrassed the Phoenix Academy, you might not care at all. After all, this Phoenix Academy, from the dean to the majority of the disciples, is extremely shameless. Only a few of them have a conscience. Those who are more decent have been forced to the point where they can't survive. But aren't you afraid of embarrassing the Dragon Phoenix Mountain? Ah, I understand. You were probably kicked out by the Dragon Phoenix Mountain because you are despicable and shameless, right? Ling Xiao's words were laced with sarcasm, insulting the Phoenix Academy, Yuan Peng, and even Feng Ming Wu Liang. The martial artists of the Phoenix Academy and the imperial family were all gnashing their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. They could only hope that Yuan Peng would destroy Ling Xiao and tear his mouth apart. If you die, this profound world will only have one less ant. Do you think anyone would care about how I, Yuan Peng, killed an ant? Shameless. You can say whatever you want. As long as I kill you, not only will I not be seen as shameless, I will instead be seen as a hero by your divine Phoenix Empire. Who knows, you might even build a shrine for me. Do you believe it? Yuan Peng didn't care about Ling Xiao's words at all. For shameless people, this was nothing, because they were already shameless. Pa. Ling Xiao clapped his hands and said, well said, well said. This shameless country needs a shameless hero like you. Unfortunately, I'm just an ant, and I'm not that easy to kill. You'd better prepare yourself for the tragic outcome of capsizing in the gutter. When you die, all kinds of rotten vegetables, leaves, and eggs will be thrown at you, and all kinds of dirty water will also be splashed on you. At that time, no one will care about you being the head of the 10 Phoenix Sons, or the 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard. Everyone will only see you as a dirty rat, sneak attacking others, and instead being killed by others. Although Ling Xiao's words were sharp and full of confidence, Ling Xiao was confident. But many people felt a little puzzled. Facing Yuan Peng, who was ranked 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard, and Bo Sheng, who was injured but didn't completely lose his ability to fight. Did Ling Xiao still have a chance of winning? Moreover, Ling Xiao was still trapped in the 10,000 gate formation and was at a complete disadvantage. Was what he said true? People tried to see a trace of fear on Ling Xiao's face, so even a trace of it would be good. But there was none. Ling Xiao's expression was still so calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Now, you can only show off your ability to talk. Bo Sheng said disdainfully. Is that so? Skeleton General, go and kill him. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. This Boa Sheng was really stupid. He was clearly injured, and his injuries weren't light. Did he really think that Yuan Peng could protect him? The ghost fire in the skeleton general's empty eyes flickered even more fiercely. It had already turned from blue to red. He turned around and looked at Mang Sheng. Then, with steady steps, he walked over to him. Yuan Peng, save me. Boa Sheng looked at Yuan Peng and shouted loudly. Don't worry, with the two of us working together, Ling Xiao will definitely die. This skeleton general may be a little tricky, but it's nothing to me, Yuan Peng said coldly. If he allowed Ling Xiao to kill Boa Sheng in front of him, Yuan Peng would really have lived in vain. You can't save him. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and the aura of the sword of light in his hand suddenly became stronger. At the same time, he no longer hid his cultivation and released it completely. The sword of light in his hand became even more dazzling, and its power became even more terrifying. The 10,000 gate formation's boundary actually began to shake a few times under the influence of this power. The 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. He's actually at the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm. Damn, how did this guy cultivate? I thought he was at the 7th Grotto Heaven Realm at most. This is too terrifying. With such talent, it's no wonder that so many people want him dead. If he doesn't die, wouldn't those so-called geniuses of the major forces become useless? Exclamations broke out from the crowd. This time, even the alliance leader couldn't remain calm. Although Ling Xiao still couldn't pose a threat to him, with such terrifying talent and such a terrifying cultivation speed, it wouldn't be long before even the White Tiger continent couldn't suppress him, let alone the Divine Phoenix continent. You really surprised me. Although the 10th Grotto Heaven Realm cultivation is not bad, compared to me, it's still too far away. You could have had a bright future, but now, you must die. You really make people jealous. You make people jealous to the point of going crazy. Yuan Peng was also very surprised. However, the more surprised he was, the more he couldn't let Ling Xiao live. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in the future. Can you kill me? Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Peng. His power was still increasing. Everyone was surprised to find that the ancient Hell Dragon's shadow behind Ling Xiao had disappeared. In its place was a golden crow, a huge golden crow. A golden crow burning with golden flames. The ancient Hell Dragon was a martial soul, and Ling Xiao couldn't fully control its power. However, this ancient golden crow was a move that was purely based on battle intent and the light profound meaning. He had completely digested 100% of the ancient golden crow's battle intent. He wondered how much of it Yuan Peng could withstand today. 10%, 20%, 30%. It felt about time. The golden crow's battle intent wasn't fully released because it wasn't necessary. Chapter 1545. Ling Xiao only released 30% of his golden crow battle will. He felt that it was enough. However, even though it was only 30% of the golden crow's fighting spirit, its terrifying aura was already enough to make countless people tremble in fear. Many people's hearts were thumping faster and faster. They didn't know when they would jump out of their bodies. That feeling was really uncomfortable. No one expected that Ling Xiao still had the means to increase his strength after releasing all his cultivation. How many trump cards did this guy have? How much stronger could he become? No one noticed that Ji Ruolong's eyes were already fixed. Sure enough, the primordial golden crow battle will. This guy actually took away the primordial golden crow and can even integrate it. Huang Tian, if Ling Xiao doesn't die this time, you must kill him. If someone else kills him, you must also get the corpse. No matter what, the corpse must not fall into anyone else's hands. Ji Ruolong felt his heart trembling. Although the Sacred Dynasty's Enchanted Island suffered a great loss this time, as long as they obtained the primordial golden crow battle will, it wouldn't be difficult to cultivate stronger disciples. I understand. Although Ji Huangtian didn't know why Ji Ruolong was interested in Ling Xiao's corpse, he still chose to obey Ji Ruolong since he was a child. On the high platform, Ling Xiao's body was bathed in reddish gold light, and his whole person was enveloped by the golden crow's radiance. The 11th profound meaning of light, primordial golden crow, 30% of power. Yuan Peng frowned as he looked at the terrifying golden crow, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. However, that was still deliberately controlling his emotions. In fact, he was even more shocked. Ling Xiao's performance was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It seemed that he had no choice but to get serious. Roar tilde. A furious roar could be heard. Behind Yuan Peng's back, a giant ape's shadow appeared. The ape was wearing armor and holding a long rod. It was very majestic and domineering. Immemorial martial spirit. That's right, the soul of the elder ape king of the ancient apes, a warrior who fought alongside the human king in the past. His strength is no weaker than any of the primordial dragon kings. Yuan Peng said coldly, "It's a pity that such a good martial spirit was obtained by you. What a waste." Ling Xiao looked at the martial spirit and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, the righteous and domineering ape king of the ape clan had smashed the dragon clan and the extraterrestrial demons into crying for their parents with a giant black iron rod. Who would have thought that after his death, his martial soul would be obtained by such a despicable person? You must be in a lot of pain. Today, I will set you free, Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the great ape king martial spirit. The skeleton general alone was enough of a headache. Now that Ling Xiao's strength had increased so much, even Yuan Peng was afraid of him, let alone protecting Boa Sheng. Boa Sheng seemed to have realized this. His body trembled even more violently as he looked at Yuan Peng in horror. What are you afraid of? Can't you even deal with a summoned creature? Yuan Peng cursed and no longer cared about Mang Sheng. He waved the pitch-black staff in his hand and his body turned into an afterimage as he charged toward Ling Xiao. He felt that he couldn't let Ling Xiao continue to improve. Otherwise, even he would be in trouble. His figure suddenly disappeared in the air. When he reappeared, he was behind Ling Xiao and smashed the black long rod down. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge the attack at such a close distance. However, at this moment, Yuan Peng suddenly retreated and disappeared from the high platform. Boom! Ling Xiao, who was standing there, exploded and sparks flew in all directions. Many people didn't understand what had happened. However, those with good eyesight were very surprised. This Ling Xiao actually used the Gemini martial soul and the power of light to create a human thunderbolt bomb. You saw it too. Even if the Gemini martial soul exploded, it wouldn't disappear as long as the body wasn't destroyed. It would only consume inner strength. The highly concentrated power of light was extremely compressed and then exploded instantly. If Yuan Peng hadn't noticed this, he would have been killed by the explosion. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. I was still wondering how he was going to break the myriad gate formation. I didn't expect it to be so simple. This way, Yuan Peng wouldn't dare to approach him rashly. Not only is he powerful, but he's also very intelligent. Among the younger generation, he's the most outstanding at such a young age. While the crowd was discussing, the skeleton general had already arrived in front of Boa Sheng. The rusty long spear in his hand was wrapped in a strange ghost fire as he stabbed out fiercely. Boa Sheng must die. He wouldn't change his words. Not to mention that it was Yuan Peng who stopped him on the stage today. Even if it was the alliance leader, he would do everything he could to kill Boa Sheng. Boom! The black long staff shot out and blocked the attack. A glimmer of hope appeared on Mang Sheng's despairing face. Yuan Peng, although I'm injured, I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. You restrain Ling Xiao first. I'll kill him. If we work together, we can kill him. Boa Sheng shouted. The reason why I left you in this myriad gate formation is to work together. Why are you still talking nonsense? Yuan Peng's sneak attack on Ling Xiao and then trapping Boa Sheng in the myriad gate formation was actually very clear. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to easily take down Ling Xiao alone, so he dragged Boa Sheng in as well. If the two of them worked together, the chances of killing Ling Xiao would be higher. Everyone looked at the alliance leader in the sky. Now that things had developed to this point, the Dragon Phoenix selection had long lost its fairness. However, the alliance leader didn't seem to be tired of such things and had no intention of stopping them. Perhaps in his opinion, as long as Yuan Peng didn't die, the life and death of others had nothing to do with him. He had brought Yuan Peng from the Dragon Phoenix mountain, so he naturally had to bring him back in one piece. Before the Dragon Phoenix selection started, no one thought that Ling Xiao would be able to take on the first-ranked Flying Ape Phoenix and the fourth-ranked Giant Python Phoenix by himself. It was simply like a dream. Now, the two phoenixes had actually joined forces to deal with Ling Xiao. Such a scene had never happened before. He's only a 17-year-old boy. Can he survive against two opponents like that? Among the crowd, there were martial artists who cherished talents who felt pity. The Dragon Phoenix selection had become like this. It had been wantonly trampled upon by others, and the rules had long become useless. What a pity. However, Ling Xiao, who was on the high platform, didn't seem to have been schemed against at all. His face was as calm as an ancient well, as calm and composed as ever. It was as if everything was under his control. I hate that face of yours the most. That expression, as if everything has been calculated by you. It's really disgusting. Boa Sheng stood up, and Yuan Peng threw something to him. It was a pill. Take it, and it can guarantee that you will recover to your full strength in 2 hours. Yuan Peng said. Chapter 1546. In order to kill Ling Xiao today, Yuan Peng had gone all out. He had only given 2 pills to Boa Sheng, and he had to beg his grandparents to get them. But today, he had to use them because Ling Xiao had to die. If Ling Xiao didn't die, it would be too difficult to kill him in the future. Previously, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao and get Ling Xiao's woman. But now, he wanted Ling Xiao to die because he was jealous of Ling Xiao's terrifying aptitude and talent. No matter which reason it was, he couldn't let Ling Xiao live. Otherwise, he felt that he would definitely regret it. Just like when Ling Xiao first came to the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital, not to mention the Giant Python Phoenix Boa Sheng, even the Skyrock Phoenix Kong He, who had been killed by Ling Xiao, had enough strength to kill Ling Xiao. But they didn't do so because they were too arrogant and felt that there was no need to attack a warrior who was only in the Sky Realm. This was the reason why Ling Xiao had grown to such a terrifying level. He couldn't make the same mistake. Taking the pill, Boa Sheng swallowed it without thinking. Immediately, his eyes lit up and he roared excitedly. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, let's see how you kill me now. Boa Sheng in his prime was back. Although it was only for 2 hours. But it was enough. The demonic dragon behind him stretched out again, swaying its huge body and roaring at Ling Xiao. Strange black python patterns appeared on his body, as if he was attacked by the demonic dragon's aura. Kill. Boa Sheng recovered his strength and was the first to pounce on Ling Xiao. Yuan Peng also sneered, and his body gradually disappeared from the high platform. With Boa Sheng scouting ahead, Ling Xiao's twin martial soul's thunderbolt bullet would be difficult to use. His sneak attack would be even more effective. One was in the light while the other was in the dark. 2 half-step yin-yang realm martial artists attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. How was Ling Xiao going to deal with this? He's definitely going to dodge. He definitely won't dare to take on 2 people at the same time. What's more, once Boa Sheng restrains him, Yuan Peng will have a way to kill him. This was what almost everyone thought. However, reality proved that they were all wrong. Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging. He jumped onto the skeleton general's shoulder and looked coldly at Boa Sheng, who was charging towards him. The sword of light destruction in his hand was emitting a terrifying sword light. He seemed to have completely forgotten about Yuan Peng's existence. Boa Sheng looked at Ling Xiao and paused for a moment. Idiot, what are you standing there for? Try and see if that's a real person. Otherwise, I'll kill you first, you trash. Yuan Peng's voice sounded in his ears. Helpless, he could only grit his teeth and continue attacking. He had no choice. This was the 10,000 gate formation. If Yuan Peng wanted to kill him, he didn't have Ling Xiao's methods. The cold smile on Ling Xiao's face grew wider. The fear in Mang Sheng's heart grew stronger. However, the arrow was already narked on the bow. He had no choice but to charge forward. Demonic Dragon's Spear. With a roar, Boa Sheng threw caution to the wind. The demonic dragon martial soul let out a terrifying roar. Then, a black spear appeared in his hand and stabbed towards Ling Xiao, who was standing on the skeleton general. Are you looking down on my summoned creature? Ling Xiao's voice sounded. The skeleton general's blood-red cape fluttered. It quickly raised the rusty spear in its hand and stabbed out. The spear was too big. Boa Sheng had no room to dodge. He could only choose to meet force with force. Boom! An ear-piercing sound came from the high platform. Ling Xiao suddenly heard a gust of wind, followed by a cold killing intent. Yuan Peng attacked at the best time. However, his target wasn't Ling Xiao, but the skeleton general. In Yuan Peng's opinion, only by dealing with the skeleton general could he focus on dealing with Ling Xiao. With this guy around, it was really troublesome. Although it was said that they were working together to deal with Ling Xiao, in reality, they were facing two opponents. Holy King's Eye, Scarlet Sun Feather Coat. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. Two rays of golden light shot out from its eyes and landed on the skeleton general. Then, the skeleton general actually put on Ling Xiao's Scarlet Sun Feather Coat. The Holy King's Eye was an ability of soul adjudication. It could increase the defense or combat strength of any object. It could also transfer the martial arts that Ling Xiao had learned to the target. The Scarlet Sun Feather Coat was originally a move of the profound meaning of light. After being converted by the Holy King's Eye, it could be used on the skeleton general. In order to do this, Ling Xiao had spent a lot of time researching. He had the skeleton general summoned from the Eye of the Tomb of the Gods, and he could summon other things in the future. In addition, the three-leaf demonic eyes could also communicate with creatures from other worlds. If he could use the Holy King's Eye to convert his own martial arts moves, then he could strengthen these summoned creatures. The increase in combat strength would not be small. Just as the Scarlet Sun Feathercoat was released, the rod in Yuan Peng's hand also hit the skeleton general. However, because of the protection of the large Scarlet Sun Feathercoat, the skeleton general's body only trembled slightly. It didn't even sway. It didn't affect him from attacking Boa Sheng. The terrifying force sent Boa Sheng flying again. He crashed into the barrier and bounced back. At this moment, Boa Sheng was in a daze. He was completely unconscious from the impact. He felt as if his body was about to fall apart and he couldn't control it at all. His ears were completely buzzing and he couldn't hear any shouts. At that moment, he only saw the skeleton general take a large step forward and stab at him with the rusty spear in its hand again. It's over, Boa Sheng thought in horror. He had clearly recovered to his peak state, but he still couldn't block the skeleton general's attack. He didn't dare to act like this. The skeleton general's spear clearly hadn't attacked Boa Sheng yet, but Boa Sheng was already screaming in horror. Most people, no matter how strong they were, would cry bitterly at the moment when death was about to befall them. Moreover, the destructive and murderous sword intent released by Ling Xiao was something that Boa Sheng couldn't resist. He actually had a terrifying feeling that he had fallen into hell. Yuan Peng tried to save Boa Sheng. However, Ling Xiao stopped him at this moment. Almost every time he flashed and appeared, Ling Xiao would always appear near him in the shortest amount of time. He couldn't get close to Boa Sheng at all. He could only watch as Boa Sheng got closer and closer to the skeleton general's spear. Damn it, how did this guy figure out where I appeared? Could it be that he can lock onto my aura? Impossible. In the space of the 10,000 gate formation, one's aura would be instantly cut off. This was also the power of the 10,000 gate formation. How could Ling Xiao detect his existence? However, no matter what the reason was, the reality was that Ling Xiao blocked his attempts to save Boa Sheng time and time again. During this time, he had clashed with Ling Xiao twice. The first time was the real Ling Xiao. The second time was actually the twin martial soul's thunderbolt bullet. He was actually injured because he was too anxious. Chapter 1547. Although Yuan Peng's injuries were not serious, the feeling was too depressing. It was as if he was being played by Ling Xiao. That feeling was just too unpleasant. No one can save you. Die. A thunderous voice came out of the skeleton general's mouth. The rusty spear in his hand had already pierced Boa Sheng's protective origin energy. Boa Sheng was hit and blood flowed out of his mouth. He knew that he was beyond saving. Only Yuan Peng could save him in the 10,000 gate formation. However, Yuan Peng was blocked by Ling Xiao and could not get close to him, let alone attack the skeleton general. When the crowd saw this scene, Most of them felt relieved for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was attacked by the two of them, so naturally, many people sympathized with him. Not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he was also playing with Yuan Peng and sending Boa Sheng to the brink of death. Good. Well done. That's what you should do to a shameless person. Sure, lower your voice. Boa Sheng is from the Phoenix Academy. Don't you know how shameless that academy is? Be careful not to die if they hear you. He was obviously asking the others to lower their voices, but his own voice was very loud. He deliberately said it for the Phoenix Academy to hear. It seemed that there were some powerful people in the crowd who were not afraid of the Phoenix Academy at all. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky. Everyone was shocked. Just as they were about to see what dark was, suddenly, they heard a huge roar. Clatter. Then, everyone saw that on the high platform, within the 10,000 gate formation, the skeleton general had been completely destroyed, turning into a pile of broken bones. The person who attacked was actually the Alliance Master. Enough. Don't you feel ashamed to bully a dying man? The Alliance Master stood proudly in the air and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Her words made everyone feel that it was unreasonable. Ling Xiao glanced coldly at that Alliance Master and said, "Old witch, you really don't blush at all saying these words. Me bullying a dying man? Just now, when the two of them joined forces to attack me, as the host of this Dragon Phoenix selection, did you say anything fair? Now you're trying to pretend to be impartial. Don't you know that your words stink? That's right, that's right. You're really shameless. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at as a 5th-level yin-yang realm martial artist? Hurry up and scram back to your White Tiger continent. The Divine Phoenix continent doesn't need a despicable and shameless person like you." This time, the crowd was really in an uproar because the things that this alliance leader had done were really too disgusting. As a result, many cultivators who usually didn't want to talk much and only maintained a neutral stance couldn't stand it anymore. What's the point of being so obviously biased? Shut up, all of you. The profound world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. This king is stronger than all of you, and this is the truth. Whoever dares to be impudent, this king will destroy them. The alliance leader was so anxious that he actually released a powerful aura to intimidate the crowd. Yo yo yo, I'm really scared. You shameless witch, do you really think that the Divine Phoenix continent is your backyard? I've lived for so long and have seen many 5th-level yin-yang realm martial artists, but you're the first one who's so shameless. You want to kill me, right? Come out and fight me for 300 round. In the crowd, a ragged old man dressed like a beggar shouted at the alliance leader with a smile. Isn't that elder beggar? I heard that he went to the White Tiger continent a few days ago. He's actually back. Many people in the crowd recognized this old man. Elder beggar, is Ling Xiao related to you? When the alliance leader saw that it was elder beggar, he frowned and asked with an unpleasant expression. No. Since that's the case, why are you going against me? I'm going against you. Didn't you say that you represent strength and that your words are the truth? This old man can't stand people like you who pretend to be a wolf in sheep's clothing the most. Elder beggar held the rod in his hand and scolded. Chimph, I won't lower myself to your level. Let's talk after you enter the myriad gate array. If you don't have the ability, just stand there and watch. The alliance master snorted and looked at the moon lady. Today, I'll show you how I'm going to kill Ling Xiao. I'm going to make your heart ache and you're going to lose all hope. If you dare to kill him, I'll make sure that you don't have any descendants. The moon lady's voice was as cold as the flames of hell. If you dare to kill him, I guarantee that I'll destroy your entire family. I'll even kill everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. The demonic liquor sword's voice was equally cold. If you dare to kill him, I guarantee that I'll grind your bones to dust. You won't even be able to reincarnate. Hong Chi had also arrived at the Slaying Dragon Forest. He looked coldly at the alliance leader in the myriad gate array. Ha ha ha, if you dare to kill that kid, I guarantee that those pretty boys you've taken in recently will marry beautiful girls. You'll be so angry that you'll die. Elder beggar also laughed and said. The alliance leader's face was very ugly. At this moment, She was really in a dilemma. She could ignore everything and kill Ling Xiao. However, the consequences were really not something that she could bear. However, in the face of those people's threats, if she did nothing, she would be too cowardly. It would be difficult for her to survive in the Jianghu in the future. Thinking of this, she revealed a sinister smile and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill him. Because there's no need for me to do anything. Someone else can kill him." Indeed, she didn't need to do anything. She only needed to use her powerful strength to help Yuan Peng in the myriad gate array. Then, she could easily kill Ling Xiao. This matter was very simple. In the end, "You're still a coward, you old witch." Ling Xiao looked at the alliance leader in disdain and said, "I didn't expect that this year's Dragon Phoenix selection would be presided over by trash like you. It's really an insult to a grand event like the Dragon Phoenix selection. So many geniuses who were willing to fight for the glory of Divine Phoenix Continent and Sky Dragon Continent were killed by your schemes. Your sins are very grave. Evil creature, you're quite eloquent. However, so what if you can speak? You still can't avoid death. Don't expect that someone will come in to save you. Because of this myriad gate array, I can freely enter it because of one thing. As for them, they'll need at least 3 days and 3 nights to blast open this myriad gate array. By then, you'll be dead." The alliance leader looked at Ling Xiao coldly. She really wanted to kill this guy personally. However, when she thought of the threats that those guys outside had against her, she didn't dare to do anything. "Is that so? The way I see it, this myriad gate array is nothing more than this. Wasting so much words, it's really a waste of time. Now, you old witch, watch carefully how I kill Boa Sheng and Yuan Peng." The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cold smile. Using an array boundary to trap him? He wanted to tell everyone that this was the most foolish way to do it. Chapter 1548. "You're saying you're going to kill the 2 of them in front of me?" The alliance master thought he had misheard. "That's right," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Good, very good." The alliance master was so angry that he laughed. "I'd like to see how you're going to kill them." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He stood there and looked at Mang Sheng and Yuan Peng, no longer paying any attention to the alliance leader. Everyone looked at him, shocked beyond words. Some people felt that he was acting recklessly and was bluffing. Some thought he was crazy. After all, he might be stronger than Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng, but did he really treat a 5th-level yin-yang realm expert as if he didn't exist? However, those who truly understood Ling Xiao didn't think so. In the crowd, Feng Yangran regretted it. Seeing Ling Xiao's proud figure standing there, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. For his beloved woman, for his friends, he killed Mount Fengming, killed Tomohiko Kumar, and dared to make the world his enemy for his own people. It didn't matter if it was the right thing to do. But as a woman, she really liked this kind of man. Unfortunately, she had already made her choice. She chose to stand with her cousin, Feng Yinshan, and not Ling Xiao. Today's battle, whether Ling Xiao lived or died, would leave a brilliant legend in the history of Divine Phoenix Empire. Feng Yinshan regretted it even more than she did. If he really decided not to work with such an ally, he should have killed him earlier. However, he was hesitant. He wanted to use Ling Xiao, but he wasn't willing to help Ling Xiao sincerely. Now, their relationship was getting worse and worse. Today, he saw Ling Xiao fearlessly facing Yuan Peng, Boa Sheng, and even the alliance master. He felt that he had made a huge mistake in his judgment. What a pity. Zhu Yun also sighed and said, "Crown Prince of Hidden Mountain, although it's a pity, from now on, we can't have anything to do with Ling Xiao. He had offended too many people. Now, almost the entire Divine Phoenix Empire had become his enemy. Now, he had offended the people of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. If we work with him, I'm afraid there will be endless trouble in the future." In fact, Zhu Yun had always been unhappy that Ling Xiao had ousted him from the position of the dean of Qingshu College. Although he was old, he still held grudges. Most martial artists were good at holding grudges. After all, the profound world itself was a world where gratitude and grudges intertwined. Gratitude and grudges had always been the main theme of this world. Therefore, He did not want Feng Yinshan to be soft-hearted. He did not want Feng Yinshan to help Ling Xiao. Don't worry, master. I won't help him. Besides, we've already parted ways. Even the 2 patriarchs of the Fiery Phoenix tribe don't like him. If I were to work with him, wouldn't I be making things difficult for myself? Feng Yinshan shook his head. Right now, he could only treat Ling Xiao as an enemy. An enemy that had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this guy was given 1 or 2 years, he might really become an uncontrollable monster. On the high platform, Ling Xiao suddenly attacked. His figure pounced toward Boa Sheng. However, at this moment, a powerful pressure came from the Alliance Master's body, causing Ling Xiao's limbs to feel heavy and stiff. This old witch said that she would not help, but in reality, how could she not help? Yuan Peng disappeared from the high platform. Everyone knew that he was waiting for an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Screech tilde tilde, a loud and clear cry of the golden crow sounded. An even stronger fighting spirit erupted from Ling Xiao's body. 40%, 50%, 60%. Finally, when the golden crow fighting spirit was released to 60%, the restraints that the Alliance Master had placed on his body instantly disappeared. Ling Xiao was wrapped in terrifying power. He waved the sword of light in his hand and stabbed toward Boa Sheng's throat. Die. Suddenly, less than a foot above Ling Xiao, a long black staff stabbed down. The staff was wrapped in a strong lightning intent, as if it could pierce through everything. At this moment, if Ling Xiao insisted on killing Boa Sheng, he would definitely be attacked by Yuan Peng. In the end, it would definitely be a situation where both sides would suffer. And for Ling Xiao, this situation was definitely not worth it. However, at this moment, some people saw a smile in Ling Xiao's eyes, as if his scheme had succeeded. What is he trying to do? The warriors who caught Ling Xiao's subtle expression were extremely confused. In this situation, what else could Ling Xiao do? The next moment, he knew the answer. Everyone knew the answer. And at that moment, their gazes were completely frozen. Ling Xiao did something that no one expected. Even if they cracked their heads, they still wouldn't have thought of it. The sharp sword of light of destruction pierced the man's body. The ferocious sword essence of destruction rose to the extreme in an instant. The blazing heat of the immemorial golden crow burned in that person's body. Alliance Master. Many people stood up and shouted in horror. This was because Ling Xiao had disappeared at that moment. When he reappeared, the sword of light had already pierced that Alliance Master's body. At this moment, the golden crow battle intent had risen to 100%. Even the Moon Lady was afraid of the 100% immemorial golden crow battle intent. Although this Alliance Master and the Moon Lady had fought to a draw after 100 moves, her strength was still inferior to the Moon Lady. After 300 moves, she would definitely die. Therefore, in terms of strength, there was still a gap between her and the Moon Lady. Even the Moon Lady was injured by the 100% immemorial golden crow battle intent. How could she not be affected? Moreover, she had really underestimated Ling Xiao. She would never have thought that Ling Xiao would actually take the initiative to attack her. Not only did she not think of this, but no one else thought of this either. After Ling Xiao attacked, he quickly disappeared again. He knew that a Yin-Yang realm warrior could not be killed so easily. This sword was just a gift to the arrogant Alliance Master. Wasn't she powerful? Wasn't she arrogant? Then he would let her see the price of being arrogant. The ferocious golden crow battle intent wreaked havoc in the Alliance Master's body. She was extremely angry. How dare you sneak attack me? She roared angrily. Boa Sheng and Yuan Peng were completely dumbfounded. Until now, they still did not understand what had happened. Wasn't Ling Xiao attacking Boa Sheng? How did he suddenly appear beside the Alliance Master and injure her? Could it be that he understood the secret of the 10,000 gate formation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even the outstanding array masters of the White Tiger continent found it difficult to break the 10,000 gate formation. Could a mere Ling Xiao do it? There must be another reason. However, Yuan Peng could not figure out the reason no matter how hard he tried. Ling Xiao's body reappeared, and he was already far away from the Alliance Master. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Alliance Leader, does it hurt a lot? I said before that I will kill anyone who dares to stop me from killing them. Don't think that I am afraid of you just because you are at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. You don't dare to kill me, but I dare to kill you. If you don't believe me, let's see who will be killed today. Chapter 1549. Ling Xiao might not have been able to injure the Alliance Master if they had been outside the 10,000 gate array. After all, the disparity between their cultivation levels was too great. He definitely wouldn't have been a match for the other party if they hadn't been in a specific environment. However, the Alliance Master had foolishly entered the 10,000 gate array. After such a long time, the Yuan Venerate had already taken control of the 10,000 gate array. If Yuan Peng and the Alliance Master tried to leave the 10,000 gate array now, they would realize that they simply couldn't. Ling Xiao hadn't intended to rely on his master's power. However, why would he do it openly when someone else was cheating? Wouldn't that be stupid? Since the other party treated the rules as child's play, there was no need for him to adhere to them. Wouldn't he be an idiot if he didn't use the array formation for no good reason? Outside, he had the protection of the Moon Lady, the demonic wine sword, and the Hong Qi. Inside, he could definitely toy with a 5th-level yin-yang martialist to death if he controlled the array formation. No matter how high one's cultivation was, it was useless if one didn't understand array formations. Furthermore, he had the help of a Yuan Venerate in secret. Combined with the Golden Crow fighting intent, he would be able to grind this foolish Alliance Master to death. Did she still want to stop him from killing Boa Sheng and Yuan Peng? She had to save her own life first. Ah, I'm going to tear you to pieces. The Alliance Master glared at Ling Xiao, her voice filled with anger and hatred. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. In her eyes, Ling Xiao had already been sliced into minced meat. Someone who dared launch a sneak attack on her definitely couldn't be forgiven. At first, she had been afraid of the people outside and hadn't wanted to do it herself. However, she couldn't help it now. Ling Xiao had actually dared to hurt her. This was something she couldn't tolerate no matter what. Hee. Tear me to pieces? You should worry about yourself first. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. My sword didn't feel good, did it? Although you are a yin-yang realm martialist, you still have a mortal body. You can't escape the nomological laws of the mystic realm. You will still die. Alliance Master, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. Hurry up and kill him. This kid is too despicable. He actually dared to plot against you. Boa Sheng said loudly. At this moment, he had witnessed how terrifying Ling Xiao was. If Ling Xiao could even injure a martial artist at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm, then wouldn't it be easy for Ling Xiao to kill him? Therefore, Ling Xiao had to die. If Ling Xiao didn't die, he wouldn't be able to survive. That's right, Alliance Leader. This kid is vicious and has no respect for his elders. He must be killed. If he goes to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause. Yuan Peng chimed in. Alliance Master, you are the supreme being of the 5 Immortals Island. Ling Xiao dared to hurt you, which is a capital crime. He must be killed. Ji Ruolong's voice came from the Sacred Dynasty's formation. At this moment, he no longer cared about his old face. I beseech the Alliance Master to kill Ling Xiao and exterminate this scourge, returning peace to the divine Phoenix continent. To be inconsolable said righteously. That's right. The Alliance Leader was chosen by the 5 Immortals Island. He dared to humiliate and even attack you. He must be killed. The Island Master of the Blackwater Immortal Island also spoke. Kill. Raven Queen only said one word, but it was clear what she meant. Sigh, how dare you attack the Alliance Leader? Even we can't save you. Alliance Leader, do whatever you want. The Black and White Elders were the most shameless. They wouldn't save Ling Xiao. They would only be happy to see the Alliance Leader kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao has harmed countless geniuses in the divine Phoenix continent. He must die. The Dean of the Phoenix Academy, Ming Huang, also spoke. Kill. He must be killed. In an instant, there were all sorts of voices calling for Ling Xiao to be killed. This included those who had suffered at the hands of Ling Xiao and those from the martial Grandmaster Island. Their disciples had been killed by Ling Xiao in the heavenly demon battlefield. Naturally, they were furious. Since Ling Xiao wanted to die, they would fulfill his wish. Ling Xiao looked at those people in disdain and said coldly, "All of you want me to die, but I won't. Don't worry, if I survive, all of you will die." That cold and emotionless gaze made some of the shouting people lower their heads in fear. They wanted Ling Xiao to die, but they were afraid of Ling Xiao's talent and potential. If Ling Xiao really survived, it would definitely be a nightmare for them. That's right. If Ling Xiao dies, I'll make all of you accompany him in death. The Moon Lady looked coldly at those who were clamoring. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Count me in. If Ling Xiao dies, the divine Phoenix continent will be flooded with blood. The demon liquor sword's murderous intent quickly spread. Some of the warriors who were clamoring immediately shut their mouths. There's also this old man. The child that I've raised for so many years has been bullied by you. Even if I have to sacrifice my old bones, I'll make all of you accompany him in death. Hongqi said indifferently. However, his aura was not inferior to the two in front of him. Ling Xiao is a disciple of our Qingshu College. He's also the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Empire. Killing him is equivalent to becoming our enemy. I swear that even if I have to flatten the divine Phoenix continent, I won't let any of his enemies go. Feng Qingyang also stood up and said firmly. The position of Qingshu College's dean was given to him by Ling Xiao. As the dean, if he couldn't even protect his own student, then he wouldn't have the face to see others. He wouldn't be like Zhu Yun, who only cared about himself. Haha, our everlasting joy Immortal Island won't watch as Ling Xiao is killed. The Alliance Master is biased and doesn't care about the rules. He's no longer suitable to be the Alliance Master. The everlasting joy ancestor smiled and said, "Our Canopy Immortal Island also thinks the same. The Alliance Master's actions today are really disappointing. Such a shameless person doesn't deserve to be our Alliance Master." The Island Master of Canopy Immortal Island, Zhu Tianlin, also stood up and said. For a moment, those who wanted to kill Ling Xiao and those who supported Ling Xiao were divided into two factions. However, the most important thing right now was still the few people inside the Myriad Gate Formation. This was because the people outside couldn't enter the Myriad Gate Formation. If the Alliance Master was determined to kill Ling Xiao, the people outside definitely wouldn't be able to help. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, Moon Maiden, Demonic Liquor Sword, Hongqi, Dan Changle, Zhu Tianlin. So what if you're so aggressive? If you have the ability, come inside the Myriad Gate Formation. Today, I'm going to trample on this kid in front of you and kill him so that you can't vent your anger. The Alliance Master's voice was filled with madness and arrogance. It was as if he didn't care about anything. Right now, he only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. What's the point of saying so much nonsense? If you want to kill me, then kill me. I want to see if you have the ability. At that moment, Ling Xiao's body completely merged with the primordial golden crow. That reddish-gold giant bird was completely formed by light, and Ling Xiao was wrapped in it. They had already merged into one. 11 light profundities, primordial golden crow, 100% strength. The blazing battle intent continued to burn, and the terrifying aura made Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng hide in a corner and tremble. They realized in horror that if Ling Xiao had used this method previously, neither of them would have survived. Chapter 1550. Sensing the terrifying aura coming from Ling Xiao's body, the Alliance Master frowned slightly. Then, it turned into a sneer. Fortunately, you are only a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Otherwise, I would really be afraid. But now, in front of me, you are just a piece of trash that I can crush at any time. Oh, is that so? However, you are the one who is injured now, not me. Ling Xiao said mockingly. From now on, you won't be able to meet me again. The Alliance Master said confidently and coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, his body flashed and approached Ling Xiao in an instant. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't move, and the golden crow's claws clawed through the air. In that instant, the Alliance Master felt a strong sense of danger. Her body, which was originally pouncing forward, suddenly stopped and then moved to the side. However, it was still a little too late. That golden crow's claws actually appeared from her waist, tearing apart her protective essence energy and clawing at her ribs. If she had been a little slower, her ribs would have been broken. What's going on? In the Kill Dragon Forest, all the martial artists felt that it was a little unbelievable. Why did this scene seem so familiar? It was clearly the method that Yuan Peng used to deal with Ling Xiao. He has mastered the mystery of the 10,000 gate formation, the Moon Maiden said excitedly, and a smile bloomed on her cold face. This smile instantly made everything colorless. Really? The Liquor Demon Sword couldn't believe that Ling Xiao actually had such an ability. It shouldn't be wrong. When Ling Xiao was in Yuhua school, he became the disciple of a formation master and learned the method of formation refinement. The Moon Maiden nodded. Yuhua school? What sect is that? It's a very inconspicuous small sect in the Sky Dragon continent. What kind of powerful formation master can come from such a sect? Nonsense. Although this was what many people were saying, they all felt that it was impossible. However, the reality before their eyes forced them to believe it. Ling Xiao had really grasped the secrets of the 10,000 gate formation. This time, the one in trouble was not Ling Xiao, but the Alliance Master. The terrifying thing about a formation was that once you entered it, you would be at the mercy of others unless you could break the formation. No matter how high your cultivation base is, it's useless if you don't know formations, let alone your cultivation base at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Perhaps sometimes, the stronger one was, the more troublesome it would be. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you retreating? Ling Xiao looked at the Alliance Master mockingly and said, if you're afraid, then hurry up and scram. I don't have time to waste with you here. There are still those 2 fellows that haven't been killed yet. You really controlled the 10,000 gate formation? The Alliance Master asked. Not bad. Ling Xiao's answer was straightforward. Are you scared? So what if you control the 10,000 gate formation? Yuan Peng, remove the formation. The Alliance Master snorted coldly. No, Alliance Master. Once you remove the 10,000 gate formation, you'll have to face the Moon Lady, the demonic liquor sword, and the others directly. Yuan Peng smiled bitterly. He could neither leave nor stay in the formation. He had put a martial artist at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm in such a difficult situation. Damn it. The Alliance Master was stunned. Then, he realized that he had acted rashly because he was suppressed by Ling Xiao. Yuan Peng was right. It was more troublesome to leave than to stay in the formation. However, how was he going to deal with Ling Xiao? He was a martial artist at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but he had a headache over how to deal with a mere 10th level Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. If this kind of thing were to spread out, it would really be a laughingstock. So what if you control the 10,000 gate formation? As long as you can't break my defense, you won't be able to hurt me. The Alliance Master suddenly revealed a smile. Then, a shadow appeared behind her. What's that martial soul? A snail. Yes, it should be a snail. No wonder the Alliance Master didn't want to reveal her martial soul. That's too much. A huge snail with a huge hard shell on its back lay lazily behind the Alliance Master. Although there was an awkward expression on his face, after releasing his martial soul, the Alliance leader had regained his confidence. Brat, you'll definitely die today. Her figure flashed again and charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao chose to attack in the same way as before. However, he was in trouble this time. When the Golden Crow's claws reached the Alliance Master, they were blocked by the snail's shell. Ling Xiao vaguely realized that the Alliance Master's entire body was wrapped in the huge hard shell. The snail had already left the hard shell and was charging towards him. Ling Xiao dodged hastily and stared at the Alliance Master as he said, "You're a 5th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, yet you're acting like a coward. Is this what you mean by wanting to kill me? Cut the crap. You can't hurt me, but I can kill you. Let's see where you're going to run to." The Alliance Master snorted and charged towards Ling Xiao with the huge hard shell on her back. Together with the snail's martial soul's attack, she really caused a lot of trouble for Ling Xiao. However, At this moment, the martial artists watching the battle felt a little awkward. The fact that a 5th-level yin-yang realm martial artist was forced to use his martial soul was enough to shock them. Now, this level 5 yin-yang realm martial artist had to rely on the snail's shell to defend against Ling Xiao's attack. This made them feel strange. Many people in the crowd couldn't help but laugh. They had seen all kinds of weird things since the battle started. Do you really think I can't hurt you with a hard shell? Ling Xiao's body flickered continuously. Using the 10,000 gate formation, he could freely appear anywhere. If he was outside, he would definitely not be able to do so. Therefore, he was very confident that he could kill the Alliance Master. Master, can you block the people outside? I want to use my tyrannical martial soul. Ling Xiao asked as he dodged. It's a small matter. This 1,000 gate formation has the function of blocking qi. I only need to block their line of sight. However, you must kill these 3 people. Otherwise, the fact that you possess such a terrifying martial spirit will definitely be known by others. Yuan Venerate replied. The 3 of them will definitely die. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Alright, give me 3 breaths. Ling Xiao continued to dodge while Yuan Venerate started to modify the 10,000 gate array again. After a short while, what's going on? Why can't I see the battle inside? Yeah, it's all grey and hazy. I can't see or feel anything. Did Ling Xiao do something? I don't know. Why is it like this? Everyone was burning with anxiety. They couldn't see or feel any auras from such an exciting battle. This really made them depressed. Chapter 1551. After 15 minutes, no one could see what was happening inside. Half an hour passed. Inside the 10,000 gate formation, the Alliance leader fell to the ground in fear. He looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Are you surprised? Ling Xiao was panting heavily. There were many wounds on his body. He had used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, the immemorial Golden Crow, and the 10,000 gate formation to kill the Alliance leader. However, he had paid a huge price. He had used up too much energy. Fortunately, he had many elixirs with him. After eating the pills like they were beans, his signature mocking smile finally appeared on his face. So you're the martial artist who awakened the Mountain River martial soul. Haha, it's too late for you to know now. Ling Xiao mocked. You wanted to kill me, but you trapped yourself in the myriad gate formation. I really have to thank you. Otherwise, even if I used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, I wouldn't be able to kill you, a peerless expert at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. You can't kill me. Why? I'm from the Dragon Phoenix Mountain and an inner sect elder. If you kill me, don't even think about stepping into the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. As an inner sect elder of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, can you have some backbone? You only came up with such a lame excuse to beg for mercy when you're about to die. There are many sects in the White Tiger mainland. I don't care about the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Ling Xiao looked at the Alliance leader in disdain. The Golden Crow clawed at him. It's over. Everything is over. After I kill you, I'll get rid of those 2 trash. No. I can't die. Crack. A crisp sound was heard in the 10,000 gate formation. Ling Xiao crushed the Alliance leader's head. At the same time, the grey color gradually faded. Everyone stared at the 10,000 gate formation, hoping to be the first to see what was going on inside. At that moment, everyone's gaze froze. Ling Xiao was in a sorry state. He was covered in blood and his clothes were tattered like a beggar. However, the Alliance leader whose head was crushed was even more miserable. What happened? What exactly happened? No one understood. Even those who supported Ling Xiao, including the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon Sword, didn't understand. In just an hour, Ling Xiao had actually killed the Alliance Master. Hooray! Far away in the Heavenly Dragon continent, countless warriors were shouting in their homes. In their hearts, their Heavenly Emperor was invincible. No matter what kind of powerful opponent he encountered, it was all the same. For a period of time, they were worried to death, afraid that the legend in their hearts would be shattered. He was afraid that Ling Xiao's life would be lost in the hands of that expert. However, this scene caused them to be completely relieved. Their heavenly emperor His Majesty was the most powerful existence, invincible. Although it was just a beautiful wish, Ling Xiao miraculously showed it to them. In contrast, the young geniuses who had once looked down on Ling Xiao were completely dumbfounded. How did he do it? This was everyone's confusion. Bah! Trash, scum. Ling Xiao directly spat on the corpse, then looked at Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. You really want her to kill me, right? Next, I'll let you die with her. Feeling the realm of origin energy in his body constantly recovering, Ling Xiao released the divine light sword again. However, this time, the immemorial golden crow had been kept. Although that thing was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. He couldn't afford to be tormented now. Moreover, there was no need to use the immemorial golden crow to deal with Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng. Enough. Just as Ling Xiao's divine light sword pierced towards Boa Sheng, that guy trembled and hid in the corner, not daring to move. A thunderous voice resounded in the void. You've already killed the alliance leader of the Five Immortals Island, are you still not satisfied? As the voice resounded, a huge vortex appeared in the void, and then, a person walked out of it. It was an unfamiliar face, but it possessed terrifying strength. When everyone looked at this person, the sword in Ling Xiao's hand didn't waver. Now, no matter who it was, no one could stop his determination to kill the two in front of him. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? The roar resounded again, and the terrifying aura directly shattered the myriad gate formation. Ling Xiao's body was also shaken, and he kept retreating. Master! Yuan Peng looked at that person and shouted in surprise. Don't worry, I'm here. You'll be fine. Yuan Peng's master was called Yuan Tianluan, and he was the array master of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain. The myriad gate formation was developed by him. Therefore, even if Ling Xiao had modified the myriad gate formation, he could still break it. When he was at the Dragon Phoenix Mountain, he felt that something was wrong with Yuan Peng's aura, so he rushed over. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. His woman was killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at Yuan Tianluan coldly. Without the myriad gate formation, he definitely wasn't this person's match. But to let Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng go? That was a dream. What? What's with that look in your eyes? Do you even want to kill me? You're simply a bloodthirsty beast. Yuan Tianluan looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly and said coldly, If I'm a bloodthirsty beast, then your disciple is even worse than a beast. He's a scum. Ling Xiao swallowed another handful of pills. He ate the things that others treated as treasures like jelly beans. His body was rapidly recovering. Master, kill him. This guy used a very cruel method to kill Master's wife. Yuan Peng shouted loudly. With his master here, Yuan Peng's timid heart once again came to life. He gritted his teeth and shouted his wish to his master. Heavenly Master Yuan, Ling Xiao destroyed the Dragon Phoenix selection. Please uphold justice. Please uphold justice. Ji Ruolong, to be inconsolable, Black Crow Queen, Ming Huang, and the others who wanted Ling Xiao dead formed an alliance once again. It seems that you've offended quite a number of people. But don't worry, I won't kill you. Now, surrender obediently and follow me to the Dragon Phoenix Mountain to receive your trial. Yuan Tianluan looked at Ling Xiao with contempt. He also wanted to kill Ling Xiao to avenge his woman. However, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't be able to kill his woman just because of the myriad gate formation. There should be something strange in this guy's body. Therefore, he wanted to bring this kid back and study him properly. After obtaining the treasure in this kid's body, it wouldn't be too late to kill him. Who would go back with you, idiot? You can kill me if you have the ability, but you want me to surrender? No way. Ling Xiao cursed. Since that's the case, I can only take action. After saying that, Yuan Tianluan crossed the void and arrived at the high platform in an instant. His huge hand that covered the sky grabbed Ling Xiao. Old dog, how dare you hurt him? Just as Yuan Tianluan made his move, the Moon Maiden made her move. Chapter 1552. The Moon Lady had been holding back for a long time. She couldn't help Ling Xiao in the 10,000 gate array just now. Now that the 10,000 gate array was broken, She could finally protect her little man. Dazzling moonlight streaked across the sky. Her slender hand turned into a huge hand that covered the sky and clashed with Yuan Tianluan's palm in the air. You dare to stop me? Yuan Tianluan looked at the Moon Lady coldly with a gloomy face. So what if I stop you? Do you think you're better than anyone? The Moon Lady said indifferently. I'm Heavenly Master Yuan from Dragon Phoenix Mountain. My cultivation is definitely above the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. You should know that. However, the Divine Phoenix Continent's laws don't allow martial artists above the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm to appear. Therefore, my cultivation is temporarily suppressed. Aren't you afraid of offending me? Yuan Tianluan squinted his eyes and said coldly. Are you the only one whose cultivation is suppressed? The Moon Lady said in disdain. Little man, listen to me. Today, no one can stop you from killing those 2 scums. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop you, including the martial artists from Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Her voice was filled with adoration and dominance. She ignored everyone, including Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Hee, Sister Moon Lady, let's compete. Let's see if you can get rid of that old thing first or if I can get rid of those 2 scums first. Ling Xiao grinned. He really didn't care about Dragon Phoenix Mountain. His eyes were on the Heaven's chosen sect. The White Tiger Continent was a place that he would have to cross sooner or later. If he was afraid of a sect in the White Tiger Continent, then he might as well quit. If he offended them, so be it. It wasn't like he hadn't offended anyone before. No problem. The Moon Maiden smiled, once again causing countless cultivators to fall head over heels for her. Unfortunately, her smile only lasted for a moment before it turned cold and ruthless. Ling Xiao's gaze returned to Yuan Peng and Mang Sheng. A cold, murderous intent surged out from within his body. Yuan Peng, what happened today had nothing to do with you. However, you ambushed me and even insulted my woman. I must settle this score. So what if your master is here? Even if you brought the entire Dragon Phoenix Mountain here, no one would be able to save you. Boa Sheng, not only did you sneak attack me, you also injured my brother and my friend Ji Luoyu. Afterwards, you colluded with Yuan Peng and tried to use the power of the Alliance Master to kill me. If I don't fool you, I swear I'm not human. Ling Xiao held the sword of light obliteration in his hand and shot towards Boa Sheng like a bolt of lightning. Right now, Mang Sheng was at his weakest state. He had to kill him first. Ling Xiao believed in the Moon Lady. In the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Heavenly Dragon Continent, the Moon Lady was definitely an invincible existence. Unless someone could break the laws here, no one was a match for the Moon Lady. Therefore, what he needed to do now wasn't to care about the Moon Maiden, but to figure out how to kill the 2 of them. Of course, there was another reason for killing these 2. Earlier in the Myriad Gate Array, the 2 of them might have seen him unleashing his martial soul. If he let the 2 of them live, his secret might be exposed to everyone. At that time, there would be more trouble. Therefore, regardless of the reason, Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng were doomed to die. The void trembled and a terrifying killing intent filled the sky. The ferocious sword essence pierced towards Boa Sheng, causing Boa Sheng to fall into despair once again. He didn't even have the courage to fight. Boa Sheng, you piece of trash. Let's join forces. Do you think we're afraid of him? But he even killed the Alliance Master. You idiot. He must have used some trick to kill the Alliance Master. Moreover, can't you see that he's exhausted? This is an opportunity. These words woke up Boa Sheng from his despair. He stood up abruptly and the demonic dragon behind him roared again. Yes, you're right. He's weak now. How can he kill us? Let's destroy him first. That's right. Let's attack together. Soon, Boa Sheng and Yuan Peng reached a strategic cooperation agreement. The 2 of them unleashed their martial souls at the same time and charged towards Ling Xiao. It's useless. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. The 2 of you are useless. You're no match for me even if you join forces. His first target was naturally still Boa Sheng. As for Yuan Peng, there was nothing to fear after he lost the Myriad Gate Array. It would be easier to defend against him. Raw tilde. The demonic dragon roared and pounced from behind Boa Sheng to devour Ling Xiao. The sword essence that filled the sky hit the demonic dragon's soul and made an ear-piercing roar. The demonic dragon's body trembled continuously. "What are you waiting for, Yuan Peng?" Boa Sheng roared. Yuan Peng nodded, and his body suddenly became huge. The black staff in his hand also became a 1,000-kilogram staff and smashed towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao still didn't look back. It was as if Yuan Peng's attack didn't exist at all. That's strange. His skeleton general should have been destroyed by the League Master. What means does he have to block Yuan Peng's attack? Puzzled voices came from the crowd. This person was right. Ling Xiao's skeleton general was destroyed, and it was impossible for it to recover in a short time. However, did he only have the eye of the tomb of the god of sin? Obviously not. Boom. The huge staff hit something, and the terrifying rebounding force actually made Yuan Peng's body, which was 4 to 5 meters long, retreat a few steps. He took a closer look and saw that it was actually a tall and big bronze troll. The bronze troll was holding a bronze spear in its hand. Mighty and domineering. Tri-leaf demonic eyes, communication with the other world. Ling Xiao didn't forget this ability. The bronze troll blocked Yuan Peng's attack, and Ling Xiao didn't have to block it anymore. The light of the sword of light in his hand became even more dazzling and intense. "Let's see who can save you now. Die." Boa Sheng. Rumble. The terrifying light tore the huge demonic dragon apart. The demonic dragon's body shattered, and it turned back into a black python. However, this wasn't the end. The terrifying sword light was still advancing unstoppably, and it completely tore the black python to shreds. There was nothing that could stop Ling Xiao's surekill attack. Boa Sheng despaired again. Ling Xiao. Why did he offend Ling Xiao? Originally, he didn't have any grudges with Ling Xiao, but he just had to provoke that person. Now, the shadow of death completely enveloped his body. The terrifying sword intent completely stunned him. He couldn't even move. It was as if his whole body was fixed, and he could only accept the judgment of fate. Die. The sword light finally split Boa Sheng's body. The bright light completely turned Boa Sheng into nothingness. To Mang Sheng, this was a sword that he could not block. However, it was nothing to Ling Xiao. He didn't even use much strength. Compared to him, Boa Sheng's strength was much greater. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, his combat strength was more powerful than a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist with 20% yin-yang essence energy. In addition, he had terrifying soul power. Boa Sheng was nothing. If Yuan Peng and the alliance leader hadn't interfered, Boa Sheng would have become a dead snake. Chapter 1553. Killed. The 4th-ranked python, Phoenix Boa Sheng, has been killed. Ji Tianming, Phoenix Cry Mountain, Gao Yangjun, Dark Current, Tomohiko Kumar, and now Boa Sheng. This guy is definitely the nemesis of geniuses. So many geniuses have died in his hands. The hearts of the people trembled again. However, Ling Xiao's face appeared very relaxed. It was as if killing Boa Sheng was just a trivial matter. It was as if Boa Sheng was not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. Yuan Peng was still in a life-and-death battle with the bronze troll. This made him very depressed. It also made the spectators feel incredulous. Generally speaking, even if a summoned creature was powerful, its combat skills still could not compare to a martial artist's. However, this bronze troll was like another Ling Xiao. Not only were its moves varied, but they were also extremely strange and cunning. Apart from the different attack methods, people even suspected that it was a second Ling Xiao. Including Yuan Peng and the spectating martial artists, they did not understand what was going on. Of course, they did not understand that Ling Xiao cultivated the Essence Soul Remnant Scroll. Not only could his soul leave his shell, but he could also split into dozens of souls to control different summoned creatures. At present, Ling Xiao's cultivation level of the Essence Soul Remnant Scroll was not high. He could already take care of one thing and another at the same time. Easily releasing dozens of souls with his main body's consciousness was not a problem at all. It seemed like the bronze troll was fighting, but in fact, it was Ling Xiao controlling the bronze troll's body. It would be strange if Yuan Peng could defeat the bronze troll. Tell me, how should I kill you? Ling Xiao looked at Yuan Peng and mocked, you can't even defeat my summoned creature. How can you defeat me? My martial soul has the invincible Vajra ability. What can you do to me? Yuan Peng suddenly stopped fighting. The great ape king's martial soul fused with his body. Then, his body was wrapped in a layer of golden things that emitted a metallic luster. The bronze giant demon attacked many times, but all it did was make a loud rumbling sound. It was unable to break this golden armor-like thing. As expected of the jackals of the same tribe as the Alliance Master. Both of you like this kind of tortoise-shell tactic. Ling Xiao sneered and said, but it seems that you can't fight in this state. So what? Since you can't break through my defense, you can't kill me. At this moment, Yuan Peng no longer cared about his reputation. As long as he could preserve his life, he didn't care what methods he used. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because of this? If I can't, I'll burn you to death. Your invincible Vajra divine ability can't even resist high temperatures. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. Then, the phantom of the ancient hell dragon appeared behind him. Hellfire, burn. The terrifying black flames enveloped Yuan Peng, and in that instant, the surrounding temperature rose by a lot. As the flames continued to burn, the temperature continued to rise. Yuan Peng's face instantly turned pale. Let him go, and I won't pursue everything you've done before. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan roared. What was his relationship with Yuan Peng? Why did he care so much about him? His woman was dead, and he chose not to take revenge. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Yuan Tianluan, not only will he die today, but you will also die. I've seen enough of you self-righteous people. You wanted to kill me just now, so I'll kill you now. There's nothing wrong with that, right? He even wants to kill Yuan Tianluan. The crowd was shocked again. Originally, many people thought that the Moon Lady was only going to restrain Yuan Tianluan, and then give Ling Xiao a chance to kill Yuan Peng and Boa Sheng. Who knew that Ling Xiao would be so bold as to not even let Yuan Tianluan go? However, on second thought, if Yuan Tianluan wanted to kill him, why couldn't he kill Yuan Tianluan? Wasn't it normal to give him a taste of his own medicine? Yuan Peng, you're the first of the 10 Phoenix Sons, the 8th genius of the Dragon Phoenix Top 10. Do you really want to be burned alive like this? Ling Xiao looked contemptuously at Yuan Peng, who was struggling in the flames, and revealed a disdainful smile. I don't care, I'll kill you however I want, but don't you think it's too humiliating to die like this? Don't think that anyone can save you. No matter who it is, you won't be able to survive today. Yuan Fei Huang is just a piece of trash in front of Ling Xiao. In the crowd, countless pairs of eyes were filled with shock. The 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard didn't even have the courage to attack Ling Xiao. What was going on? Could it be that Ling Xiao was really that terrifying? The roaring ancient hell dragon behind Ling Xiao looked majestic and awe-inspiring. In Ling Xiao's hand, the light destroyer sword was still shining brightly. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao was no longer a martial artist, but a legend that couldn't be fought. If you have the ability, don't use the hell dragon fire. I'll fight you fair and square. Yuan Peng finally couldn't take it anymore. The black flames had already caused him great pain. Although there was no problem now, as time passed, he was sure that he would be burned to ashes. That way of dying was too cowardly. You're smart, but what qualifications do you have to talk to me about demands? Ling Xiao looked contemptuously at Yuan Peng. He had no intention of withdrawing the hell dragon fire. He had always been unscrupulous when fighting with despicable people. Damn it. But do you think you can trap me like this? Yuan Peng was the 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard after all. Naturally, his strength wouldn't be so weak. However, he wasn't willing to use some of his techniques, because once exposed, he might not have the chance to use them again. Magic treasure, mortal grade spirit weapon, 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Shield. The 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Shield was a magic treasure that specialized in restraining fire. Of course, it was a general term for magic treasures and was divided into many grades. In Yuan Peng's hand was a mortal grade spirit weapon, the 9 Dragons Heavenly Fire Shield. As the magic treasure was summoned, 9 blue dragons soared into the sky, followed by a violent storm. Although the hell dragon fire wasn't extinguished, it was clearly much smaller. Yuan Peng took the opportunity to turn and flee. In the end, he didn't dare to fight Ling Xiao. His first choice after escaping was to escape. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Body of light. Light speed godly excursion. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body turned into a beam of light. His speed was raised to the extreme. Son of light, bind. In an instant, Ling Xiao caught up to Yuan Peng. Then, a ball of light separated from his body and turned into a huge tentacle that tightly bound Yuan Peng. Break for me. Yuan Peng used all his strength and finally shattered the Son of Light. However, even though the light was shattered, it was still light. The moment it shattered, it reconnected again. The most terrifying thing was that the closer Ling Xiao got, the stronger the Son of Light became. Yuan Peng couldn't break it for a while. Chapter 1554. Fury of the Great Ape King. Destroy. Destroy them all. Yuan Peng's explosive power increased once again. The martial soul of the Great Ape King had further merged with his body. In the battle with Ling Xiao, he had been constantly defeated and his combat strength had increased unknowingly. However, it was all too late. Ling Xiao's sword of light destruction had already pierced his back and was aimed at his heart. If the sword pierced him, he would definitely die and there would be nothing left. Block it for me. Yuan Peng had no time to escape. He could only turn around and swing his staff in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's attack. This strike of his was definitely not weak. However, Ling Xiao, who was holding the sword with both hands, was even more terrifying. Crack. Puff. The first sound was the sound of the black staff breaking. The second sound was the sound of Yuan Peng's arm being cut off. A shrill scream rang out in the void. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from the crowd. It was as swift as a ghost and appeared behind Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. The crowd didn't even see clearly who the person who suddenly leaped out was. Die. It was only when the figure stopped moving and the sharp blade in his hand was aimed at Ling Xiao's back that everyone saw the person's appearance clearly. The first malefic star, He Yongbing. It's not surprising that he would attack. Other than him, all the geniuses of the Black Crow Empire have been killed. How could he tolerate Ling Xiao? But can he really kill Ling Xiao like this? After experiencing Yuan Peng's sneak attack on Ling Xiao, everyone had a new understanding of Ling Xiao's strength. Would He Yongbing's sneak attack really work? You're really stupid. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out. He did not care about He Yongbing's sneak attack and directly stabbed his sword towards Yuan Peng. Once again, Yuan Peng was pierced by the sword. His body could no longer support itself and started to fall from the sky. At the same time, Ling Xiao's body was also pierced by black rock ice. I said you were stupid, but you didn't believe me. You know I killed the sixth fiend. Do you really think you can kill me with such a method? This voice actually came from behind He Yarobing. At the same time, a shadow all pierced through He Yaobing's defenseless body. Gemini martial spirit. That's impossible. If Sixth Brother's twin martial spirits didn't possess his body, he wouldn't be able to attack. He Yarobing looked at his chest in horror. There was a huge bloody hole there, and black flames were still burning. He knew that there was no hope for him. However, he didn't understand. Wasn't the Gemini martial spirits just a means to save his life? His twin martial souls can't attack, but mine can't. You're too naive. Ling Xiao looked at He Yarobing with disdain. The person ranked 9th on the Dragon Phoenix list should have had a glorious future. Yet, he was killed so easily. Who knew whose sorrow it was? I can't accept this. A shrill and angry roar resounded in the sky. He Yaobing's body was finally completely incinerated in a ball of black flames. Ling Xiao is too strange. Yeah, it's fine if he's strong, but he's so crafty. Who can kill him? Even the person ranked 9th on the Dragon Phoenix list was killed by him in one move. Do the others still have a chance? In the crowd, many warriors were trembling with fear. Once upon a time, they had also treated Ling Xiao as a stepping stone for a meteoric rise. Because if they killed Ling Xiao, they would be put in an important position by the divine Phoenix Empire. However, now it seemed that it was simply wishful thinking. Facing such a terrifying Ling Xiao, there was only one ending for them, and that was death. Raven Queen sat there, her body trembling violently. Blood spurted out from her mouth. She was furious, yet helpless. Dead, they were all dead. Her son, Tomohiko Kumar, and the number one fiend, Hei Yarobing, whom she valued the most, were killed by Ling Xiao just like that. I'm going to kill you. Raven Queen charged forward without hesitation. Fart. Blood splattered everywhere in the sky. What welcomed Raven Queen was a black longsword. The demon wine sword attacked. How could he watch Raven Queen deal with Ling Xiao without doing anything? Ling Xiao's performance today had given him too many surprises. It made him even more certain that his previous thoughts were correct. Helping Ling Xiao was helping himself, and he would be able to save Ji Lingyu from that place. The Black Crow Empire is finished. The crowd shook their heads. This time, the Black Crow Empire only sent so many people, and in the end, all of them died in the dragon-slaying forest. Even if the Black Crow Empire still had experts, they would not be able to recover for a long time. While everyone was shocked by the deaths of Hei Yarobing and Raven Queen, Ling Xiao was not idle. The terrifying sword radiance was like a demon chasing after souls, and it instantly reached Yuan Peng's side. At this moment, Yuan Peng had not even landed on the ground. No. Yuan Peng's eyes were filled with anger, shock, regret, and other complicated emotions. However, so what? Time could not be reversed. Everything could not be reversed. From the moment he sneaked an attack on Ling Xiao and insulted Ling Xiao's woman, he was destined to end up like this. No one could save him. He had a good plan. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao before he could because Ling Xiao had grown too quickly. However, he neglected a problem. Was he the only one who thought of such a thing? Obviously not. Many people had seen Ling Xiao's outstanding talent and wanted to kill him in the cradle. Unfortunately, no one succeeded in the end. Boom. It was another death without a corpse. The burning ashes floated in the air above the killing dragon forest. Countless people were terrified when they saw this scene. Ling Xiao had really killed him. And he had really succeeded. He had killed Yuan Tianluan's disciple under the nose of the Dragon Phoenix Mountains expert. 9th on the Dragon Phoenix list. 8th on the Dragon Phoenix list. In Ling Xiao's eyes, he had been killed like an ant. If Ling Xiao's name was not on the Dragon Phoenix list, would it still be considered authoritative? Many people were doubtful. Zhongyu Huangquan looked at Ling Xiao and clenched his fists tightly. He was 4th on the Dragon Phoenix list. However, did he really have the ability to kill Ling Xiao? He used to be full of confidence, but now he actually began to doubt himself. It was just an experience of watching a battle. Ji Huangtian looked calm, but his heart was still in turmoil. Grandfather, I'm afraid I can't kill Ling Xiao for you. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. To kill Ling Xiao, my cultivation must surpass the Moon Maiden. Otherwise, it's impossible. Ji Huangtian shook his head and said indifferently, let's go back, grandfather. I'll keep today's grudge in my heart for the time being. I still have to return to the Zhengyi school. But don't worry, I'll avenge you sooner or later. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao, but he could also see that it was impossible to kill Ling Xiao under the protection of the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword. Even Yuan Tianluan couldn't do it, so what could he do? With a sigh, Ji Ruolong nodded and left the Killing Dragon Forest in a daze. Chapter 1555. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Zhu Wen and Ying Tianxia from the Phoenix Academy. The two of them wisely chose not to deal with Ling Xiao. Although they were the weakest among the 10 Phoenix Sons, they were the ones who survived in the end. It had to be said that this was a kind of irony. Extremely ironic. Sister Moon Maiden, I've already dealt with these guys. You haven't dealt with that old man yet? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the battle between the Moon Maiden and Yuan Tianluan and asked with a smile. He still hadn't forgotten about Yuan Tianluan. He wanted everyone to remember that even the inner sect elders of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain would die if they offended him. He didn't believe that no one would remember such a bloody lesson. Right away, the Moon Maiden was getting faster and faster. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan's body was covered in wounds. He didn't understand why he was so weak in front of the Moon Maiden despite having the same cultivation. It was still okay for the first 100 moves. After 100 moves, he started to get injured. After 200 moves, he was only thinking about how to escape. However, the Moon Maiden obviously wouldn't give him the chance. At the 296th move, the Moon Maiden hit Yuan Tianluan's vital point with her palm and severely injured him. Little man, I'll leave him to you. The Moon Maiden looked at Yuan Tianluan, who was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. Then, she said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and went to Yuan Tianluan's side. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan's aura was about to be exhausted. His face was pale and the vitality in his body was quickly fading. If someone treated him, he would definitely be able to survive. After all, he was a yin-yang realm level 5 expert. At this moment, Yuan Tianluan's eyes were filled with regret. If he knew that the Moon Maiden was so powerful, he wouldn't have come. In the White Tiger mainland, he was confident that he was stronger than the Moon Maiden. But now, it was too late. His life was in danger. Moreover, he had to watch his disciple, who was also his illegitimate son, being killed by Ling Xiao. Speaking of tragic, it was truly tragic. But who was the one who caused all of this? If he hadn't come up with the idea of letting his wife be the leader of the Divine Phoenix mainland and host the Dragon Phoenix selection to attack the geniuses of the Divine Phoenix mainland, if he hadn't let his son sneak into the Phoenix Academy and become Yuan Fei Huangzi, if his wife hadn't targeted Ling Xiao, if his son hadn't ambushed Ling Xiao, perhaps all of this wouldn't have happened. It was a pity that things could not be reversed. What had happened was what had happened. No one could change it. At this moment, no one could and dared to save him. Even the martial artists of Dragon Phoenix Mountain did not dare to rashly come. This damned law of the profound world made it so that martial artists who had surpassed the 5th level of the yin-yang realm were unable to display their true strength. No one would risk coming to the Divine Phoenix continent for him. At this moment, he only felt despair and regret. Ling Xiao looked at the old man indifferently. His cold gaze did not have the slightest hint of pity or sympathy. You think you can look down on me just because you're an expert of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain? You can kill me just because you want to. You didn't allow me to kill Boa Sheng and Yuan Peng. You were so arrogant as if you were ordering a dog. But now, don't you look like a dying dog? Ling Xiao's voice was filled with sarcasm and mockery. He wanted to kill him just because of a disagreement. Did such a person really treat him as a human? Since the other party didn't treat him as a human, why should he sympathize with him? Yuan Tianluan didn't argue. There was no need for that. Everything Ling Xiao said was the truth. He admitted his defeat. However, he didn't want to die. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "The grudge between us can be written off. I'll arrange for you to cultivate in Dragon Phoenix mainland. That way, no one will dare to bully you and your future will be even brighter. There's no need for that. I've never been afraid of others bullying me. I'll kill whoever dares to bully me, just like Boa Sheng, Yuan Peng, and you." Ling Xiao said disdainfully, "As for my future, I really don't need you to worry about it. I have my own path to walk. Even if this path is full of thorns, I'll just cut it open. Today, you must die. When you were strong, you wanted to kill me. Now, it's my turn to stand on the strong side. Do you think I'll let you go?" The crowd nodded. Ling Xiao had never really relied on any power. Starting from the Sky Dragon continent's Qianfeng city's Ling family, he was the one who saved these powers. First, when the Ling family was surrounded, he stood out and saved the Ling family from being destroyed. Now, the Ling family was also a rich and powerful family in the Sky Dragon continent. Then, it was Master Baiyun. This person didn't like him at all and didn't value him. It was only when he was betrayed by his disciple that he truly saw him in a new light. As for him, not only did he kill Master Baiyun's enemy and save Master Baiyun's daughter, he even helped Master Baiyun find his lost wisdom. After that, it was Yuhua School and Sacred Dynasty. When it came to the Divine Phoenix Empire, Qingshu College became what it was today because of him. He never relied on any power. He only helped his own power. Did such a person need Dragon Phoenix Mountain? There was really no need. Yuan Tianluan looked up and sighed. His voice was filled with endless desolation and regret. But what was the use? Some things couldn't be undone once they were done wrong. Do it. He had nothing else to say. He only hated himself for thinking too highly of himself. He actually came all the way to the divine Phoenix continent to die. He was really unlucky. Just die peacefully. Go down and accompany your wife and son. Don't let them do anything stupid. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, a crimson sun all had already pierced through Yuan Tianluan's forehead. To completely kill a yin-yang realm martial artist, one had to destroy their soul realm. Otherwise, who knew if they would revive? Yuan Tianluan's eyes were wide open. His eyes were still filled with regret and helplessness. However, he had already lost all signs of life. Another 5th-level yin-yang realm martial artist had died. If Ling Xiao had killed Yuan Peng, Boa Sheng, and Tomohiko Kumar, it wasn't much. After all, they were all Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. However, killing 2 5th-level yin-yang realm martial artists consecutively was too shocking. If word got out, it would probably scare people to death. Just like before, Ling Xiao took Yuan Tianluan's storage ring. Including this storage ring, he had already obtained at least 5 storage rings today. Of course, the most valuable one was probably this one and the one in the female leader's hand. 2 martial artists at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm definitely had good stuff in their storage rings. Let's go, Sister Moon Maiden. There's no need to participate in this Dragon Phoenix selection. I'll think of another way for the white tiger meat. After killing Yuan Tianluan, Ling Xiao was completely disappointed in this Dragon Phoenix selection. The so-called alliance to choose the true geniuses to compete with the White Tiger Continent's geniuses to defend the glory of the Divine Phoenix Continent and the Heavenly Dragon Continent. However, looking at it now, it was simply a huge joke. Chapter 1556. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the so-called Dragon Phoenix selection had been used by some big shots as an opportunity to eliminate dissidents. If my little man isn't qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet, I'll go and destroy this so-called event. The Moon Lady sneered. Then, she left the dragon-slaying forest with everyone from Qingshu College. After they all left, the atmosphere calmed down a little. However, many people were still in shock and couldn't recover from the shock. Ling Xiao came and killed dozens of genius martial artists, including He Yanbing, who was ranked 9th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard, as well as Yuan Peng, who was ranked 8th on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard. The most terrifying thing was that he even killed 2 martial artists at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Everyone could understand Yuan Tianluan's death. After all, it was the Moon Lady who killed him. However, what happened to the female leader? Many people couldn't figure it out. What method did Ling Xiao use to kill her? The only people who might know the truth, Boa Sheng and Yuan Peng, were killed by Ling Xiao. This became a mystery that could never be solved. However, Ling Xiao's power and terror were deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. Are we still going to continue? Finally, Dan Feng, who was ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix leaderboard, spoke. Of course. Without Ling Xiao, could it be that the Dragon Phoenix selection is not going to continue? Zhongyu Huangquan gritted his teeth. It's not just Ling Xiao. Ji Huangtian is gone too. Dan Feng said indifferently, to be honest, I'm very disappointed with the Dragon Phoenix selection today. It's a waste of time. If I have the time, I might as well play a killing game with the experts from the White Tiger Continent. He stood up and glanced at Patriarch Chang'e. Patriarch, I'm bored. I want to go back. If you want to leave, then leave. The Dragon Phoenix selection has indeed been ruined. The everlasting joy ancestor sighed. In today's Dragon Phoenix selection, Ling Xiao had been in the limelight. Now that Ling Xiao had left, if the others were to continue, they would feel like newbies pecking at each other. It was meaningless. Senior brother, if you want to leave, then there's no need for me to stay. Mo Yu, ranked 7th on the Dragon Phoenix list, was also a disciple of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Let's disperse too. It's boring. Zhu Tianlin also stood up and looked at the people of Tianpeng Immortal Island behind him. For a time, many people were no longer in the mood to continue fighting. After all, to them, Ling Xiao's performance was too shocking. No matter how the following battle turned out, they would always feel a little dull. Stop. Feng Ming Chishan, who was sitting high up in the imperial family's seat, suddenly stood up and said coldly, "Why? Does Crown Prince Chishan still plan to continue this Dragon Phoenix selection?" Zhu Shaozong of Tianpeng Immortal Island, who was ranked 6th on the Dragon Phoenix list, asked coldly. "Forget about the Dragon Phoenix selection. Ling Xiao has already stolen the limelight, so there's no point in it. What this king wants to talk about now is another matter." He sneered as he looked at the people from the Five Immortals Island and the Martial Grandmaster Island. Then, he waved his hand gently. Armored soldiers rushed over from all directions and surrounded the killing dragon forest. Everyone felt that something was wrong, and they all looked at Feng Ming Chi Mountain angrily. "Junior, what are you trying to do?" Ancestor Chang'e asked coldly. "What am I trying to do? It's very simple. Your Five Immortals Island has ruled this world for too long. It's time to change people. From today onwards, the Five Immortals Island and the 7 Martial Grandmaster Island will all belong to the Divine Phoenix Empire, and the new emperor of the Divine Phoenix Empire will be me, Feng Ming Chi Mountain." Feng Ming Chi Mountain said domineeringly, not putting anyone in his eyes, including Feng Yinshan and the Black and White Elders. "You're simply courting death. Do you think you're Ling Xiao?" To be inconsolable, Feng Ming Chi Mountain had already had enough of Ling Xiao's attitude. Now that Feng Ming Chi Mountain actually stood up and spoke to them seniors like this, how could she tolerate it? "That's right, Feng Ming Chi Mountain, is your brain filled with shit? Ling Xiao has the Moon Lady and the Demon Wine Sword, what do you have? I don't think the Black and White Elders and senior Feng Ming Xiao will let you mess around with this matter, right?" Zhong Yu Huangquan also said angrily. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, could it be that he didn't even have the qualifications to leave? He was also holding back a bellyful of anger. Feng Ming Xiao and the Black and White Elders also looked at Feng Ming Chi Mountain, shocked by this young man's actions. If he just wanted to be in the limelight, there was no need to offend so many people at once, right? Chi Mountain, apologize to the seniors. Feng Ming Xiao said coldly. "Apologize? Is this what you, a senior of the Ice Phoenix clan, should say? Divine Phoenix Empire has already fallen. Five Immortal Island has also fallen. It's really shameful to be turned upside down by a Ling Xiao. Since you guys can't do it, then let me take control of everything. I will make Divine Phoenix Empire the strongest empire in the profound world." Feng Ming Chi Mountain declared like a madman. These words attracted a burst of laughter from the crowd. Although everyone knew that Feng Ming Chi Mountain was powerful, no matter how powerful he was only ranked 5th on the Dragon Phoenix list. He wasn't even as high as Zhong Yu Huangquan's ranking. Even if he could defeat Zhong Yu Huangquan, he couldn't be arrogant in front of those seniors. The laughter stopped abruptly. A strange sound of armor colliding suddenly rang out. Then, there was boundless killing intent. Kill everything. Destroy everything. A terrifying aura filled the air above the killing dragon forest, causing everyone's expression to become ugly. How could this be? To be inconsolable, Feng Ming Chi Mountain's martial spirit was so cold that it made people tremble. Killing God White Blade. His martial spirit is actually one of the 12 immortals, killing God White Blade, one of the 12 strongest warriors who fought side by side with the human king in the past. Rumor has it that White Blade once slaughtered millions of beasts in one battle. At that time, blood flowed like a river. Even the river was dyed red with blood and cut off by the corpses. That battle established the name of Killing God White Blade. At the same time, because of this, his name caused countless beasts to tremble in fear. At least you guys are tactful, recognizing the Killing God White Blade martial spirit. Feng Ming Chi Mountain looked coldly at Zhong Yu Huangquan and to be inconsolable. Are you guys convinced? Are you kidding? Even if you have the Killing God White Blade martial spirit, do you think we are afraid of you? To be inconsolable was a 3rd-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Although she was not as strong as the Moon Lady and the Liquor Demon's sword, it would be too embarrassing if she knelt down and begged for mercy in front of Fengming Chi Mountain. Is that so? Then you can experience what killing intent is. Fengming Chi Mountain sneered. The martial spirit behind him suddenly disappeared and appeared in the square formation of the parameter Immortal Island. Stop him. To be inconsolable roared furiously as she gathered the yin-yang origin energy in her body to resist the terrifying martial spirit. Kill. 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 The killing god's voice sounded like he was chanting scriptures. Every word made to be inconsolable and Zhong Yu Huangquan feel a splitting headache. Bang! Zhong Yu Huangquan only touched the boundless killing intent and his body was sent flying. Then, his face turned pale and he spat out blood. It was as if his body was infected by a plague and he could not use any strength. Chapter 1557. Under Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's attacks, the other disciples of the parameter Immortal Island had their meridians severed, and their bodies were mangled as if they had been torn apart by countless sword chis. Blood splattered everywhere, but Phoenix Cry Chi Shan had no intention of showing any mercy. Enough. To be inconsolable suddenly shouted. Do you submit? Phoenix Cry Chi Shan asked coldly. My parameter Immortal Island is willing to join the Chishan Crown Prince. To be inconsolable actually knelt on one knee and said with a pale face. In just one exchange, she knew that everyone had underestimated Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. What Ling Xiao? In front of Phoenix Cry Chi Shan, he was not even worth mentioning. This guy was the real terror. He was not even 30 years old, but he had the strength of the Moon Maiden and the Liquor Demon's sword. Coupled with that terrifying martial soul, who could be his match? If they did not submit now, did they want to be completely wiped out? Phoenix Cry Chi Shan and Domineering Dao looked at to be inconsolable and nodded in satisfaction. However, this matter did not end here. In the square formation of the parameter Immortal Island, miserable screams sounded again. It was not that someone was killed, but that a bloody Phoenix Cry character had appeared on the faces of the surviving martial artists. This meant that they would become the private property of Phoenix Cry Chi Shan. To be inconsolable and the others were angry, but they did not dare to say anything. Facing Phoenix Cry Chi Shan, they had no way to deal with him. What about you? Do you submit? Phoenix Cry Chi Shan looked at the other factions. Blackwater Immortal Island is willing to pledge loyalty to the Chishan Crown Prince. Phoenix Academy is willing to pledge loyalty to the Chishan Crown Prince. Righteous Alliance is willing to pledge loyalty to the Chishan Crown Prince. In addition to the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island and the Qingshu Academy, among all the forces present, only 3 parties did not take Fengming Chi Shan's words seriously. Tranquil Immortal Island, Canopy Immortal Island, and the Fire Phoenix Tribe. Hihi, not bad, not bad. Brother Chishan, you didn't waste your time cultivating all these years. Your cultivation base is so ferocious. I really have a whole new level of respect for you. However, the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. No one can make it submit. Facing Phoenix Cry Chishan, most of the martial artists didn't even dare to say a word. Even Ancestor Chang'e and Zhu Tianlin were trembling with fear. The reason why they were not willing to pledge their loyalty to Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain was because they did not want to be used as a tool by Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. He didn't want to lose his dignity either. However, Dan Feng smiled so calmly, as if the terrifying cultivation of Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain didn't make him feel the slightest bit of surprise or fear. Uncle Zhu, let's go together. Dan Feng squinted at Zhu Tianlin and said with a smile. Leave. Where do you want to go? Fengming Chishan stared at Dan Feng, releasing his terrifying aura once again. But this time, it was aimed at Dan Feng. However, no matter how terrifying and powerful the aura of Phoenix Cry Chishan was, Dan Feng only smiled faintly, as if everything had nothing to do with him. It's not good for you to offend me. Dan Feng said with a smile, I'm not in the mood to compete with Brother Chishan for supremacy, but don't push me too far. Boom. Then, he struck out with his palm. It seemed soft and powerless, but the palm wind in the void seemed to have turned into a monstrous wave that crushed toward Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. The two of them exchanged blows. Phoenix Chi Mountain frowned and said, "You are indeed very strong. It seems that I won't be able to get the first place on the Dragon Phoenix list for the time being." "Of course, I'm very strong," Dan Feng said with a smile, then really left with the people of Changle Immortal Island and Canopy Immortal Island. Now, they were allies. "Yinshan, what's your choice?" Phoenix Chi Mountain looked at Feng Yinshan and asked. "I'm just the crown prince elected by the Fire Phoenix tribe. The ones with the real power are the two ancestors. Ask them. As long as they are willing to submit to you, I have no objections." Feng Yinshan looked calm and composed, and there was not the slightest bit of panic in his expression. "Emperor, you can be the emperor, but don't think that our Fire Phoenix tribe will become your slave." Black and White elders said coldly. Sure. You can leave." Phoenix Chi Mountain did not pressure the Fire Phoenix tribe into a desperate situation. It seemed that this guy also had some things that he was afraid of. Then, he looked at the remaining people and said, "The era of the Five Immortal Island has passed. This era is not called Ling Xiao, but Phoenix Chi Mountain. This is my era, my stage. Long live His Majesty the Emperor." In the crowd, someone took the lead and shouted, "Long live His Majesty the Emperor." Then, more and more people followed suit and shouted. Originally, the Divine Phoenix Empire used a competition to determine the position of the emperor. But this time, Phoenix Chi Mountain acted domineeringly. With his terrifying strength, he intimidated the Blackwater Immortal Island, Spider Shore Immortal Island, Seven Marshall Sect Island, and countless small countries on the Divine Phoenix continent. Even Feng Yinshan completely admitted defeat in front of him. The incident that happened later in the dragon-slaying forest had a great impact on Ling Xiao. He understood that he still had a long way to go. The current him was definitely not a match for Phoenix Chi Mountain and Dan Feng. Therefore, he had to use an even crueler method to train himself. "What do you plan to do?" Moon Maiden asked. "Head to the Black Crow Empire. While dealing with this tough bone, I can also train myself better." Ling Xiao replied. "Do you want me to go with you?" Moon Maiden asked again. "No need. With Sister Moon Maiden by my side, I'm afraid I'll never be able to grow." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Moreover, this trip to the Black Crow Empire is a secret. Sister Moon Maiden, you're too eye-catching. It's better if I go alone." "No, no matter what, you can't go alone. At the very least, you have to bring Cold Plum with you," Moon Maiden said. "All right, since Sister Moon Maiden has said so, I'll listen to you." Ling Xiao also wanted someone to accompany him. This way, it would be more convenient for him to do many things. Since he had made the decision, he and Cold Plum quietly set off on the same day. On the way to the capital of the Black Crow Empire, Black Crow City, yellow sand filled the sky. The environment was extremely harsh. When Ling Xiao was chasing Tomohiko Kumar, he had walked through this path. However, he had not stepped into the worst place. Even though he had powerful soul power and the Tai Chi Eye, the terrifying black sandstorm in the desert caused him and Cold Plum to lose their way time and time again. There seems to be an oasis over there. There are people. After dodging the terrifying black sandstorm, Ling Xiao relied on his amazing intuition to find an oasis with a few living figures. These days, they had not seen a single living person. There were only some monsters that resided in the desert. Of course, those monsters were not much of a problem for them. With their cultivation, they could easily deal with them. Under the harsh environment, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum's cultivation slowly improved. Ling Xiao broke through to the half-step yin-yang realm and finally grasped 10% of the yin-yang origin energy. Cold Plum grasped 30% of the yin-yang origin energy. If their current strength was compared to the Dragon Phoenix selection, it would be even more shocking. Chapter 1558. Yin and Yang Yuan Qi was a very special thing. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of his moves would be even more terrifying when he used it. Seeing Ling Xiao and Leng Mai coming over, the few people who were originally relaxed quickly formed a battle formation and looked at the two of them vigilantly. There were 6 people in total, 2 women and 4 men. They had the typical dark skin of warriors from the Black Crow Empire. Even the women were the same. There were two kinds of beauty in women. One was a beautiful vase. The other was a powerful warrior. Obviously, the two dark-skinned foreign beauties in front of them had a fighting strength that could not be underestimated. Of course, they were not a threat to Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Ladies and gentlemen, we are warriors who went to Black Crow City to study. We encountered a black sandstorm and got lost. Don't be nervous, we are just asking for directions. Because they were not afraid of the other party, they were calm when they asked questions. Seeing Ling Xiao coming over, the 5 people looked at Ling Xiao. The other party did not seem to feel any hostility from Ling Xiao and Cold Plum, so they relaxed a little. One of the women stepped forward, but the remaining 5 people were still vigilant. After all, it was possible to meet any kind of people in the Black Desert. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives. These people obviously liked the life in the Black Desert, so they were also vigilant. Black Crow City is quite far from here. If you need a guide, we can help, but not for free. You know, it's not easy for us to hunt in the Black Desert. The woman said with a smile. Her words were meticulous and sounded reasonable. After all, if you asked for help, it would be unreasonable if you were not willing to give anything. Is spiritual stones okay? Ling Xiao asked. He knew that he could not show off his wealth, but he was not afraid of these people. Of course, if you want us to take you out of the Black Desert, the guide and bodyguard fee will be 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones. If you want to go directly to Black Crow City, the fee will be doubled. The woman said. Deal. Ling Xiao was very straightforward. Seeing how straightforward Ling Xiao was, the woman relaxed and said, My name is Lan. I hope that you can pay a 20% deposit first. How about it? No problem. For Ling Xiao, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones was nothing. He would not haggle over this kind of thing, not to mention the other person's request was also very reasonable. After paying 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, the two sides reached the initial agreement. The 5 of them also put down their weapons, and their expressions became somewhat friendly. It seemed like they often relied on this to earn money in the Black Desert. It was not a bad choice. After a short rest in the oasis, they set off. Lan didn't say much. She didn't even ask about the background of Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. Anyway, she was just doing her job for money. There was no need to dig out their 8 generations of ancestors. But on the way, Lan told Ling Xiao a very important thing. Since the death of Raven Queen and Prince Tomohiko Kumar, the empire has been in chaos. Various forces have risen, and the warlords have been fighting constantly. The place we are in belongs to the Black Desert General. Be careful. If you meet his people, try to avoid them. Otherwise, we can't help you. The Black Desert General? Ling Xiao was really unfamiliar with the Black Crow Empire. He didn't know who this Black Desert General was or how strong he was. But looking at Lan's expression, she was really afraid of this person. The Black Desert General won't take the initiative to attack passers-by, right? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No matter what, he was once a general of the empire. Ha ha. A man sneered, as if he thought Ling Xiao's question was very naive. Lan sighed and said, in order to obtain a large number of military bearings, not to mention passers-by, even the people under his jurisdiction have become the targets of plundering. He is very cruel. There was once a martial artist from the Divine Phoenix Empire to the Black Crow City who was met. The man was stewed into meat soup, and the woman was turned into a military prostitute. He is even more terrifying than a bandit. How barbaric. Ling Xiao had seen many cruel people. No matter how bloodthirsty they were, it was rare to see people stewing soup. It seemed that this Black Desert General was really cruel and ruthless. He had to deal with it. In Ling Xiao's opinion, this Black Desert would sooner or later be the territory of the Heavenly Empire. If a guy like the Black Desert General was allowed to exist, then he would probably turn this place into hell. Do you know where the Black Desert General lives? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Lan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said earnestly, Young man, don't think that you can be a hero just because you have some strength. That's a very stupid way of doing things. The Black Desert General is incomparably powerful. In this generation, there is no match for him. Not to mention that he still has 4 fierce generals under him, each of them incomparably powerful. Even his dozen or so sons are all experts. No matter who you meet, you won't be a match for him. Don't worry, I won't look for him. I'm just thinking about how to avoid him. Ling Xiao laughed. Follow us. If you're lucky, it's easy to avoid him. Lan did not speak anymore. Instead, he vigilantly observed the surroundings and carefully advanced. There's someone. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked ahead warily. Lan and the others were puzzled. They didn't see anyone. Young man, you're too cowardly. Don't listen to the wind and rain. One of the dark-skinned men, holding a strange spear, continued to walk forward, as if he wanted to scout the way. However, at this moment, dozens of figures suddenly emerged from the sand. Dozens of scimitars looked at the dark-skinned man. No matter how strong that person was, in the face of this sudden attack, he couldn't save his life and was instantly chopped into meat paste. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. He had reminded the other party, but the other party didn't listen. What could he do? Damn it, it's the bandits. Prepare to fight. Lan seemed to be the leader. When she saw her companions being killed, although she was sad, she instantly threw herself into battle. However, before they were ready to fight, an even more terrifying sound of horse hooves came, followed by the rolling black sand. Lan's calm face revealed an expression of extreme fear. Ling Xiao didn't understand what was going on and looked up. The people galloping over from afar were all regular troops riding black warhorses. After they arrived, without saying a word, they launched an attack on the dozens of bandits. Their powerful combat strength was fully displayed at this moment, instantly killing the bandits. However, Ling Xiao didn't feel that these people were here to help them. These people's eyes were filled with greed. After the crazy killing, it was time to plunder. Not a single piece of the bandits' clothes and belongings were left behind. It felt like they were the real bandits. Chapter 1559. Oh no, it's General Scorpion under General Hei Mo. We're really unlucky. We don't want to encounter anything, but we have to encounter it. Alan's face was a little pale, as if he had not expected this situation to happen. In fact, Ling Xiao had already guessed it without him saying it. Other than General Hei Mo and his subordinates, there seemed to be no one else who could run amok here. After General Scorpion killed dozens of bandits and plundered their belongings, he turned his gaze to Ling Xiao and the others. Finally, his gaze landed on Alan, and he chuckled. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Golden Condor mercenary group. The Scorpion General looked at Alan with a hint of greed and a hint of fear in his eyes. It seemed that the Golden Condor mercenary group that Alan belonged to was not weak. Otherwise, General Scorpion would not be afraid. He would have made a move long ago. How could he stand there and joke? General Scorpion, we're only here to hunt in the Black Desert. If you need it, we'll give you all our belongings. After all, General Hei Mo is the guardian of the Black Desert. With him around, our Golden Condor mercenary group can prosper. Of course, these words were just flattery. Ling Xiao could understand Alan's approach. When encountering someone stronger than him, he could only do this. The key was to save his life first before he could talk about anything else. Otherwise, if he lost his life, he would have nothing. However, sometimes, not only would this not make the other party let you go, but it might also make the other party even more arrogant and greedy. Hey, it seems that you're quite obedient. Unfortunately, I don't only want your belongings. I also want your people. General Scorpion's gaze swept over Cold Plum and Alan. After a while, he smiled and said, Brothers, let's do it. Capture the 3 women alive and kill the rest of the men on the spot. It was obvious that Alan's surrender did not gain General Scorpion's sympathy. Instead, it made him even more greedy. A cold light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. If it were him, he would only have one choice in such a situation, and that was to kill. Even if he was not as strong as the other party, he had to capture the leader first and make the other party retreat. Otherwise, if he retreated a foot, the other party would retreat 10 feet. This was called give an inch and you want a mile. Moreover, he was now much stronger than the other party, so why would he be afraid of these fellows? Pu. A shadow all shot out from Ling Xiao's hand. Other than Cold Plum, No one else noticed. The shadow all pierced through the shadows and accurately pierced the Scorpion General's throat. The arrogant and despotic general had now become a corpse. The soldiers who were planning to surround and kill Ling Xiao and the others suddenly stopped when they saw their general killed. An expert. There must be an expert. Before they could come back to their senses, a few more people suddenly died inexplicably. No one noticed that there was a terrifying crocodile in the Black Desert. Run. So what if they were a regular army? After following a scum like the Black Desert General for a long time, he would soon become a bandit. After a few people died mysteriously, they didn't have the courage to continue staying. One by one, they turned their horses around and fled madly into the distance. Lan turned back to look at Ling Xiao and Cold Plum but didn't find anything strange. She felt a little strange, but she couldn't figure out what had happened. She could only say to Ling Xiao, "You too, the Scorpion General has been killed. The Black Desert General will definitely not let this go. We plan to return to the mercenary group first and can't escort you too. You can take back the spirit stones first. It's okay. We can go with you to your Golden Eagle mercenary group first. In this wilderness, if we encounter the Black Desert General's men again, we'll die without a burial place," Ling Xiao said hurriedly. He appeared very anxious, as weak as a little sheep that was about to be abandoned. "In that case, let's speed up." Lan seemed to be a kind-hearted girl. She couldn't bear to leave Ling Xiao and Cold Plum to die. Moreover, she had just received other people's spirit stones. If she didn't do something, she would be letting down those spirit stones. Lan, how terrifying is the Black Desert General? On the way, Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. He needed to figure out the enemy's strength. In this way, when he made a move, he would have a better sense of propriety so that his identity would not be exposed. The Black Desert General's strength is at 30% of the half-step yin-yang realm. As for the 4 fierce generals under him, their cultivations are at 10% of the half-step yin-yang realm. I don't know what killed the Scorpion General. There are some strange monsters in the Black Desert that I can't identify. In the Black Desert General's army, the weakest cultivator is at the celestial realm. Their powerful strength allows them to run amok in the Black Desert. When Lan said this, she felt her body trembling. What about the Golden Eagle mercenary group? I just felt that the Scorpion General seemed to be a little afraid of you. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. Ling Xiao asked. Just a little. The Scorpion General's cultivation is similar to our leader's. It's just that he suffered a loss at the hands of our leader, but it was just a little loss. Lan smiled bitterly. After we return to the mercenary group, the 2 of you can leave. I'm afraid the Golden Eagle mercenary group is doomed this time. Why? You didn't kill the Scorpion General? Ling Xiao asked. It doesn't matter whether we killed him or not. The Black Desert General has been coveting the Golden Eagle mercenary group for a long time. He wants to take us in, but our leader is arrogant and unwilling to cooperate. The Black Desert General once sent the Scorpion General to destroy us, but we defeated him. He has been suppressing his anger. He will definitely take this opportunity to denounce us. Lan sighed helplessly. Your leader must have something to rely on. Otherwise, the Black Desert General would have destroyed you long ago, right? Ling Xiao asked. Lan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, I didn't expect young master to be so smart. Yes, our leader has a golden eagle left behind by his father. Its strength is comparable to the Black Desert General's, so he won't dare to attack easily. It's just that the golden eagle is not in good condition recently and is always groggy. The Black Desert General will definitely take this opportunity to attack. Ling Xiao lowered his head and pondered. The reason why the golden eagle was not in good condition should be related to the Black Desert General. There was a spy in the Golden Eagle mercenary group. He thought so in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. Everyone continued to move forward. Not long after, they saw a sand castle made of black sand and yellow soil. The size was not big, but it looked quite majestic. On the sand castle, a golden eagle flag was hanging. It was very mighty. All right, the 2 of you can leave now. We can't let you get involved in the battle between the Black Desert General's army and the Golden Eagle mercenary group. Alan stopped in his tracks and said seriously. Chapter 1560. Why should we leave? Ling Xiao asked. Alan sighed and said, not everyone thinks like me. I took your spirit stones and didn't want you to get involved in this dispute. But once you step into the Golden Condor mercenary group, it's different. You might be in danger. Although Alan did not explain what kind of danger there would be, Ling Xiao could tell. Of course, he knew that there were not many kind-hearted people like Alan in this world. Most of them were deceitful people who only schemed for their own interests. Perhaps the people of the Golden Condor mercenary group would really betray him to save their lives. However, it was because of this that he decided to stay. As mentioned before, the Black Desert, and perhaps even the entire Blackraven Empire, would become his sooner or later. Since there were parasites around, he had to get rid of them first. In fact, after he went to Black Crow City, Ji Ning had already ordered Xie Li to lead the army into the Black Desert. Xie Li lived in the Black Desert and was naturally very familiar with this area. It was best for her to lead the army. If Ling Xiao could get rid of the trouble on this road, Xie Li's progress into the Black Desert would be faster. The Divine Phoenix Empire could only be in a stalemate for the time being. After all, Phoenix Cry Chishan was a domineering king. It was not realistic to get rid of them for the time being. However, if they invaded and swallowed the Black Crow Empire first, the Celestial Empire would have strategic depth on the Divine Phoenix continent, and their advantage would be greater. Ling Xiao did not forget what he was here for this time. If the Golden Condor mercenary group really tried to betray him, he would not mind getting rid of them to avoid trouble in the future. Alan, did you bring a distinguished guest? Just as Alan was about to persuade him, a head popped out from the sand castle. The guy had dark skin and was 2 meters tall. His terrifying muscles were taut and full of strength. Deputy leader, Alan sighed helplessly. Now, even if Ling Xiao wanted to leave, it would be difficult for him to do so. Their vice-captain was called Ebony Bald Eagle. He was strong and had a vicious personality. He was not inferior to the Black Desert General. His strength was on par with the leader, Ebony Golden Eagle. Moreover, the two of them were blood brothers. In the Golden Eagle mercenary group, their status was very high. They are 2 friends I met in the Black Desert. They were going to Blackraven City to study, but got lost. Alan could only tell him everything in detail. Then what are you waiting for? Let our honorable guests in. The Golden Condor mercenary group is a hospitable place. The Ebony Condor said with a smile. However, this smile made people feel a little uncomfortable. Others might not be able to sense it, but Ling Xiao could feel it very clearly. Following Alan into the sand castle, many members of the mercenary corps looked at the 2 strangers curiously. In terms of appearance, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were quite different from these people. Therefore, it wasn't strange for it to be regarded as a rare object. Lan, didn't you guys go hunting? Why don't I see any prey? The Ebony Condor glanced at Alan and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Also, when you went out, there were 6 of you. Why did you come back with 1 less? Did something happen? We met the Scorpion General. Alan sighed and said, one of our warriors was killed. The Scorpion General. Hearing this name, the people who were watching Ling Xiao and Cold Plum suddenly gasped and looked at Alan one by one. Panic began to spread throughout the sand castle. Everyone began to be on edge. You met the Scorpion General and came back alive? The Ebony Condor asked coldly. Vice-Captain, it's strange. The Scorpion General was attacked by some monster and died in the Black Desert. That's why we were lucky to come back. Alan still didn't understand how the Scorpion General died, and what kind of attack the people who followed the Scorpion General encountered. I only saw a strange black shadow. It looked like the crocodile in the Oasis Lake, but bigger and scarier. Nonsense. Men, arrest this woman and the 2 strangers. How dare they attack the Scorpion General? This is putting the Golden Condor mercenaries in danger. The Ebony Condor's face suddenly changed. He waved his hand and a group of mercenaries surrounded Alan, Ling Xiao, and Cold Plum. Cold Plum wanted to attack, but Ling Xiao stopped her. He wanted to see what this mercenary group was up to. Everyone, stop. Right at this moment, a steady, capable, and somewhat domineering voice sounded. "Captain." Everyone saw the captain of the Golden Condor mercenaries walking out. The Ebony Condor looked very similar to the Ebony Condor, but he looked a little thin and weak. His originally tanned face was a little paler. It was very strange. How can you arrest your own people before you investigate the matter? Condor, you're getting more and more unruly. Although they were brothers, it seemed that the relationship between the two was not as good as one would imagine. Big brother, think carefully. We were lucky to defeat the Scorpion General last time and we lost a lot. Now that your Condor is in bad shape, it can't fight. If the Scorpion General attacks the Golden Condor mercenaries in the name of revenge, we'll all die. The Ebony Condor shouted, "I'm doing this for the good of our mercenaries." "Then what do you plan to do? Hand over Alan and the two strangers? Do you think the Scorpion General will let us go?" The Ebony Condor said disdainfully, "You should know that devil's character, right? Still, we can't let them go. Otherwise, the Scorpion General will punish us and we won't even have an explanation." The Ebony Condor glanced at Cold Plum as he spoke. Cold Plum's fair skin, indifferent face, and beautiful face were rare in the Black Desert. He obviously had other ideas. "You two, please stay in the sandcastle for a few more days. If the Scorpion General's people come to punish us, I'll need you two to help explain." The Ebony Condor looked at Ling Xiao and Cold Plum and said, "This person was very smart." In fact, he agreed with the Ebony Condor's suggestion, but it was very beautiful. It was hard to dislike it. Of course, we saw the Scorpion General being killed by a strange monster with our own eyes. Ling Xiao also began to show his acting skills. He acted like a young master who had just come out of the city. Not only was he naive, but he was also stupid. I don't know where this idiot came from, but he has such a beautiful girl by his side. I'll enjoy her first and then give her to the Scorpion General." The Ebony Condor heard Ling Xiao's words and was secretly happy. He liked this kind of idiot. Because idiots were the easiest to fool.